Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the 4th and final AWC Circuit Cup. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host for today, and I am joined with Zico, Venriki, and Supertees. We can take a look at the schedule and the last day of games that we will be seeing. There are going to be European games in the morning and North American games in the evening, of course, and there are a lot of tiebreakers, or not tiebreakers, but basically lots of teams competing for 4th right now. It is going to be a very, very tight competition, and is going to be a very intense game of days, Zico. Day of games.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. There's a lot, Method EU fighting for qualification there against Ad Hoc. We're going to have Reload and Creed fighting for seeding. We're going to have an important game for Hamsters and Hares there versus Method NA. OTK versus Golden Guardians. I feel like OTK kind of have to win this if they want to qualify as well. So there's a lot of big games here and very, very high pressure. This is it, this is your last chance to qualify, so you really got to bring the A game today.
You back, Sid?
Yeah, he's back.
All right, we got Sid's microphone working, but let's talk about the European standings here. We know Skillcapped and Creed are very solidly in 1 and 2, and that's been like that for a long time, but now we've got Reload Esports also guaranteed a top 4 position to make it into the European finals. But like I kind of already mentioned, and like Zico was talking about, that 4th position, very, very coveted at the moment. Lots of teams trying to compete to get there today, Venriki.
Yeah, I mean, still kind of up in the air for Method EU. It's kind of do or die at this point. They really need some solid wins if they want to make it into that top 4. Integrity Damp, they've played all of their games, so that's the unfortunate thing for them. So they've already played all 7 of their games, and their match record 3 and 4 is kind of locked in. So if Method EU ends up losing, there might be the possibility that Integrity Damp can stay in there. And then, of course, for Ad Hoc Gaming, if they win and Method loses, then there's all kinds of great things that can happen, but we'll get into more of that later. Definitely looking forward to see what these teams have for basically their final chance to put a point on the board.
Yeah, we will be sure to keep you guys updated and posted as we do know more of these final placements as we move along in the day. But we are seeing European standings as well, but we've also got those North American teams that are going to battle it out this evening as well. But we can take a look at the first match of the day, and then the rest of the ones that we're going to be seeing as well in Europe. I mean, we've got Cowana Gaming versus Blastwave Bros. That's the first match of the day that we've got. We know Blastwave Bros, they've kind of been struggling quite a bit since they did lose their healer Zico, but they did have kind of a good game yesterday considering that.
Yeah, they brought out the Elemental Moonkin, and it looked pretty okay. Unfortunately for them, they have been struggling with their roster. So for Blastwave Bros, I think both of these teams are kind of out of the running. I'm pretty sure Kuana also can't make it anymore. So for both of these guys, they're just kind of playing for honor, playing for Blastwave Bros, still trying to get their first win here. So maybe they can surprise us and bring out some new fun compositions. Cowana, I think we can kind of safely assume most likely going to see some Red Warrior coming out of those guys.
Mm-hmm. And they had a really good game yesterday as well against Ad Hoc Gaming. They had a 3-0 series against those guys. It was kind of a dominating series for them. So, they don't have that placements, which is definitely unfortunate, but I feel like, Ben, the guys have been stepping it up recently, and I do hope that we see them continue together as a roster.
Yeah. What is their score? Is it actually not...
Kuwana... I feel like if Kuana wins and Method EU loses, it's a 4-way tie for 4th.
Yeah,
match
so
right
Kuana
now.
Gaming...
they have a chance.
Well, yeah, they have a pretty good chance. I would say they're
They have to 3-0.
favorites. Yeah, I think they can
do
it.
They have the 3-0 today?
I think so. Pretty sure looking at this, if they 3-0, then they're 15 and 14.
There is a world where they still have a chance.
3-4.
I mean...
Okay.
We'll definitely get into the specifics later on, but we could see here.
Look at
they have 2 wins.
Standings again. Okay.
They have 2
They
wins.
could, looking at the map. You're right.
Yeah, there is a chance.
There's definitely tiebreaker potential.
If Ad
Yeah, there's a lot of tiebreaker potential today. We should probably wait.
Go
I was
ahead.
gonna say we should probably wait until we're a few maps in to talk about the specifics, just
Yeah.
because there's a lot of craziness that can happen today. Yeah, so if Kuana Gaming wins, they definitely still have a shot, and I feel like they're favorites going into this match. So definitely not out of it yet. Blastwave Bros, let's see if they can step up. Let's see if they can get their first win of this round robin portion of the tournament. If they can, that would be quite amazing. They've had quite a few obstacles thrown their way, just as a roster as a whole. But they are going to be locking in an interesting composition. Demon Hunter. Houston on his Demon Hunter, I believe, for the first time.
Yes!
This is a sight to see.
Yeah. Houston actually a Demon Hunter main, believe it or not. And he is going to be bringing it out. And immediately he is playing that Knight's Fae. He's going to be playing with the Hunt, going for those one-shots. And Jamie, again, here on his Warlock. Demon Hunter Warlock. Is Houston running Mana Rift, I wonder? Maybe he is. Oh, Houston, though, is actually taking a lot of damage here. He might just go down in the first couple of minutes here. Trinkets, drops the 3-minute CD. Darkness. Here comes the Hunt on the counter. Big hit right there. But he does survive it and did not have to use his bubble right there as well. So Kuana is going to be in a great position, still taking some damage, but there's the intervene. And now Houston here could be on the back foot, but it looks like they actually want to target Jamie here on that Warlock.
Let's see if Jamie can deal with the pressure here. Ret Warrior, we've seen formidable Warlocks get crushed by the weight of this composition, so it's going to be quite difficult. We can already see many cooldowns used on the side of Blastwave Bros. They're running thin at this point. Houston going to dive up into the air, but now he's left Jamie on the ground. Jamie's trying to use Demonic Gateway to escape. Nerd Rage in pursuit with that Door of Shadows, looking to reconnect. Houston's rooted up, unable to get any pressure going at the moment. Livin is burning through mana rapidly at this point, trying to fake out a Wind Shear, I would imagine, but he doesn't fake it. They land the full Wind Shear. Jamie gets charged. He is getting crushed at the moment. A full Hex on the Livin. That's got to be a KO, I would imagine. Kara is confident, bubbling for the kill. And you can tell Cowana Gaming came ready to play.
And Jamie's probably looking to borrow Houston's wings right now so he could fly up in the sky and avoid that pain train throughout that game. But yeah, Cowana Gaming, they play a very aggressive composition. And the thing is, Ret Warrior, if you don't have a good composition into it, it can absolutely destroy you. And I mean, that's kind of what we just saw. I like the Demon Hunter Warlock, kinda, but it just seems like there was never an opportunity for Jamie to really get away. Kara and Nerd Rage had massive uptime, and it was really difficult for Livin to keep him alive with Tana just spam purging. I'd say this is a really difficult matchup for Blastwave Bros.
Yeah, they definitely... the weird thing is they actually have a good matchup. They can play Mage Ellie, and Mage Ellie is actually pretty good into the Rat Warrior, but for Jamie here, I guess he just kind of wanted to play his Warlock a little bit, to get some dots out, and... yeah, unfortunately for them, it looked like they were going to just kill Houston, but they were able to get that unending result like pretty much early on, and as soon as they land that Hex onto Livin, it's pretty much GG. And yeah, I kind of like seeing Houston, on his Demon Hunter for the first time, but not sure if I like the Warlock.
What would you have them pair with that Demon Hunter then, Zico, in this situation?
Maybe Jamie on his Ellie.
No. Jamie's got to heal. Jamie's got to heal. He's the best healer, so he's got to go on the Shaman. Livin?
Yeah, Livin on Fire Mage.
Yeah, something like that. I think that. Yeah, Jamie Holy Paladin, Livin on the Fire Mage, Houston on the Demon Hunter, bringing the Diablo Cleave. That's the kind of combination that I think we're looking for here.
Yeah, well, let's see what they can do here. They have locked in Tulvaron Arena from Blastwave Bros, as they did lose that first game number 1. So now Cowana Gaming, we're going to see them blind locking in their composition. We'll have to see if Blastwaves does adjust a little bit. They've been playing around with a number of compositions. We're seeing a lot, all three of these players step in that healer role, and we know that they all are traditionally DPS players, so it's certainly a difficult position to be in. But it seems like the desk agrees that Jamie does the best on his Resto Shaman, or just in general, do we think?
I think on his Holy Paladin.
I
think Houston is the Shaman main on the team when they need a Shaman healer. Livin is the Druid main when he's the healer, and Jamie is the Holy Paladin main when they want Livin on the Mage. They are going to play Ellie Demon Hunter. I actually don't mind this. Like, it's either Fire Mage DH or Ellie DH, because then you're getting double mains, And I think that's pretty important, even if you have, kind of a odd composition. At least try to have as many mains as possible.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So hopefully they'll feel good on this one. We got Jamie on that Elemental Shaman and Houston on the Demon Hunter, so maybe they have a shot here as they head into Tolvaron Arena. Kuana Gaming obviously a little bit more favored here because they're all on their mains. But what do we want to see Blastwave Bros do, Super T's, if they want to pull off a win with this composition? What can they do? What's that setup look like?
I mean, they've got a lot of just overwhelming one-shot potential between Stormkeeper and the Hunt. I mean, they could just absolutely KO somebody, but outside of that, I don't think it's going to be that good of a comp. So it's like you're just praying that everything crits, you're praying everything lines up, and you just absolutely one-tap someone. And then other than that,
we'll see the
I think
Rock
there's a reason
Elemental?
why we don't see this comp.
You think we're going to see the Earthquake Elemental coming in once again?
If Jamie does Earthquake Elemental as this, he's feeding. Like, I mean, the comp's already kind of peculiar, but it doesn't make sense without double Earth Heli. Like, why would you only run one? If you're gonna run Earth Heli, you need two, obviously.
I think you need 3.
Yeah, why not 3? Why not run 3 Shamans? 3 Earthquake
Resto
Helis?
Enhance Ellie. I want to see that.
Jamie has done that on a team, hasn't he? They played triple
Who's he?
Shaman?
Baby.
Someone
I
played
don't
Triple Monk. I remember
remember
He was on
Triple
85.
Monk.
Triple-
Was that Jamie? Well, I remember like a cool tone. It was like 85% when he was on that team. Remember? Nobody?
I don't.
Okay, well-
I don't think I remember the Triple Shaman. The Triple Monk definitely comes to
Yeah, they
mind,
played-
but
yeah,
Yeah.
maybe it was Monk.
we'll
Anyways,
see.
anyway, yeah, game number 2 here.
Yeah, Cowana Gaming, they need a 3-0. So to keep their dreams alive of making it to that top 4, they need to make basically a 3-0 victory. Yeah, they need a win. They need a convincing win. Blastwave Bros are looking to hold on. They're looking to get their first win of this round robin. He is playing it. There it is, the Elemental with the Earthquake. He's going to be looking to stun everyone. Kara actually taking a surprising amount of damage right now, getting bursted down. Getting a little bit low. Let's see if they can actually drop him in a surprise kill. I think that's how Blastwave Bros is going to win this one, if they're going to win. It's going to be surprise damage on Kara. He's getting knocked down once again, as you can see. But the problem with this Legendary is once it's gone, and you really don't get much value from it. It's kind of an all-in Legendary. They had good pressure, but now that that's not available, I feel like Cowana Gaming is going to be looking good.
Yeah, Fuson already getting stand up. Was able to hold on to his trinket, drops the dark. Actually, yeah, no, he does drop the darkness right there. Houston now going to be making his way back to Kara here. Kara did use his trinket there, so the next time they stun up Kara, if they can get something onto Tana, it could be a good push here. But they have the Earthen Wall Totem. Livin actually throwing out the Cyclone there onto Kara in the middle of the setup here. Nerdrage going for the double fear. Kara now going to be reconnecting back to his target. And now I think this is a good opportunity here for Blastwave Bros to go for a setup. They're trying to get some CC here onto Tana. There's a stun. Kara is very fast though with the Sanctuary, so they need to be very on point with the cross CC. There it is, a double stun now onto Livin and Jamie instead. Jamie taking a lot of damage here. Going to use the Thunderstorm to get away, and looks like he's going to be able to hold on to his Astral Shift as well. And I don't know, Blastwave Bros, like, they haven't done too many setups. Here we go. Here comes the setup. Lava Burst casted out. Where's the Hunt? There's the I-Beam. Here comes the damage. It's actually Houston taking more damage in that exchange, but Tana still respects it and trades out the Spirit Link.
Well, Kara is going after Jamie, and Nerdrage is going after Houston. Livin's basically out of mana 2 minutes into the game. Not a good position. Double stun combo. Here comes the Divine Toll. Is this going to be a double kill for Cowana Gaming? They've got tons of pressure across the board at the moment. Tana is lobbing in Lava Burst as well towards Jamie. Astral Shift trades on 30%. Will Livin be able to recover with just the Astral Shift? They don't feel comfortable. They trade out Iron Bark. They're trying to, but Livin is just tanking interrupt after interrupt. He's not able to get any heals out onto Jamie. Waiting for the Iron Bark. Could swap over to Houston. He's going to duck up into the air and say, see you later. And Jamie's like, wait, what? You forgot about me down
Not
here?
again!
I want to go up there, please.
Not again!
Jamie is just stuck on the ground and absolutely getting smacked.
No!
Kowana Gaming moved to match point.
That's the second time Houston has just flown up in the air and said, all right, I'm out of here. And Jamie gets dropped. Cowana Gaming going to be looking for that kind of 2 versus 1 situation. And it was just, I mean, there's a few moments in the game where Cowana Gaming had to trade out defensive cooldowns, but there was never a moment in the game where Cowana Gaming didn't have something ready and available. That was still a very convincing win on their side.
Yeah, I feel like the Blastwave Bros, they're missing the blast. You know, they're missing combust. I think that's what's going on here with this comp. Look at the Hunt here. Imagine you had a combust right there as well. Like that could have been something. But yeah, Jamie gonna drop to like 20% creates the Astral Shift. This is where they drop like the Iron Bark as well. Look at Tana here, just spamming purge. Look at his hands. Every time he does that little slap with his hand, it's a purge. And Jamie, of course, with 0 ults, gets Iron Bark, gets topped off. And Houston gets swapped to trinkets, flies up in the air, and then they're like, okay, well, cool, let's just deal with Jamie then.
Purge.
Yeah, there's no Iron Bark as well. Tana's just holding down purge the whole game.
That's what if you're if you're playing Druid as an alt, and you're going up against a Ret Warrior and a Shaman that just is holding down purge the whole game. I think that's what nightmares are made of. In all honesty, I do not feel for living in this one.
Yeah, me neither. I feel for this entire team. Quanta Gaming now up 2-0 in this best of 5 series. Very, very close to getting the first 3-0 of the day. That would be good for them in the circuit so far. But yeah, I mean, kind of like we predicted, we're seeing Blast Wave Bros struggle a little bit. Do we think we want to see them swap out this comp? I mean, they kind of had a little bit of a better time yesterday, Zico.
I think it's time to bring in Jamie on the Holy Paladin, Livin on the Mage, and allow Houston to play his 3rd game on the Demon Hunter. I think that's a beautiful story for them, and it adds that missing blast that they're missing right now, you know?
Yeah. What do you guys think? What I mean, I would love to see, because this is the last time we're going to see these guys with this roster. I would love to see them get at least one game win. I know it feels probably a little bit impossible for them, but
play triple DPS. What is?
Oh, they're doing it.
What?
Jamie.
I mean,
this is
exactly
great.
It.
No.
This is great news.
This is not exactly it. It's almost it.
It's
You think
close.
he's gonna be playing
I feel like this
Convoke?
could work.
Did they pick
Yeah.
Lords of Lordaeron for me to say the thing and play Boomkin
Yes,
so I get
they-
to see a Boomkin? Did they
they
pick
did.
this just for me?
Maybe.
They did yesterday
I
as
feel
well.
like this is just for me.
That's true, they did.
They're trying to
They
make
picked
you happy,
Moonkin
Sid.
just for you as well, Sid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, doesn't it look like that?
Yeah.
We got Jamie on the healer. We got a Moonkin. We got Ruins of Lordaeron.
They're looking out for you.
Was it your birthday?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it would be a
Happy
fitting
birthday,
final
Sid.
resting place for a Moonkin.
All right, well, we are going to go into game number 3, Ruins of Lordaeron. Blast Wave Bros finishing the season strong despite everything that has been going against them. We've got to give these guys some credit. They're going to try one more time here in game number 3, Kuana Gaming on match point.
Look at Nerdred. He's so happy right now. Just smiling. He just knows he's going to go in, and he has so many juicy targets to hit here, popping Avatar, popping everything, chasing down Houston. But look at Houston. He's a slippery one right there, leaping back there with the Metamorphosis. Livin now taking some damage right there. Now they're going to go swapping back to Houston. Kara has wings up. There's the Root Solar Beam. Here comes the damage. Kara almost dying without bubble right there. Living on the Moonkin, spicing it up. I didn't actually see, but he is playing Kyrian though. Living and not going to have that Convoke the Spirits, unfortunately, Sid.
I mean, I've kind of
I think that's
retired
fortunate,
the Night
honestly.
Fae mantle, I gotta be honest. I think their odds of winning are higher here as Kyrian. Livin's just running around in bear form, trying to Typhoon and avoid the enemy attackers, but they're all over him at the moment. He's not having a good time. Darkness gets dropped, but he jumps out of the darkness. He jumped out of it. Livin's trying to waddle his little bear back into the darkness so that he can be protected from the monsters. Kara and Nerd Rage, but he's just permanently stuck in bear form here, trying to run with it. Okay, he's just dead.
What?
Yep. You know, I think the what's the word? I think everyone thinks Moonkins are like immortal, but I feel like they're becoming a lot more mortal. From my own personal experience and watching it, I think this is why we see less Moonkins now.
Fitting final resting place indeed.
Yeah, bury the Moonkin.
All right, well, Quanta Gaming taking that first series victory in a 3-0 fashion. We can see how it all went down real quick as well in that replay.
It was one of those things where they actually had. I mean, when Celestial Alignment came in and they got the Hunt and they got the Root Beam, that was their moment. That was their opportunity where they could actually try to get a one-shot kill. And Kara was forced into the Divine Shield, but it was at this point where it's like, okay, they don't have the Hunt anymore. The Celestial Alignment's going to be fading. Livin just doesn't recover. You can see it here. Livin's just a bear. He's just going to be running around in bear form for the remainder of the game, pretty much. Kara with his Avenging Wrath going to be putting out massive damage. There's a bit of a disaster moment when Houston comes over and tries to drop a darkness to keep him alive. Here's the darkness, and Levin's like, oh, I should probably be in that cooldown. He tries to get back to it, but there's just, at this point, I feel like there's no way that they could really recover, maybe? What happened to Jamie here? We'll have to see. Is there any crowd control on him? I think Levin actually just gets completely one-shot here by Kara. Yeah, I don't know what that was, but...
that was...
That was actually 60-0 in bear form. Okay, well,
He wasn't in
Kuana
bear,
Gaming
making
either.
a ret paladin.
Yeah, definitely seems good. Cowana Gaming 3-0, and that's the. In all honesty, that's the win that they needed. But at this point, I feel like it kind of comes down to the method series. Now that they actually are 3-4 total score, I feel like it all comes down to method. If method wins, they shut it down. If they lose, then I think things get really interesting.
Yeah, I think you're right. So we'll have to keep an eye on that series, but that is going to wrap up that first one of the day. And yeah, Method EU, they're going to be up next. They're going to be facing off against Ad Hoc Gaming. So hopefully this is a little bit of a longer match than that one. Ad Hoc Gaming, you know, traditionally that jungle team, but yesterday, Super Teams, we saw them bring out a number of new compositions.
Yeah, I think the Fire Mage, Feraldred, Holy Priest. I do wonder what we're going to see from Method EU, because jungle, I feel like should be decently hard for them. Skill capped, I remember skill capped thought that Ad Hoc was going to be a big threat, and they played like Frost Mage Resto Druid and were kind of losing really close games. Then they brought Blizzo in game 5 and just killed them in 3 minutes. So I feel like Warrior Mage Paladin is probably a good pick for Method EU, having seen skill cap totally dismantle the jungle. But maybe they have something else in store. I do kind of wonder, but I don't think Method EU are guaranteed to win here. And based on the standings now with Cowana Gaming winning that, I think it's actually pretty likely that this comes down to like a 4-way tiebreaker.
We will see. Definitely some very tight competition. We will come to that match after a break. It's going to be Method EU versus Ad Hoc Gaming up next.
control on Looney. Then Method Black will close out this game.
Adamaster's gonna fall.
Adamaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage and Method Black doesn't. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done, the Shadows. The kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hey everybody, and welcome back. As we get further and further to the end of the day, we get closer to finding out who will be our top 4 for both of these regions. We have a very, very important match coming up right now. It's Method EU versus Ad Hoc Gaming. Both of these teams fighting to get into that top 4 position.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly are. For Ad Hoc Gaming, it's do or die. If they don't win here, then I think the race is over. Method EU, I think they completely shut it down. So Method EU going to be looking to win this one. If Ad Hoc Gaming wins, then things get really interesting. There could be the potential for a 4-way tie. We'll have to wait and see the details on that one. But this is an interesting match for many reasons. I feel like Ad Hoc Gaming, they actually have good matchups here. I don't know what Method EU is going to run. They could run the Warrior Mage Paladin, which we saw Skill Cap EU run into Ad Hoc Gaming and get a quick win, but I'm still not 100% convinced that that is a winning matchup. The blind pick definitely going to be interesting, and it looks like we are going to be seeing Zuniaki on the Retribution Paladin. So they actually are going to be locking in the Warrior Retribution Paladin Shaman, and this is kind of surprising. I didn't expect this from Method EU, but it makes a lot of sense because Ad Hoc Gaming has really struggled against this composition in particular. In fact, they've lost to every team that's ran it.
Yeah, so Method definitely winning the blind pick here, but we've seen Chaz on the Shaman, and we know Wes is pretty comfortable in that Warrior, but how comfortable is Zuniaki on that Ret? That is the question here. We have seen him, he has played it in the past, but I think this is the first time we're going to see it here in Shadowlands. Zuniaki already dropping quite low right there, but they force out the powered barrier from Relza. Relza is playing that Discipline Priest as well. Cassidy going for Cyclone, lands it onto Chaz. Good pressure here onto both Zuniaki and Waz, but here comes the wings from Zuni into a War Stomp here. Big pressure still onto Relza. Relza dropping to about 20% HP there, but he does have the Rapture. Waz now leaping over to him. He drops the Shadowman. Zuniaki now taking a lot of damage here, but Chaz is able to keep him alive with some good heals there. Chaz now getting kicked into a full freezing trap. Mind Game's getting casted up. Nice defensive and offensive fear. Waz going into battle stance right now, looking to get aggressive here onto Relza Sit.
Let's see if Relza can deal with this pain train that Zuniaki is just running him over with at the moment. Waz is intervening over to Zuniaki, trying to assist and stay on target. Both targets kind of dipping low here. We haven't seen Chaz on really anything but Paladin, I feel like, for most of this tournament circuit. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe Ad Hoc Gaming can take advantage of that. They've landed a freezing trap. They've stunned up Zuniaki. Waz trades out the Rallying Cry, boosting Zuniaki's health for a moment as they continue to lead the charge. Training down Relza. Relza running the legendary for Leap of Faith so that he can jump to an ally, but Waz heroic leaps right back onto target. Relza's trying to sneak in a couple of Shadow Mends, although those are very expensive. He needs to try and avoid Shadow Mend and Radiance at all costs, but caught into a Hammer of Justice with Divine Toll connecting and his partner Cassidy already below half health. This is a dangerous situation, and he will likely have to use a Radiance. He's trying to use Shadow Mends, but he's interrupted, dipping lower and lower. Now trading a Radiance charge out, costing a ton of mana, and they just can't get them off of Relza.
Yeah, they certainly can. I mean, at this point, Relza, he's burned through half of his mana. There's been a few close calls on Zuniaki, but I'm surprised. Method EU, they've played it calm, cool, collected, not trading out too much, just the Rallying Cry. Zuniaki playing it safe, doesn't want to have to use a Divine Shield, but might have no choice. Big damage coming in, but Chaz manages to get a heal. Cassidy taking quite a bit of damage as well, and I kind of like what they're doing. They go after Relza, they get the defensive cooldown, they make sure Cassidy's not feeling too comfortable in the situation, forcing him into bear form, relieving some pressure, but maybe not enough. Zuniaki getting low, the intervene comes in from Waz. That should be more than enough for him to survive. A big Word of Glory comes in. Zuniaki tops himself off, but the damage is unrelenting here from Facile and Cassidy. Beautiful, intimidating shout into a Stormbolt. Relza just getting absolutely smashed right now. He could just die through the powered barrier. This is working out great so far for Method EU, and they could just win right here.
Relza taking so much damage here. He's not out of the woods just yet. Finally, looks like he is going to be able to recover, teleporting back away, but Waz does reconnect there. And you said something good there. There's been a couple of close calls on the Zuniaki, and I think the reason for that is because he's playing with the Pro Legendary. That's why he haven't really been trading it out here. He's just been playing it very greedily because he knows he can get away with it, but right now Rez is drinking. They cannot have that. Waz going to leap over on half HP here, looking to get aggressive. There's a Stormbolt onto Cassidy, stun onto Relza, and that is to shut down those very fast regrowth that Cassidy's casting right now. He gets wind shear there by Chaz as well. Everybody on the same page here, shutting down the hybrid off healing. Zuniaki's proc legendary. He's going to proc here once again. He's not going to have that now, so Chaz needs to pick it back up as Waz looks to make his charge here back over onto Relza, sitting down drinking once again, getting a few ticks there actually. Got a couple of ticks earlier as well, so Relza very, very good positioning so far in this matchup. There's a nice hit from Waz though, protecting Zuniaki while he's in that trap. Then now with the wings active here, looking to make his way back to Relza. There's the Hammer of Justice. Where's Cassidy's off healing? Here comes the damage. Relza, no trinket. No, he has pain suppression. Choosing to hold on to it. Zuniaki are getting stunned up here in Chaz line of sight as they look to pressure Cassidy.
Cassidy the target. Relza just trying to escape a Door of Shadows and potentially get a drink, but Waz is all over him with that heroic leap and charge execute. I don't think Relza is ever going to be able to get a drink in this matchup. Dropping the powered barrier, soaking up some hits here, trying to tank Interus, but now they're all caught in an intimidating shot. They swap to Cassidy outside of the barrier's protection. He trades out Barkin, but he's already at half health. He's been deleted by other Ret Paladins as well in the competition. A very terrifying moment for Ad Hoc Gaming if they want to qualify. To my understanding, they need to beat Method EU 3-0 for a game score that would be higher. They can't lose a single game in this series if they want to qualify. Method EU are looking like a tyrant at the moment with such a huge mana lead, such a cooldown lead. I'm not sure this is a deficit that Ad Hoc Gaming can overcome, with Cassidy retreating in bear farm, ducking around the corner with Fleshcraft, trying to buy any opportunity for his team. Another Hammer of Justice comes through. Relza has to break out of it, but big damage is coming out. He has to use more Radiance charges. He's spending all of his mana. Both Radiances out of his budget at this point, down to 10% mana. Pain Suppression, Desperate Prayer, throwing everything that he's got to stay in the fight, but there's 3 interrupts on top of him. He is absolutely getting chopped and torn apart, doing whatever he can here, fishing for mind games, gets pummeled on it, and at this point, I think he is done in. Full Hammer of Justice. Cassidy heals him, but Cassidy's out of mana. He can't keep it going. Method EU take game number 1, and now at this point, Ad Hoc Gaming are going to be playing spoiler for the rest of the series. If they do manage to win this, they could determine the outcome for the other ties in the bracket overall.
I mean, that is nightmare situation. I mean, this is kind of what we saw coming in from Cloud9 yesterday, where they bring in a surprise composition. I really don't feel like Ad Hoc Gaming was expecting this from Method EU. This is the first time they've showed a cleave whatsoever with their new roster, and I have to say, it looked great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Izuni is just playing with the Pro Legendary, and he's just playing it super calm. Anytime he drops low, he's allowing that to proc before he trades out anything. Here, he's just getting aggressive. He never had to use his bubble at all. This game was as well with good backup on that warrior. And, I mean, here, Relza is just too far behind. He can't really recover ever from this situation here. Just Zuni with the wings up, doing a lot of damage, and even Cassidy here is trying to get a couple of heals, gets 1 regrowth, doesn't have enough mana to go for a second one, and they are able to take Relza down. And in Relza's credit, he kited really well. Like, he ran around the map, swapping sides, even getting a couple of drinks, but anytime he did get away, Waz was just always there with a heroic leap or a blade storm or something to reconnect, and wasn't able to capitalize on those drinks, unfortunately.
All right, Method EU taking out a new composition. This is the first time that we've seen Zuniaki play anything other than Shadow Priest this season on broadcast, and that's also the first time we saw Chaz on his Shaman. So huge props to them. They're bringing out a new composition in something that we've seen maybe them not have a too solid of an answer yet with Ad Hoc Gaming, and they did take that game number 1 victory. But now that they did win that first game, they're going to have to blind lock in that composition. So are they going to prepare for Ad Hoc Gaming to play jungle again, or are they going to go back to something that's a little bit more of a comfort pick to them, do we think?
I think there's no chance. I feel like Method EU at this point, they have all the information they need. If a team plays Ret Warrior Shaman, they can beat everything that Ad Hoc Gaming has. And they got to watch the series yesterday as well, kind of see exactly how it played out. when Ad Hoc Gaming went against Cowana Gaming. So I feel like for Method EU, they've got all the data they need. It's going to be Ret, Warrior, Shaman for the rest of this series, unless Ad Hoc Gaming has something else prepared. But honestly, I kind of doubt it at this point. I wonder what Ad Hoc Gaming could do.
Well, I think Ad Hoc are just going to play Feral Mage, and they did lose yesterday, but those were some pretty damp games against Kuana on their mains. I actually think that if Ad Hoc locks in Feral Mage, I could see them winning against Methods, Red Warrior. Or at least, I think it's worth exploring the option here. I think if you go Tolvir, you lock in Feral Mage, you can play a long game against Method and really see, okay, is Zuniaki that comfortable on his Rat? Is Waz really that comfortable on his Warrior? Is Chaz that experienced on his Shaman? Give them a test, and if you play as well as you did yesterday, you got a pretty good shot. If not, then then what do you have to lose? You really don't have much to lose at this point. You have 2 comps, so you already lost with one of them. So I really feel like Feral Mage is the play here. If you're Ad Hoc.
All right. And now we do know that they are going to be continuing to lock in that Red Arms Warrior as well. So Subities, if we do see them switch up that comp, play that Fire Mage, bring out Gelu, what's the win condition for Ad Hoc?
I mean, just isolating their target. We've seen them kill Ret Paladin or Warrior, but go in when they have triple crowd control, stun all 3 targets, burst down their kill target, and then as soon as the stuns are over, start running away. And use the mobility of their composition as the strength to try and avoid the fight. And then if they can do that, they're going to have a good time.
Okay, well, let's see if they can pull that off. If they do, they have got 40 seconds left, so we're going to see if they stick to that jungle comp that these guys are most certainly known for, or switch it up just a little bit. It's kind of a toss-up when we do see them switch off of that main composition. Sometimes they have really good series, sometimes they kind of lose in a disastrous fashion. So the pressure is very much on for Ad Hoc at the moment. Kind of a not good situation losing that first game, but they are, yeah. Are you?
I mean, I'm surprised because honestly, the win condition for Method EU seems pretty simple. Just run at the Priest the whole game. Ad Hoc Gaming, obviously, they chose a bigger map, but I still feel like it basically, all Method EU has to do is basically just run towards the Priest the whole game. Run towards them. Even if they're not on them, you can just tab target Cassidy, making sure you're putting out damage there. I think as long as you're putting out pressure, they could take down Cassidy or they could take down the Priest, but the entire game, Grelza is going to have to run and try to create space, and Cassidy's going to have to make sure that when Grelza goes and sits down for drinks, if he can ever recover his mana, that he doesn't just get absolutely one-shot. So that's what we're going to be looking to see from Ad Hoc Gaming. I'm kind of surprised that they locked in the jungle once again, but yeah, I mean, I kind of agreed with Zico. It would have been nice to see them at least test the waters a little bit with their Feral Mage, because they have won series against Ret Warrior with that before, but we've never seen them win with jungle.
Yeah, gonna be a difficult series here for Ad Hoc Gaming, but they are gonna be sticking with their roots here. So let's see if they can tie it up on game number 2 here in Tolvaron Arena. But I mean, pretty solid game for game number 1 for Method EU. So they're gonna be looking to get themselves on that match point in this series, and a 3-0 against Ad Hoc Gaming would be very, very good for Method. So let's see what happens in game number 2.
The good thing about Tolvir is you have obviously the big spaces to move around and go for drinks, but also Relza has a big pillar. If he ever actually gets away from Waz, he's going to have a lot of space to work with. But I feel like with the amount of mobility that Warriors have right now, it's so easy for a Warrior to just heroic leap and then charge the target and reconnect. So I don't know. We'll see what Relza can do. Maybe if he's playing the Leap Legendary again, it's going to be enough mobility for him to kite around the pillar and actually get away from Waz. But we already know where this train is going. The gates are open. The pain train is moving across. And Zuniaki is actually getting trapped. They're going to go for Chaz here. Interesting strategy change now from Ad Hoc Gaming. Chaz going to channel out his Fleshcraft here, taking a decent amount of damage there in the opener. Nobody used any real cooldowns though, aside from that Fleshcraft, just the trinkets. Chaz getting kicked here by Cassidy. Going to be taking a lot of damage here. Zuniaki just going to trade the sacrifice to Chaz here. There's the intervene. Chaz actually using Astral Shift as well here. Does not look super comfortable there on that Shaman, but he does pick himself back up with a big Riptide, and now he's going to be completely fine here.
So I think with the way the math works out, if if Method EU win just this one game, they've qualified their fourth, even if they lose the series, based on the game score for the four-way tie. So this is actually the qualification game for Method EU. Everything is coming down to this. If they can just win this, then they'll be in the clear. But at the moment, Relza and Cassidy and Facile are going to make that as difficult as possible. They're going after Chaz, the Restoration Shaman. They're really testing Chaz on his healer flexibility. Is he going to be able to deal with this onslaught of the BM Hunter and the Feral Druid? Meanwhile, Relza is just escaping the battle, trying to get max distance, and they're shutting down Waz from reconnecting with the Door of Shadows. If Relza can continue to drink, it's going to force Method EU to play a different strategy, and you can already see them adapting, going on the Feral Druid. Relza jumps in to go for a Psychic Scream, landing that across the team, and now Chaz is isolated and alone on potentially his qualifying game, now popping Ascendants to try and recover, but still taking a beating. He gets disoriented on his big heal. Can they stop this one? He goes for it. It didn't end up being that big of a healing surge. He's trying to dogpile on top of on top of Relza here. So used to seeing a priest and assuming that Zuniaki on the Rep Paladin. Will he be able to deal with this aggression? He's going to Door of Shadows to the other pillar, and it's all about Relza keeping away from the fight.
It actually looks like Relza. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, we'll see what Relza can do. I mean, at this point, he's positioned very far away. He's managed to completely recover his mana, and going after Chaz seems to really be throwing Method EU off. I mean, how much Shaman has Chaz been practicing? It's a good question. I mean, Zuniaki right now has been able to support him out quite nicely so far. He's been able to handle the pressure, but mana not looking good. Big setup here on Relza. Is he just going to get dropped? Massive damage. Trinket and Rapture comes in. Relza has to trade huge in order to survive that one, and that's the problem. I mean, Relza, he's just so squishy. At the same time, though, Chaz taking quite a bit of damage. And if Waz isn't there to actually intervene him and Zuniaki's not there to actually heal him up, I feel like Ad Hoc Gaming is kind of forcing Method to play a little bit more defensive in this matchup. They can't afford to just run after Relza.
Yeah, this map is working very well so far for Ad Hoc Gaming. Relza now finally able to get away from the pain train, and it's going to be Chaz kind of on the back foot here, but they're applying good pressure onto Cassidy. Cassidy choosing to hold on to his Bard skin for now, and it's good for Method because they are taxing Relza's mana. That is the key objective in the match. Chaz, nice win share there on the Mind Games. Now a stun on the Chaz potential here to get trapped. No, they're actually just going to go for Chaz here. Looked like Facile wanted to trap Chaz, and looked like Cassidy wanted to go on Chaz. And now looks like Ad Hoc are finally, for the first time here, not on the same page. They're going to fear up Relza, stun onto Cassidy. No trinkets on either. Do they have another follow-up stun here? Cassidy trading out the Bark skin right there. Relza also using that powered barrier. Chaz with a nice cap totem there onto Relza. Just trying to disrupt him as much as possible, and Chaz actually lower on mana than Relza. We're about tied so far, but Relza making his way to Drake right now, and this map is working super well for Ad Hoc. But right now, Cassidy here taking massive damage as well. Has survival instincts, but so far able to greet it out. Now he is going to trade that out with the Berserk now, looking to counter pressure Chaz, but he just trades out the Earthen Wall Totem, and it looks like Chaz is going to be completely fine here.
Let's see if they can get something going. By tunneling the Shaman, they remove Water Shield. It's actually evening the mana, and they're getting tons of pressure. They're going to get a kill onto Chaz. Barely surviving with that Blessing of Protection out from Zuniaki, but they've purged off it. Chaz is still trying to recover. Gets bashed on his big heal. Mind Game's incoming. Chaz has to drop the Spirit Link Totem. He is definitely not comfortable in midfield playing aggressive as he has been. He is panicked, trying to run back to the pillar in line of sight, but they have forced Cassidy away. Relza's trying to drink. Can Cassidy prevent Waz from getting to Relza? It doesn't look like it. Relza comes around the corner, starts attacking Chaz. They've banked through all the defensive cooldowns. They feared the Ret Paladin. They need to connect a bit more points of damage. Chaz is going to pop Ascendance, duck around the corner, and try and recover, but Ad Hoc Gaming are certainly mixing things up in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I really like what they're doing. And honestly, sometimes mixing up the strategy, because like I said, Method EU, they had a lot of data to kind of look after, but this is something that they maybe didn't expect. That being said, Relza's mana is still not great. Method EU not in a bad position to win this game. Chaz really doesn't have too many cooldowns. Zuniak is going to really have to help him out. Earthen Wall Totem drops down. I like what Chaz is doing. He positions on top of Relza, so he can be there for shears and grounding and purges if he needs to. But he needs to kind of plant at this point in the game. His throughput is not going to be too high. He needs to kind of rely on that Earthen Wall Totem. Relza now using pain suppression, trading out the last little bit of his cooldowns. But if he can cross here, if he can get away, this would be big for the side of Ad Hoc Gaming. Relza needs to try to escape a He's actually just going for a Mind Games. On to Chaz. They're just going for it. He could get dropped. Zuniaki's going to have to go back and help him heal, I do believe, unless Chaz can get on top of Relza. basically Method EU, the positioning they want is all 3 members together, all 3 members on top of Relza. If they can do that, that's best case scenario. If Ad Hoc Gaming can isolate a target, that's exactly what they want to pull off, and they've been doing a great job so far, making it really difficult for Chaz.
Yeah, and right now Relza is in massive trouble. No mana left, 20% HP. He leaps over to Cassidy. Cassidy going for a few regrowths. Relza has no slow on him. He's getting away a little bit here, but Zuni's all over him. Waz is going to reconnect on the corner. Chaz is there as well with the healing surge. I think they've hit the rage timer. Waz is blade storming. Here comes the mortal strikes. Here comes the execute. Big damage coming in. One more execute. He's going to do it. One more condemn here. And Relza still able to survive so far. Cassidy going for Cyclone here. Nice Ventir teleport there by Facile. Actually keeping everyone off of Relza. I can't believe it. He has survived, and it looks like he's going to be able to get a little bit of mana here with Power Word Solace. Going after Chaz here. A miracle opportunity onto Chaz. Zuniaki using his bubble here just to free Chaz there. And now getting aggressive here onto Relza once again with 0 mana left. Cassidy getting in position here potentially to heal. There's a triple fear now onto the whole team of Method EU. But Relza trying to connect here. If he can get this door off, he might be able to escape. Waz interrupts it, but still, it looks like Relza might be able to get away here. Zuni now actually interrupting it as well. And now Chaz here as well, dogpiling. Doesn't have the Spirit Link Totem. Chaz is completely tapped on mana here as well. Who's going to go down first? It's going to be Chaz. It's going to be Relza. He's going for the mind games.
Oh!
Gets interrupted. Gets feared. Beautiful fear here by Waz. And he's looking to connect here with
Capson!
executes.
They're
But
going
Chaz
for
is dropping super low here. Gets another heal there. He's still trying to win here. And I
Mind
can't
games.
believe it. It might actually be Chaz going down here, Sid.
I actually can't believe this. Both healers have absolutely 0 mana, but Zuniaki has Avenging Wrath. Zuniaki is a big threat right now. Cassidy's in bear form tanking. Just trade cooldowns, Cassidy. Don't be greedy here. Survival instincts. Relza's trying to drink. He's getting a couple of ticks of mana around the corner. Relza got the tiniest bit of mana off the back of that drink. They're in shambles at the moment, but they are still trying to make a miracle happen in game number 2 here. Facile Door of Shadows for appeal onto Relza, trying to disorient his opponents with a stun onto Zuniaki. Pressure across the board. 3 targets low on health. Fear into a stun. Relza's looking comfortable. Penance is going to allow him to get back to full health. Chaz pops Ascendance to try and recover. Relza's trying to escape with the Door of Shadows. Cassidy is healing him up. He's going to jump out with the Leap of Faith, get around the corner once again. Zuniaki in pursuit. Chaz is trying to keep up with his team, but he doesn't have a lot. He's going to go for a move cast Fleshcraft. Get a big shield and be immune to crowd control for a moment, but he doesn't really have mana to purge anymore. Power Word Barrier going to get dropped by Relza. He's trying to turn the tables. Chaz has to run away. He cannot take that exchange with the barrier, reducing damage on Relza, but Facile is chasing him down. Cassidy's trying to keep up as well, but he gets stunned by Waz. Trading out Barkskin. Relza now, just trinket the stun Relza. He's going to use Pain Suppression instead, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Cassidy is still so low on health at this point, but at the same time, Chaz has no mana. Can he even press Spirit Link Totem? If he's got this little mana, Cassidy's running away in bear form. Facile has to carry the game at this point. Cassidy can't get anywhere near the blender that is Waz and Zuniaki. Will Facile be able to take out Chaz? He gets Spirit Link, but it doesn't hit anyone. I don't think that Spirit Link hit a single player on the team. Chaz is really floundering at the moment. 0 mana, interrupted on a heal or on a Hex cast, taking a ton of damage. Cassidy's trying to go in for the kill, stunning up Chaz. Earthen Wall is about to fade. I think as soon as Earthen Wall goes down, Chaz is going to go down with it, but Relza's stunned up here with no trinket. Cassidy's at half health. This could actually go down to a 2v2, I think, at this point. Chaz is going to go out down. Ad Hoc Gaming have pulled out an absurd situation and able to take game 2 as Waz falls shortly after.
What in the world is going on? I mean, Ad Hoc Gaming, that was a very impressive performance coming in from them. Their target choice, the strategy change, the map that they picked, it all really worked out in their advantage. And I mean, you really have to take your hat off to them because this is an extremely difficult matchup, and they were able to pull off a win against a very good team. But this makes the series really interesting because now it's going to be Method EU that gets to choose their map as well as their composition. I'm kind of curious if Method EU has anything else in store.
I think we're going to see the same thing on a smaller map, probably Hook Point, but the last couple of moments here, it's so interesting to see how Cassidy plays this. And that Spirit Link did actually a couple of people, they charged out at the same time, so they just got the little heal from it. But here, Cassidy has no trinket, he has no barking, he has no defensives. He goes in, he gets all his bleeds here onto Chaz, and look at him, he's just staying away from the meat grinder. He's the real target that can die here. Relza still going to be able to survive okay at this point. So Cassidy's really balancing kind of his offense and his defense so well here. When he knows that he's vulnerable, he's just running out, gets his bleed up, just kites, and then when he knows that Relza is the one who's going to be taking the damage, then he goes back in and applies his damage. So Cassidy played it out beautifully, and did they actually get a kill? It was actually kind of close for Zuniaki to get the first kill there. But yeah, Ad Hoc Gaming, it still took a miracle, with Facile teleporting in. Like that moment where Reza was completely he was super low on HP, and then Facile used his Ventir blink on everyone and disoriented everything, and then Reza got away. Stuff like that is, it happens once every 100 games. So I feel like if you're Method, you probably look in the same comp.
All right, so now we're tied up. You think Method EU, they're still going to continue with this composition despite that game number 2 loss, and you don't think it'd be a little bit safer to go something a little bit more comfortable?
No, I think you just go hook point, lock Ret Warrior, and do the same thing. I feel like the map is the reason why that was even possible, so just play the same thing.
Well, this game number 3 is going to be crucial for Ad Hoc Gaming if they want to have any hopes of winning this series. This is going to be the swing match for them if they can pull off a victory, and it is going to be a Method EU's map choice. So it's going to be a difficult turnaround if they want to win this series, because we did see Method EU win that blind lock in the beginning of game number 1, and look at that. You're right, hook point.
Wow.
Yep, everything checks
Go
out.
figure. You go to hook point as a cleave. Relza's not going to have the same kind of luxury to get away. I mean, it really came down to Chaz just being isolated for so long in the match, where Zuniaki and Waz basically had to give up the chase in order to come back and help him in those kind of dire moments. But on this small map, it's going to be extremely easy, I would say, for Chaz to kind of be on target, get on top of Relza, where Method EU can work together as a unit, because Zuniaki throwing in off heals, Waz throwing in intervenes, all kind of rely on them being together. And when that happens, it's really difficult for Ad Hoc Gaming to get any kind of pressure rolling. So it's all about divide and conquer for Ad Hoc Gaming, but Method EU on the small map is going to have a massive edge in that regard.
You could, I don't know if you guys saw that, but Cassidy was like taking these deep breaths. He definitely looks a little bit nervous as we head into this next game here. And from what it sounds like, I think this is going to be a very difficult series for them. Going to be a hard turnaround, but let's see if we can do it in game number 3. We're going to be going to hook point Method EU's map choice. That was their loss for that last game, so they're looking to turn things around, putting themselves on match point here on hook point.
Yeah, hook point, Red Warrior versus jungle. If you're in the jungle, this is probably the worst matchup and worst map combination that you can pick. Now, Method, they hold all the cards, and it really comes down to that surprise on Nagran. So for them, this is a prime position to be in, and for Ad Hoc Gaming, this is the swing match. If they win this, they're at least going to have a big map advantage and put a series on their hand for game 5. So they're not out of the woods yet. They're definitely playing for a lot here. Both of these teams, qualification on the line. Ad Hoc needs to win against Method. If Method wins, then they're going to be able to shut down a lot of those tiebreakers. So for Ad Hoc, their entire hopes and dreams can rely on this entire series here, and it all comes down to the swing match, the most important match of all.
Let's see what they can do. Rel's already got a nicely timed barrier, totally negating Method EU's first attack of cooldown, so well played by Relza, and they're still going after Chaz. It seems like their only hope. Psychic Scream on both DPS. Chaz is isolated. Ad Hoc Gaming trying to push to match point, but blocked out there. Relza escapes and drinks. He's actually, anytime he gets a drink, it's better than not getting a drink. That's basically a Radiant charge that he just got from that couple of seconds of sipping. Relza is now stunned up. Cassidy is stunned up. This is a dangerous moment for Relza and Cassidy. They're intercepted by a Disorient. They're getting right back onto Chaz. It's a bit of a healer race between these two European Titans, and at the moment, it's looking even. Maybe not. Chaz dips low with a Psychic Scream onto Zuniaki. He can't help him out here in this position. Intervene, going to come through onto Chaz. Redirect some damage and allow him to stabilize. Chaz also, when he's getting tunneled down like this, it's difficult to purge, or he's going to fall behind on healing. So he wants to purge, but he doesn't have Water Shield because he has to use Earth Shield on himself to heal. This strategy is a nice adaptation by Ad Hoc.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it got them a win. So we'll see if they can continue it, but Relza getting low! What is going on? 5% health, the Trinket Rapture Shield comes in. Relza kind of greeting it out there, but great pressure from Method EU at the same time. Chaz taking a bit of a hit. Let's see if he can get on top of Relza. That's just massive. I mean, for Relza, in order to survive in stuns, he basically has three tools. The first one is Trinket. The second one is Pain Suppression. The third one is Cassidy throws in a lot of heals. So we've already got the trinket out of the way, and they can interrupt Cassidy at any time or put crowd control on him. So that's going to be up to Method EU. And then Pain Suppression is still a major objective they need to get. But if they can get that in this stun, and they do, now Relza is incredibly vulnerable on that Discipline Priest. Method EU potentially just one setup from closing out this game. And Zuniaki has his Avenging Wrath available.
Not a good situation to be in here if you're Ad Hoc Gaming. Definitely, Relza's going to have to drop a preemptive barrier, potentially a power word barrier. If he can get that off, he will survive that next down, or if Cassidy can save the day with the heals, or if Vasil can disorient everyone again on his Hunter. There is some ways that they can survive it, but they're not in a great position here. Duniaki now in a trap actually gets trinkets out there, actually nicely down trapping him when the Dispel is on cooldown. Now Method making their push here. Cass looking for the Hex, but Cassidy can just dispel it. Nice wind shear there on the heels of Cassidy. And here's a stun onto Chaz. Duniaki's in a fear. There's a counter stun by Waz now though onto Cassidy. But that means they don't have wind shear or a stun for Cassidy. There's the preemptive barrier. They didn't stun Relza though. There's still a 30-second window where all they need to do is stun Relza and stop Cassidy from healing, and they can still win the game. And here we go. Here comes the trigger. Here comes the damage. There's the wings. There's the wind shear, and that is gonna be
so close.
Zuniaki bubbled for the kill, just to make sure that it was set in there. So I think with this win, based on tiebreaker situations, it's likely that Method EU has qualified. We'll want to wait until after the series is completely concluded to lock it in 100%. But to my current understanding, based on their game score, they should qualify. So we will have to wait and see, though.
Yeah, we will keep you guys posted as we go along here at the end of this series, and we'll let you guys know those final placements as we finish that series. But Method EU now finding themselves on match point. It's 2-1 now, and we're going to get that draft process started. It's Ad Hoc Gaming's map choice. Here's that replay as well.
Yeah, we're going to see those last couple of moments. And it's kind of what we were talking about, during the match as well. For Ad Hoc Gaming, they're trying to fear Zuniaki, set up kills onto Cassidy. Waz, obviously, on that warrior, trying to stop that from happening. So here, it was Zuniaki mounts up with his steed and charges towards Relza. Relza thinks he's going to get Hammer of Justice, drops the power word barrier, but unfortunately for him, Zuniaki was holding on to it, and then they do chain this down. And of course, Chaz with an instant wind shear onto Cassidy as well, so he can't heal. They get the Divine Tall, they get the bubble, they get the wings, they get everything, and that's going to be a KO'd Priest. And it's kind of what it comes down to, is just if you don't have Trinket and you don't have Pain Suppression as a Priest, you're dead. Unless you preemptively stop that from... unless you preemptively stop yourself from being stunned with no damage reduction up, you're gonna die, especially against this caliber of teams. So,
well, Method EU having a very strong showing so far. If they win this next series, they're gonna beat Ad Hoc Gaming in a 3-2-1 fashion. And I mean, this is their last series of the entire circuit. There's quite a lot on the line at the moment, and they brought out this new composition. They haven't switched off of it despite that loss. I mean, that's a lot of confidence, I feel like, right there, Venriki, on the side of Method EU that they're throwing out.
Yeah, I just feel like Method EU kind of knows, even if they get kind of a fluky loss, even that loss that they got, it was still incredibly close, right? So it's about as good as it can go without winning. And if anything, it gives more data and more practice for Method EU in that situation. Obviously, this composition works. There's a reason why Ad Hoc Gaming doesn't like playing jungle into the Ret Warrior Shaman. It's because it's a really difficult matchup. It's kind of easy as 1, 2, 3. Get Pain Suppression, get Trinket, stop Cassidy from healing, and you're going to win the game. And on the small maps, it becomes a nightmare. Maybe on a large map, Ad Hoc Gaming could come back and win it, but still not super convincing. Even on Tolvaron, it was kind of a miracle win for them, I would say. And I think now that Method EU is a little bit more prepared for that strategy, I think it will even go more in their favor. So for Ad Hoc Gaming, I'd actually like to see them bring in Gelu. I would love to see Gelu on the Fire Mage and go back to the Holy Priest, Pharaoh Druid, Fire Mage, a matchup maybe Method EU hasn't practiced and they're not comfortable in, and then maybe you get a surprise win that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Method EU may have that in the back of their heads that, you know, maybe we do see Ad Hoc Gaming switch off that composition. Do you think that if they do lock that in, then Ven, that Arms Ret would still be a good counter comp, because they're gonna have to blind lock that in if that's the case?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Ad Hoc Gaming lose. It is possible. but Method EU is going to have to play really well, and it's just one of those compositions where I feel like Ad Hoc Gaming will have a lot more flexibility in their strategy. So that could throw Method EU off a little bit, but still for Method EU, I feel like it's just a safe.
Oh.
Mugambala. Okay. Interesting
prophecy.
map choice.
Anytime
Yeah.
he gets picked, the prophecy. It's not a final. It's not game 7. There's no prophecy.
It is a magical map. I mean, this could be the prophecy where they come back for Ad Hoc Gaming. It gives off that vibe, right? Like
Has Loa, right?
Yeah, voodoo and all that stuff. But Method EU, they're looking good so far. On this map, it might be a little bit more difficult. Ad Hoc Gaming likely going to try to abuse the Z-axis, that little platform, because there's so many different sections of Mugambala. That's what makes it an interesting map, is you basically have like 4 arenas in one. You have the large pillar, which you can play around, but you can go upstairs, and then all of a sudden you have that kind of Z-axis playground. You can use the starter room if you want. So positioning is going to matter a lot here for Ad Hoc Gaming, and based off what positioning they take, it'll tell us a lot about the strategy they want to implement.
Yeah, this is, I don't have a number to back this up, but I would bet that this is like the least chosen map in the AWC. It's not often we do get to see this one. We're seeing Ad Hoc Gaming lock in their comp. They completely switched things up with map, but they're sticking with that comp. Do you disagree, Vin, on the
We're
map?
trying to run them.
No, I don't know if I disagree. I'm
What's
trying to
the
think.
least picked map?
Okay.
Blade's Edge. Blade's Edge doesn't get picked very often either.
I still feel like it gets picked more, though. No?
Could. Mugambala
probably-
has been picked a lot more in Shadowlands because of the
That's true.
the Spidey legendary.
You're right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take that back. Second to last chosen map. Either way, my point is we really don't see it a lot, and now Ad Hoc Gaming is bringing it out. They're sticking that with that same composition, and they're bringing out where it really counts. I mean, this is their last chance to try and turn this series around for them. This could be, I mean, this is their very last circuit in the game, so or in this AWC circuit, so this could very well be their last game if they don't turn it around right here, Zico.
Yeah, definitely. Stakes are super high. I mean, they need to win this and then somehow try to win again. So, potentially on a small map. So, Ad Hoc Gaming definitely have an uphill battle here for them. But, I mean, if anybody's going to do it, it's these guys. And this is the only jungle, that qualified to the circuit in general. So, if you are, somebody who likes to watch jungle, you're definitely cheering for these guys to bring it back here. And like Van already kind of mentioned, I think we're going to see the Spider-Man legendary come out from Relza again with the Leap of Faith to friendly targets. And I guess the idea is to use those, there's like those stairs that go up, and then there is a little platform up there. And I guess they're going to jump up and then leap back up and use the Ventir teleports and stuff like that, which could work, but I don't know. I think the main thing that is interesting is, can Relza get away on this map? And if he can, then Ad Hoc Gaming have a chance to win. And for Chaz, I wonder if he's going to make any adaptations now that he knows that he's likely to be trained, if he's going to swap any talents or maybe Soulbind or something. I mean, he's already playing, Necrolord, so he is pretty tanky by default from that.
All right, Ad Hoc Gaming's last chance to turn this series around on Mugambala. Method EU on match point, though.
All right, let's see if they can just clean it up here at 3-1, and they'll definitely be qualified if they haven't already, winning this series with a 4-3. So let's see if they can pull it off here. Chaz is once again going to be the target for Ad Hoc Gaming. Just chasing him down on the hunt. Zuniaki and Waz want to get onto Relza. Where's Relza going to go? He's just scared around the corner here, trying to reposition. Not in the greatest spot to be able to jump up or down or use any knockbacks. He needs to get towards that platform on the balcony, but now he's stunned and he's not able to get there. Big damage coming through here from Method EU. This is the wrecking ball of Zuniaki. How is Relza going to survive? He's trying to make his way over to the edge here with the Rapture, but still not completely on the edge or committed to jumping off just yet, before having to jump back up with his legendary Leap of Faith. As we see him wrap around the other side here, Zuniaki and Waz charging in. Chaz trades Astral Shift to try and stay on target. Relz is in position to jump upstairs if they follow him. So let's see if they decide to. Door of Shadows is going to get interrupted. No one's there for him to jump to, though, and now he's in a full Hammer of Justice. Waz leaps onto target, Hex onto the heels of Cassidy. Cassidy dodges it by going into Shapeshift, but now Relza can jump up to Facile, having a good time for a couple of seconds while they're not on him, but I can imagine that Method EU are just rampaging their way back to Relza.
Get over here. And Zuniaki's going to get on his steed and try to reconnect. But so far, the map's been working out well. Big mind games on Chaz. Chaz in some trouble, but potentially here Ascendant's forced to trade out, so good kind of hit and run attack. Ad Hoc Gaming, they run away. And then as Chaz is isolated and Zuniaki and Waz are trying to get back on target, they can get aggressive. Nice preemptive barrier there by Relza. Nicely done. And also Relza playing Relentless this game, so that's a big adaptation. Opting not even to have that trinket. He's playing human, so he has the everyman for himself. But now there is an opportunity. He can actually get out of the stuns and keep himself alive. They're also actually going to use a little bit of a different positioning here. Waz leaps over, keeps Relza in combat, trying to get the damage rolling, but a nice fear comes in, stopping Zuniaki, and Chaz still under fire. And this is the problem. I really feel like if Waz and Zuniaki leave Chaz behind, he's so isolated, it becomes really, really scary for the Shaman to survive.
Yeah, Shaman kind of needs those word of glories from time to time from Zuniaki to have that backup. But that's why he's always trying to get back on target. And also Chaz has, off stunts and purges and things like that, so he can definitely add to the offensive pressure. They're swapping over to Cassidy right now, though. They went up to Relza. I believe they got the everyman for himself there, and now looking to get more cooldowns from Cassidy here. Barkskin just faded. Chaz overlapping his astral shift there with the sacrifice from Zuniaki. So now Chaz, the next time he gets stand up, could be a little bit dangerous for him. Zuniaki's going to need to be quick with the Sanctuary. Zuniaki in a trap downstairs, gets dispelled. Now where's the Sanctuary? Onto Chaz. No Sanctuary coming back there from Zuniaki. I actually haven't seen him use it too often. Maybe he's saving it to keep Waz mobile if he gets CC'd or stunned. But now they're going to do their setup. Here comes the stun onto Relza. There's the stun onto Cassidy. Zuniaki gets stunned up as well. Chaz interrupted. It's a huge hit there. There's a double Radiance coming out from Relza. And with it, half his mana bar. That was an incredibly close call. Incredibly greedy right there. I can't believe he survived.
All right, they're just staying on target. Relza in position to try and jump up to an ally. Who is he going to jump to here? He's kind of stranded. He needs somebody. He's going to jump up to Facile. Wrap around the corner, but Waz heroic leaps with that freedom. Unbound freedom. Zuniaki charging in as well. And that piercing howl snares Relza so tremendously. I don't think he's going to be able to get away. The Masters call him out of it, but now he's into the Hammer of Justice. Chaz is stunned up at the same time. Zuniaki is stunned up. He needs some help here. Down at 10%. Clutching on a Battle Master Riptide with an Intervene. Chaz is now going to survive. Try and get back on top of Relza and look for some Purge spam and take him out here. Does he have another leap of faith? Relza's downstairs on the bottom side, waiting for a target to jump to. He gets pummeled at the moment. Maybe he's going to tank some interrupts before jumping. He's trying to fish for a mind games. He's tanking a lot of damage. He's going to jump up to Facile. Now Chaz is stuck on the bottom with a Hunter just hitting him for free, and Cassidy is going to get swapped to and blended down a bit as they make their way back to Relza. They're just chasing him down, full Zug onto the Priest, but Chaz is getting punished for it, definitely. Relza into the stun. Cassidy not able to help out too much. Desperate Prayer, Barrier going to trade for Relza. Both healers really being put to the test.
Yeah, no question about it. The positioning has been really nice from Relza. Chaz is kind of struggling, and I feel like so far things aren't looking too bad here for Ad Hoc Gaming. A few close calls, but with Pain Suppression still available, Relza has a few more opportunities to survive. A beautiful fear coming in with a stun onto Chaz. Chaz could be in some trouble. He's got the Ascendance, so has a little bit of throughput. Now that fades, could be in some trouble. Relza manages to get away. Waz in hot pursuit and not allowing Relza to recover his mana. Theoretically, if Relza never drinks, then Chaz should have the mana lead, even though he's forced to use the Earthern Shield the entire game for heals. Hammer of Justice lands. Relza caught into the stun. Cassidy in a Stormbolt. Kind of a 3 versus 1 situation. One Radiance will land with Pain Suppression. Cassidy also getting swapped to here. Just big damage coming in from Method U. Lots of pressure points. Relza, how are you going to survive? It gets interrupted on the Mind Games. Kind of just using Mind Games as a way to soak up interrupts. Well, might just get dropped once again. Relza going to 1% health. What a close call. If Ad Hoc Gaming loses this series, they're in so much trouble. The stun! The stun comes in! Zuniaki with a clutch play. Relza still just trying to escape. He can't believe what just happened. Trades out the Rapture, the last little bit of his mana, and at this point, I feel like Method EU, they are just moments away from winning this game.
That was insane. Waz right now,
bubble.
the man on your screen gets the intimidating shot mid leap of faith right there. Zuni with the backup stun after that. Reza just falls down from the air, and that's a trick that you can specifically only do with the Warriors here. You can do that to stop Warlock gateways and some other things as well. Yeah, Waz, he's already sitting there telling his team, I played so good this game. He's already pulling up the replays. He's already like whispering me as well on Battle.net. Did you see that, Zico? Did you see that? So yeah, definitely good job for Waz. Last game for him on the circuit, and he's going to make it count for sure with a big play at the end there. I think we're going to see it on the replay as well.
Yeah, hopefully they do. Here it is. Okay.
Oh, we're definitely going to see it. This was way before.
Yeah, I mean, so at this point, Relsa, he's basically burned through all his cooldowns, and Fiziel's like, okay, well, I'm going to help you. I'm getting up in position. Whenever you want to, you can leap of faith to me. So here it is, and boom, intimidating shout into a Hammer of Justice. Waz was just waiting for that one. A beautiful play. And then at this point, I mean, Relsa, there's no escape. You've got no mana. You've got no cooldowns. That was really your only chance to get away. And desperation kind of sinks in for Ad Hoc Gaming, but it's just too little too late. Method EU did a really good job in this game, just having maximum uptime, never allowing Relsa to reset his mana. Now, you really have to give it up for Method EU because I did not expect this composition from them. I feel like showing this kind of flexibility is really good for the roster as a whole.
Also, this win for Method EU does mean that they are now officially in the top 4, so that is a huge win for them. Unfortunately, that is it for Ad Hoc Gaming. I do have some behind-the-scenes information from them, though. I mean, apparently, they didn't really expect to perform all that, like, this well in the circuit as well as the cup stages, so they've come a long, long way. I feel like they've developed so much as a team as well, sort of figuring out new compositions that work for them and perfecting that jungle composition. So, hugely well done by Ad Hoc Gaming. That was a good season for them, but that is a qualification win for Method EU. And also, I do have stats on the Mugambala map, if you guys want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hear it.
So Mugambala was locked in twice before that one, and Blade's Edge was locked in once on Shadowlands. So it was very close, but you were right.
Very close. Yeah, Blade's Edge doesn't get picked very often. I feel like basically the Z-axis maps you want, you can get more value on places like Mugambala if you're playing, the Leap of Faith or you're playing Door of Shadows. So it is interesting changes that are coming in.
Yeah, I feel like all of them at the times we've seen it, like it was a favorite for Space Station Gaming. In BFA we saw it from like I feel like just them. But anyways, we are going to wrap that series up. Very, very well done by Method EU. That is a 3-1 for them. And up next, we've got another European series for you guys. It's Reload Esports versus Creed. These two teams, they're kind of just playing for second and third at the moment. They have both for sure qualified for the top 4. So like they don't have that pressure of not qualifying, but of course seeding is very important heading into that European finals for them. So we're going to come to that match after this break. It's going to be Reload Esports versus Creed. We'll be right back.
his ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but he gets caught on a polymorph. The Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloudride's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Growth, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Hey everybody, and welcome back. Third series of the day, still in the European region. It's Reload Esports versus Creed. Both of these teams already qualified for top 4, and they will be competing for second and third place as we head into the European finals. So both of these teams have been doing tremendously well in the circuit, and this is going to be the first time we're seeing them face off against each other for the last day of the circuit. Supatis, what are we expecting from this series? What are they going to bring to the table?
I mean, Reload Esports, it's kind of a mixed bag here. I feel like they could play 2 different compositions, really, throughout this series. Which one will they ultimately lead with? If they lead with Ret Warrior, I'm a bit worried that Creed will be leading with Ellie Fire Mage. So Shadow Priest Warrior might be, I feel like, higher odds against everything Creed has available to them. So I feel like Reload Esports likely blind locking Shadow Priest Warrior, and then Creed. I mean, honestly, who knows, right? Like they could do Fire Mage, why am I saying Demonology War? I was gonna say Demonology War, Demon Hunter. They could do Demon Hunter, Fire Mage, Holy Paladin. That's what they were running a lot most recently, but they could really do anything. So if I was Reload Esports, I would play Shadow Priest Warrior. Shaman is just durable, long-lasting, strong composition, and then we've got to wait and see. Creed, so Creed, I think we're expecting Ret Warrior, with Mystic being on Reload Esports roster, and that's why they went with the Fire Ellie Mage. I feel like we've critiqued Creed on not running Fire Mage Ellie enough, so this time around, I think preparing it for the circuit, or for after the circuit into the finals, is a really good plan on their part.
All right, let's see what they can do, what these teams bring to the table. Second and third place actually on the line for these 2 teams.
All right, let's see it. Creed right now, locking in their Elemental Shaman, Fire Mage. We've seen them run this in the past, and it has looked good. Let's see, they're going to be going after Mercy right away, but Saza, unfortunately, not able to really find too much damage. Intimidating Shout coming in for Mercy. Going to be shutting that down completely. And it just, I mean, Reload Esports, this is a team that has prepared quite a bit. Mercy actually posted something really interesting on Twitter. It was like a picture that they made with tons of different points about exactly how they wanted to tunnel down a Warlock on Empyrean Domain. It was really interesting. I've never, honestly, I haven't seen that level of preparation in quite some time. So Reload Esports definitely a serious contender here. They kind of study their opponents and look to find those weaknesses. You can bet that this is a matchup that they've been prepared for. And I think this is just the nature of this matchup is going to be one where Creed is likely going to be looking for one-shots, and Reload Esports, they just have to hold on, deny the one-shots as long as possible. They can win on mana, and when dampening's high enough, they can win just on overall consistent pressure as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a story about purging Saza and having uptime on Saza for Mercy and Belay. Just trying to shut him down, trying to use that grounding totem from Lontar, those wind shears, just anything they can to disrupt Saza and to stay on target. And of course for Creed, it's just going to be about setting up these one-shots. They haven't really gotten a good setup yet. That first combustion was kind of botched there for Saza, so he's going to have his second one ready here just about now, actually. And let's see, who does he want to go for? They got the Skyfeeder totem here. Going from Mercy right now. It's going to be Baka with the damage right now. Saza just holding on to his damage, holding on his damage for now. And now he's actually going to pop the combustion there. You get silenced on it by Delay. Nice shutdown as well with those dispels right there. And once again, now it's going to be all about kiting Dragon Mercy away from Lontar, trying to reset that combustion, trying to Nova and sheet Mercy behind pillars, and now crossing the map once again back to his own side of the map here. Nice thunderstorm there from Baka as well on the charge of Mercy there, allowing Saza to get a lot of distance there. And now here comes Stormkeeper, big damage potential here with the Sky Fury as well. There's the zaps, but doesn't look like he's getting any procs or crits. So Baka here, unfortunately, not going to be able to get that counter pressure going, and instead it's going to be Saza here, falling ever slightly behind there. Drainer did trinket and trade out his wings in that exchange as well.
All right, even mana at this point. It's anyone's game. This is one that's likely to go pretty deep into dampening, as all the classes are highly durable and mana efficient here. Saza's just pulling Mercy side to side on this map, dragging him out behind the pillar here. Lontar's trying to catch up, and then he's going to reposition maybe and go across the opposite side of the map. This is what I'm waiting to see. Baka is just free casting lava bursts in the midfield, maximizing his damage. And it does seem like their ultimate win condition is going to be on mana, with Lontar slightly behind. Knockback on Mercy on that heroic leap. Looked kind of interesting. Valet gets a grip on the Mercy to pull him right back over to Saza. Saza gets charged, but Mercy is getting blasted down, caught in a lightning lasso. Nice crowd control by Baka here in this setup. That's going to land them a trinket and a Spirit Link Totem. If Baka keeps playing interference here every time Saza runs out into the midfield, I'm starting to get worried for Reload Esports.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the damage potential from Creed is absolutely massive in this matchup with this composition. Polymorph now on Valet, as we're seeing Saza trying to get control of the matchup and hold on until that combustion is up once again. So just all about that one-hit wonder for Creed. Can they get that one shot? Hex now onto Lontar. Baka trying to set up his team, but Saza kind of isolated. Beautiful, intimidating shout coming in there by Mercy. Just trying to get the pressure rolling, trying to train down Saza. And the more uptime he can have on Saza in this match, the more fireballs that he can interrupt, the harder it is for Saza to actually get that combustion rolling, which is really going to be that big moment where they can actually win the game. Mana not looking too good for Drainer. I kind of wonder if he's ever going to be able to sneak away and drink, but so far Reload Esports doing a great job maintaining their pressure and really keeping Creed kind of on the back foot, not allowing them to reset that combustion very often. Right now, Saza with a shifting power. He has 5 seconds left on that combustion. So Reload Esports, they need to figure out a way to deal with this next hit of explosive damage we're going to be seeing from Creed.
Yeah, they have a big opportunity here on Mercy. That next opportunity, they get a Hex. Here we go. There's a full Hex. Actually, it's DR on Lontar right there, so definitely don't recommend using the combustion here. Saza instead is going to be playing it patiently. They use that Soul Shape, and instead it's going to sheep Valet. Nice Shadow with Death there by Valet on the Polymorph, saving Lontar the trouble of having to dispel right there. Instead can save that dispel for Mercy. Now Mercy actually trading out that die by the sword right there. It looked like Saza just went for a rotational combustion right there again with no CC there onto Lontar. I really would have liked it if they just went for the Hex on Lontar again with the Saza just crossing the map like this. Baka has a pretty easy time landing those Hexes and then just popping the combustion in an actual setup. But now Lontar is going to have his Trinket, so that play that Baka did a little bit earlier that netted them, Lontar's Trinket Spirit Link, not going to be mattering too much for the outcome of this game here. Now, Baka actually getting reflected there on his Hex, but luckily for him, he is playing with a Mage. Saza can just dispel that one. Now, Saza getting silenced here. Big pressure onto Saza. It could be the sacrifice from Drainer. He's going to trade it out to Trinket and sacrifice. Saza going to go back in time from that alter time and get topped off. And now looking to get aggressive here once again, back over onto Mercy.
I really want to see Saza reposition here, drag Lontar into the midfield so Baka can get some opportunities to crowd control. They're going to Hex the Warrior, go after the Shadow Priest a little bit here. Mana slightly in favor now for Reload Esports with dampening kicking in, but here comes the crowd control. Stun on Lontar into a blinding light. Mercy down at half with that lightning lasso, and Lontar doesn't feel comfortable, so he's going to trinket out of the blinding light to try and stabilize Mercy here. Combustion's available. They've got a Stormkeeper. They could even swap to Lontar if they can catch him out in midfield, but right now Saza's in trouble trying to Soul Shape away. Here comes the Warbreaker, big damage incoming from Mercy, and that Blade Storm is making sure that he doesn't get crowd controlled. Saza tries to blink forward, polymorphs the Shadow Priest, double Dragon's Breath, trying to stall through the pressure that Mercy is dishing out, but they're not confident that they can stabilize. Saza actually trades an Ice Block in this position, and that does net Reload Esports a cooldown lead and mana advantage almost 7 minutes in.
Yeah, right now, decent damage here on Mercy. Baka in the midfield, just trying to set up his team. Lightning Lasso onto Lontar, but a swap coming in from Valet, pressuring Baka in this situation. Trainer was able to recover a lot of his mana, and at 13% dampening, that's the exact position that you want. Creed actually has a mana lead, but Saza is getting low. Intimidating shout comes in. Saza could be his cauterize. Trainer really trying to hold on. He uses the Divine Shield. Bombs out some heals, but that's cauterized. That's Ice Block. Reload Esports in a great position to take down Saza. They just have to try to hold on, but at this point, I mean, if Saza is getting interrupted, it's going to be really difficult for him to reset that combustion. Reload Esports is doing a great job. Even though they're behind on mana, their pressure is going to start really adding up here, and I think Drainer's going to struggle.
Yeah, I really feel like the longer the game goes, the better it is for Reload Esports here. The one saving grace is that Lontar has no trinket, but that was the combustion from Saza a little bit earlier being spent there, so they don't really have that much damage. It's going to have to be Baka doing most of the heavy lifting when it comes to the offense. Full blinding light here onto Lontar. Can they get a Hex or a Sheep? They're going to get the Sheep right there, and they're going to go after Valet here with the Stormkeeper, but Valet on that Shadow Priest just going to trade out the Fade. Shadow Priest is not a great target here, unfortunately, for the Mage Elemental, because he just has Fade, Dispersion, very effective against compositions that just want to kill you in 1 or 2 hits, like the Fire Mage Ellie, and instead it's going to be Mercy most likely as the main target. And I do agree with Sid. I think the next time Lontar triggers like that, if they can set up their next combustion to actually kill Lontar, that would be ideal. Saza actually just going to pop his combustion right there onto Mercy. Felt like he had an opportunity where he wouldn't actually get purged on it, so he just kind of did another rotational combustion right there. Lontar now standing in the Healing Rain. I'm not sure if he's actually playing the Healing Rain, the spell right there, but he is going to be able to keep Mercy nice and going here. Mercy now with Avatar as well, looking to get aggressive onto Saza. Saza still 2 minutes plus away from his Ice Block. Trainer with no sacrifice. They have that Blessing of Protection, but that's about it. The next time Saza gets stunned, they're probably going to have to trade that out, they're going to have to trade that out for sure and try to keep him alive with just raw healing.
So Lontar is actually running the Cleansing Waters, so he can dispel Flame Shock, Ignite, Polymorph. This is actually a really good counter to what Creed is running specifically. It totally dismantles their entire composition. If Lontar can get a Healing Rain down prior to a setup, he can likely remove everything that's going for Creed, and they've already got a huge advantage. Drainer is stunned up, Saza at half, into a Quaking Palm of Valet. Drainer has to trinket a Quaking Palm. That Pandera and Racial got a medallion out from Drainer, but now they're reversing the pressure. Lightning Lasso onto Mercy, Valet gonna silence it, try and stall out here. Baka's looking for Hex, gets Wind Sheared on it. Saza's still dangerously low on health. Gets the save by the Light Shield proc on top of a Blazing Barrier, but they're cutting through that. They're just absolutely owning Saza. Lontar's in a Hex, but it's a Desperation Hex to try and prevent purges. Saza's going to run around the corner, try and avoid Mercy. Mercy's just going to go after Drainer a bit. Drainer's charging down Lontar. Does he have a Blinding Light? Something to turn the tide of battle. They've got likely 1 or 2 more combustions left in the tank here with this one available, but there's not a lot of good options. Lontar caught into a Dragon's Breath. If they can find this Polymorph, Overwatch, Spell Reflect. Nice timing by Mercy. Baka's trying to load up some Lava Bursts. He's got Stormkeeper coming up soon. They're going to need a one-hit wonder. They're going to need a miracle to turn this around. They're so dangerously low, and they're cutting through the sacrifice. Can they kill Saza through sacrifice at this point? They've procced the Wild Seed. They've cut it up, and they are not going to be given an opportunity for that one-shot wonder. Reload Esports go up 1-0.
I mean, that was a really convincing win from them as well. Only, a couple of scary moments throughout the entire game, but that's to be expected against the Fire Mage Elemental Shaman. Reload Esports, they come prepared. They get a Game 1 victory, and at this point, I feel like for Creed, even though there was a few cooldowns left at the end, and I feel like in Deep Dampening, it really can go either way. I still feel like this isn't necessarily the greatest matchup for them. I wonder if they're going to switch it up.
We'll have to see if they do decide to switch off of that Ellie Fire Mage that Creed brought to that blind lock very shortly, but Reload Esports taking that game number 1 victory on the Grand Arena, and here's how it all went down.
Yeah, they just kind of ran out of time here. Drainer has the Blessing of Protection. He's low on mana. Saza has no Ice Block, no Cauterize. He's actually going to reset his Ice Block right here. And they're going to go ahead and try to pressure Mercy here. So I was just trying to line of sight him, but anytime he goes out here, he goes for the CC, but look at Mercy. Even if Mercy doesn't get that Spell Reflect on the Sheep right there with the Overwatch, Belay was already pre-casting a Master Spell, so Saza is just having a tough time landing crowd control in general, and here they just get so much uptime there. They sacrifice a little bit too late right there, and as a result, Saza just takes a big hit, becomes a seed, and goes down without using his Ice Block. Man,
Ben Rookie. Yeah.
Okay.
Predictable.
Oh my god. You can't break the streak.
No.
Can't do it.
I mean, it's a long time ago. Jeez.
Oh man. All right. Well, game number 1 looking pretty good so far for Reload Esports, but it's a long match, and if that game is any indicator of what we're going to be seeing for the rest of this series, we may very well have a very close series on our hands. It's going to be Creed's map choice very shortly, and that means we're going to have to see Reload Esports blind lock in that composition. And we know the wide range of comps that Creed does play and is able to play. So really, Super Tees, they can bring anything to game number 2.
I actually don't. I wonder what their best option is in this matchup, because it feels like Warrior Shadow Priest Shaman is just good into everything. I mean, that's why Reload Esports, I think, picked it as their blind pick, but like Warrior Mage Paladin,
Turbo?
might be okay. I swear Turbo is not a good pick. I want them to pick it just so that I can see it for sure that it's not a good pick in a Shadow Priest Warrior. So yes, the Creed should play Turbo. That will then,
Why,
that will just
why
confirm,
don't you think it's good?
that will confirm my suspicions. Because Shadow Priest Warrior is so durable. It's very difficult for Turbo to kill Shadow Priest because they always have a defensive cooldown for Doom Winds, which is like your main win condition as the Enhancement Shaman. So if the other team just fades your Doom Winds every time or disperses it, you can't really net a kill. And you'll lose on mana likely if the Warrior just tunnels the healer, is usually the strategy. The Warrior just tunnels the healer, the Shadow Priest 2v2s, the Enhance and the Warrior. I want to see them play it just to make sure. I haven't seen it too much with Paladin Healer, which might be a significant difference to have a Paladin Healer over what I see a lot or what I play as a Disc Priest. I don't know about a Mistweaver. It could be okay. I could see it being okay. I'd be worried about mana, but they should try Turbo one game. Then I'll know for sure.
I like that.
I believe.
What do you like about Mistweaver, Vin?
There's a few things that I like. They probably won't pick it, but
they're not
one
doing
of the things
it.
One of the things that I like is Ring of Peace is really good for breaking up Intervene. So if you can drop like a Ring of Peace between the Warrior and the Shadow Priest, you can isolate the Shadow Priest. You can also knock him out of Earthen Wall Totem, which is big. And then in addition to that, the mobility that a Mistweaver Monk has allows you to go for crowd control. So when you are going for burst on Valet and Mercy, you can actually push in, get it paralyzed with Incapacitate, get a leg sweep potentially, and it's going to be a lot easier for Drainer on the Mistweaver Monk to get crowd control. But I feel like it's unlikely we do see that. However, I don't know how much faith I have in the mage compositions against what Reload Esports is running, in all honesty. Well, I don't know.
I feel like Creed knew, there's no way that they thought, oh yeah, Reload, they're going to look in Ret Warrior that loses to half our comps. There's no way they thought that. So I really think that they were expecting Ellie, to play Ellie Mage into Shadow Priest Warrior. So I think they're going to look in the same thing that they did last game. And I think that's a bad sign for them because last game was a pretty convincing win for Reload. And I agree with you guys. I want to see the Turbo, but the Turbo is not going to happen because it's Tolver. So
no, it's not.
It's obvious they're going to look in Mage Ellie again, but it just it felt like they didn't get a single combustion that actually they didn't force a single cooldown the whole game with combustion. That was a 10-minute game. Not a single combustion forced as much as a trinket. They didn't force anything with any of those combusts. And that's partly on Saza just kind of using them whenever they're up, but also because the comp he's playing against has 2 offensive dispels, grounding totem. There's so many annoying things for Saza that he has to deal with. He's getting silenced when they're popping those combusts as well. So they're just focusing really, really big on shutting down Saza. So I feel like for Saza, he shouldn't even focus that much on actually getting, as many combusts as possible. Just sit on the combustion, just run around, drag the Warrior, back and forth across the map. And every time his Shaman has to chase him, that's when Baka's going to land a Hex. As soon as you land that Hex, Lightning Lasso, bzz, combustion. And that's really the only time you're going to be able to do anything. So I think play for those moments instead. And that's it. Allow Baka to just be the one who carries the game. Whoever is free in this matchup is the one who has to carry.
I really want Saza to play Meteor too. Kindling is so nice. Yeah. But the big problem is, you mentioned it. When you have a Shadow Priest and a Shaman dispelling you, Without Meteor, it can be difficult to actually get off effective damage with your Combustion. With Meteor, all you need is Meteor, Combustion, Fire Blast, Fire Blast, Power Blast, and that's going to be enough damage for Baka to take someone down. But without that, I mean, it's just not the same kind of explosive burst, and I feel like Reload Esports is going to have a better time dealing with it. So we'll see what Creed can do on this bigger map. Saz is going to really have to focus on creating space and kiting and getting around. But I feel like if Reload Esports plays as well as they did in that last game, they're going to have a really difficult time getting anything rolling.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be in a pretty comfortable position right now, just chilling behind this pillar right here, waiting out the fire elemental of Baka, waiting to maybe re-engage here. I think both teams are kind of just happy sitting back, and I think for Reload, they're going to have to be the team that kind of has to charge in. Mercy here trying to make his way to the mage without actually having to use his charge, but he's going to have to use it and use that Stormbolt right there now, trying to get back here onto Saza. Saza blinking away, trying to get some distance, trying to go for some sheeps. He actually gets one into Lontar. There's a double Dragon's Breath. This is a nice opportunity to counterspell the Master Spell here from Belay. There's the Overwatch Reflect. No more. Actually, they do get a follow-up sheep there onto Lontar. They also have a Hammer of Justice and a Blinding Light. This could be a combustion swap there onto Lontar, but Saza not pulling the trigger right there. Actually had a perfect opportunity to use it there, but maybe he didn't feel like he had enough damage to actually take him down without Baka. But now Saza going to be forced to go into kite mode here, and it's going to be up to Baka to really deal most of the pressure. Saza with a nice alter time, line of sighting the purges, tanking Mercy behind the pillar, looking for the Dragon's Breath polymorph. He finds it with a Hex actually. There's the combustion. This is what we're talking about right here. Big damage potential here onto Mercy. He trades out the trinket, he trades out the die by the sword, and he trades out his rallying cry. And that was for Saza's cooldown. Baka still has everything. And last time around, it was this Trinket Spirit Link when Baka popped this cooldown. So this is looking a lot more better. They already got more value from that first combustion.
All right, let's see if they can set it up again and reset the combustion. It's going to be a lot more favorable of a map here for Creed to pull Mercy and Valet and Lontar out into the open. Lightning Lasso disrupted here. Nice shutdown by Lontar. Drainer repositions. Saza is getting chopped up. They have to trade out a Blessing of Protection here onto Saza just to restabilize to the damage of Mercy. Lontar uses Fleshcraft to cross into midfield, but he's getting pushed back by Drainer. Drainer's chasing down Lontar, looking for crowd control, but Lontar has managed to escape him for now. They're actually swapping to Drainer, trying to punish him for getting that aggressive. Drainer's going to Hammer of Justice the Warrior and trying to escape away, but it seems like they're still going after him. With a charge execute, now trying to make their way over to Saza. It looks like Saza wants to go for Invis, but he got Heroic Leap, and that's a full Hex onto Lontar. Nice opportunity grabbed by Baka here. Can they take down Mercy with a couple seconds left on that Hex? Lightning Lasso, not enough. Silenced instantly by Valet. Valet trying to turn the tide of battle here, being left open, but now they're switching to him. He's blasted down to half health and immediately ducking around the corner to try and catch a heal. Playing that Shadowman legendary, I believe. There's a big Shadowman to recover. Going for Mind Games. Big damage onto Saza here with that Void Farm of Valet. Stun onto Drainer. They could get a caught. They could get a block. Maybe even the whole game. They get Divine Shield, Sacrifice, Blessing of Protection, and Ice Block. A list longer than my grocery list of cooldowns, but now suddenly almost turned it around and instantaneously kill Mercy. Lontar has to drop a Spirit Link Totem. I was just beginning to count Creed out, but that burst of damage definitely is keeping them in it.
Yeah, no question about that. Really good offensive push there by Creed. At the same time, Reload Esports, they got everything. Saza right now in so much trouble. This is going to be the cauterized mirror image. He's on the run. He's burning down. Intimidating shout on Drainer. Tremor Totem drops down. It looks like Saza might be able to hold on in the midfield, though. This is not the position you want. If you're Saza, you were getting dispelled by Lontar. Does get a sheep on Valet, but if you're stuck in the midfield with a Warrior training you down, Mercy getting bursted down, though. Mercy has to stay alive. Die by the sword trades. That should be enough. Valet actually getting interrupted. A beautiful setup. They could close it out right now. A big heal comes in from Valet, keeping Mercy alive, and that should be more than enough for him to live. Maybe not, though. This damage is unrelenting here by Creed. Definitely keeping this game interesting.
Yeah, their setups are looking a lot more deadly right now, and that's a good sign for Creed. But they did have to use their entire spell book, and the next time Saza gets stunned up, there's no answer right now. As soon as Drainer's wings fade, that's it. This could actually be it right here. Saza getting stunned up. We have a follow-up stun. It doesn't look like Mercy can find it. He blinks away to Drainer. Drainer gets the dispel. There's the Nightface Soul Ship. There is the DR Stormbolt now for Mercy. Maybe just came back up for him, but definitely needed that one earlier when he was behind the pillar right there. Now they get a fear onto Drainer here. Now Delay and Mercy caught in a double Nova. Zaza looking for some sheeps here onto Lontar, and this is a good opportunity for Creed to get aggressive. Zaza has his combustion, Lontar has no trinket, Mercy has no trinket. They need to get aggressive here. They're running away. I don't know if I like that. They had a quite nice opportunity right there to actually go and try to grab the win. There's no trinket Spirit Link, there's no Void Shift, Delay has no trinket as well. This was a really good opportunity for them, and now they just ran away. They're not going to really rotate back any important defenses. They already have sack, and other than that, it's just long cooldown defensive. So at this point, the Creed just kind of threw away their entire advantage here, and now they're going to have to go for a big turtle here. They're going to have to turtle for at least another 2 minutes if they want this line of play here to work out for them. So for Creed, they're just going to have to reposition, snare everybody, and just run. And as soon as Lontar gets his Spirit Link or Mercy gets his Trinket, they're going to feel comfortable to just push back in there. Very interesting decision making right there.
Yeah,
Fortunately, they've got a really big map to just run around in circles here. I mean, Drainer drank to full mana amidst them falling behind here. So if they can just stall a little bit longer, they've got to keep Mercy at bay, but Mercy's charging in with a Warbreaker. That's the big damage cooldown of a Warrior, but now he's a Polymorph and can't hit anybody at all as Zaza takes control of the Warrior and Baka retreats away. Very frustrating situation as a melee DPS player to get crowd controlled and kited on your cooldowns. Now, trading Dab of the Sword, I think Mercy, he's been hit by so many combustions that just kill him immediately that he's like, yep, combustion, Dab of the Sword. Like, it's just an instant reaction for him, even in that situation where it didn't seem like it made the most amount of sense. None of his teammates were crowd controlled. He does not want to die to a combustion as he has in the past. But now he's going into battle stance, popping Avatar, Stormbolt onto Baka, moving in for a Fear maybe, not able to get there in range, but he has it available. He's now polymorphed on his cooldowns again. Once again, the Angry Warrior just trying to get back onto a target, gets blinked away from. This is really good avoidance by Creed. They've realized that the Warrior is all of the pressure. Avoid his Avatar, avoid his Warbreaker, drag this fight out, try and burst him down out in midfield, win on mana, and play a very conservative game.
Yeah, I think that is the line of play that they need. Zaza going for crowd control really isn't an option. If he's in the open for too long, if he's getting dispelled, that's the nightmare situation for Zaza. And maybe they actually go after Baka a little bit more with the way Zaza's playing. But if you leave Zaza open, he's going to reset that combustion, and that's going to be a scary situation. But Mercy, they seem committed at this point for actually going after Baka. I don't know if this is the right move. Zaza getting spam polymorphs out now, onto Valet, kind of controlling up the game, going for a Nova. And we'll see if they do switch it up. Now Zaza, the target of choice, as Creed is retreating behind the pillar once again, but a full Stormbolt lands. Zaza forced to trade out his trinket. Look at Zaza, just a straight line. He's running as far as he can away from Mercy. That is the exact line of play that you want. They're going after Drainer. Lontar a little bit behind on mana, but this stall strategy from Creed is working out quite nicely. They do have pressure, and it seems like Reload Esports they're a bit hesitant to go all in.
Yeah, Creed, they've managed to stall for all of their cooldowns basically at this point. They got Divine Shield back, they got Blessing of Protection back, they got Ice Bolt back. Here comes the Combustion onto Mercy, big damage here. Mercy, what are you going to do? It's going to be Lontar trading up the Ascendus right there. Lightning Lasso coming out here as well, gets wind sheared the last second there by Lontar, and pretty fair exchange right there, but there was no crowd control onto Lontar, and I don't know. I feel like they really had the game in a checkmate situation. They had triple trinket down. They had combustion. Like, they just needed to go in there, but they want to play it. They want to play the long game here. And Drainer is going to trade out his Divine Shield right there. And I feel like one problem with playing the long game is that the Paladin is going to even if he drinks, he's going to before the Shaman. Like, there's no way Lontar gets out mana. But double-edged sword. Dampening is, of course, the fact that Lontar is also going to have to cast, and that's going to make him a lot more susceptible to just getting kicked and somebody getting deleted. Nice cross crowd control here with the Hex and the Sheep. Still good pressure here on the Mercy. He's going to activate that Battle Master. Wasn't feeling too safe there with that HP, so he's going to go ahead and activate that. Should be completely fine for now, and now getting aggressive here onto Zaza once again. And he's going to come to a point in the game where Drainer can no longer even go for drinks just because the rot pressure is going to be so high. Valet already precasting the Master Spell there. Gets the Hammer's Justice onto Lontar. Lontar holding onto his wind shear here. Zaza, though, gets the Aura Mastery into a full sheep. There's no Master Spell here. This could be a good push here if they get a stun with the Mercy. Look like they actually stun him with that Pact. which means that he's going to be on stun DR now. So Mercy not going to be taking too much damage in that exchange, and he can continue the pressure onto Saza.
All right, let's see if he can stay on target here. Lone Tar's interrupted Dragon's Breath. Mercy is isolated, but that Lightning Lasso, he actually trinketed a almost fully diminished Lightning Lasso, getting Medallion out of the way of the Warrior when Combustion is available. This is a very scary situation for Reload Esports. They're pushing in to try and go for the kill. Will they get punished for it? Back to Baka. Baka's going to launch them away from the fight. Door of Shadows around the corner. Baka, Fleshcraft immune to the Disorient. Trying to soak up some hits as well with the shield. Saza's repositioned far away from the Warrior. He wants none of that. But Drainer got left behind. He might get soloed by Valet here around the pillar. The sacrifice redirected a lot of damage. Lone Tar's not comfortable. He trades his Spirit Link Totem for the Combustion immediately here, seeing that the trinket was used. But Lightning Lasso is going to be secured. Doesn't look like there's enough damage to back it up. Valet getting polymorph. Saza's trying to stall, but Drainer's behind on mana at this point, despite having a lead earlier on. It's not looking like it's going to be a good position. Saza with no ice block, no sacrifice. If Mercy and Valet could just do enough damage here, they could close it out. Lone Tar into a full hex. Baka's trying to turn it around. They drag Mercy out into the wide open field to try and take him down. It's all or nothing, I think, if they want to play out here. Valet is going to get a ton of damage out. They could go after Lone Tar. Baka wraps around the corner. They're swapping to Lone Tar. Can they drop him? He's on 30%. Overwatch Reflect buys Lone Tar a global, and he's got to get out of the open. That was the gamble that Creed just played by repositioning there, baiting Reload Esports right out into the wide open. They net Astral Shift. They scare Reload Esports, but they haven't completely taken him out. Big lightning bolts into Lone Tar. He's going to have to pop Ascendance. I don't even know if he was truly prepared for himself to be the target, but I love that Creed are willing to mix it up and go after the Restoration Shaman a bit when he's crossing. But Baka is stunned. Drainer's in a fear. Tremor comes down just in time. Is What's Your Protection going to be enough here? Valet is dogpiling on top. Double Dragon's Breath. They're trying to get Baka away from the Warrior here, but now Saza was left behind. They're hitting Drainer, but I'm not sure Drainer's going to be the right target. Sky Fury gets sniped by Mercy with that heroic throw. They fear the Shaman, but Die by the Sword trades for Combustion instantly. Mercy has instant reaction time to that Combustion. Makes the fair trade. Now he's just going to continue training down Baka. He's waddling his way over. Stormbolt onto Baka. Charge to connect. Baka trinkets to retreat and Ghost Wolf. He's going to reconnect with a Condemned charge. Trying to stay on target. Baka knocks Mercy around the corner. Door of Shadows. Mercy's trying to reconnect. Lightning lassoed on his Door of Shadows. Mercy is not having a good time right now.
Definitely not. I mean, Saza's just doing a great job baiting him into the open. They're actually going after Baka. Of course, he does have that Astral Shift. We'll see if he does make the trade. A full hex now on Saza gets dispelled there by Baka into a silence. Valet just getting crowd control on the DPS. At this point, I mean, dampening is so high. You have mortal wounds. It might be more effective to just shut down damage, and it seems like that's the line of play Valet is going to be going for. They're going after Baka. 46% dampening. Saza and his next Combustion. I mean, that's going to have to win them the game. Baka's in so much trouble, and they know it. I think Reload Esports know at this point, it's when Baka's left open, he is the highest threat target, and at this point, he's just not recovering. Another Blessing of Protection trades out. Baka going to be using this pillar to just line of sight, try to get away from Mercy, but Mercy can get on target. This is going to be a disaster at the same time, though. Mercy gets dropped. A huge hit of damage that was not even the Combustion. But this is the thing. I mean, on this large map, if dampening gets high, Reload Esports, I mean, this matchup becomes really scary for them if Creed plays it correctly.
Yeah, that was insane. What a turnaround there. Just dragging them out in the open, focusing on just not letting the Warrior hit anybody. And then they were able to get that big hit there. Even through Lone Tar's trinket. I actually don't know what he trinketed.
Well, we might get to see. But yeah, the game just becomes so unstable. I really like how how Creed played this one. I think when you're playing this composition, you're playing the Mage Ellie, like just living, surviving, dragging is like the best thing you can do, and I think it really threw Reload Esports off.
Yeah, definitely is a viable strategy here for them. Well, it is a little unstable, but it worked out for them. This was definitely a close call there on the Baka as well. Like, if they don't win the game here, I mean, look at Lone Tar. He has 38 seconds on his Spirit Link, and everybody on his team is full HP, so how do you lose here? Let's see what happens. So they're going aggressive. They're trying to purge. But he gets sheeped. He trinkets this sheep, I think, late. Yeah, there's a trinket. He gets Dragon's Breath on the trinket into a DR sheep. And yeah, it's just the Stormkeeper there from Baka doing some work with the zaps and a couple of fire blasts there from Saza as well. And yeah, that's the map as well, doing a lot of work there. Every time you have to cross those big distances, Lone Tar always is going to risk getting crowd control like that.
And now we do have a tied series on our hands in this best of 5 series. 1-1 right now, Reload Esports versus Creed. If you look at the match record as well of these two teams, they've been in this position really for quite some time. They have a 1-1 match record this season. Reload did win that last series. It was in EU Cup number 4. And then even if you look at the standings of where they currently are, they're both 4-2 right now. So I mean, these two teams, very, very close, very similar skill set, but also very different teams, Venriky.
Yeah, I mean, both of them have shown a lot of flexibility, though, with their current rosters. I feel like for Reload right now, they have done a pretty good job with this one composition. I feel like they've kind of realized how strong the Shadow Priest Warrior Shaman is, and I think on a small map, this is still a matchup that they can easily take. I'm curious if they do go to a small map, we go to Hook Point, for example, if Creed is going to have that same level of confidence locking in the Fire Mage Elemental Shaman, because I really do think if they can't just run laps across the entire map, like create 50, 60, 70 yards of distance where Saza's not getting purged down, if they can make the game last that long, because I feel like they really, as weird as it sounds, you would think that for Creed, what they want is just a one-shot, but it seems like Reload Esports, they can deal with the one-shots. What they can't deal with is just dampening being so high that their Shaman basically doesn't have throughput anymore without the Spirit Link Totem, without the Ascendance. And I feel like that's what their win condition is. I mean, Creed, if they're going to play this comp, I think they're the ones that need dampening. They really do. They can get really deep into dampening 50%. That's when the Shaman it's a nightmare for him.
You think we see that level of dampening on Hook Point, Ben?
Well, I think if Creed wants to win, yeah. I mean, outside of them just getting like kind of a random fluky one-shot, unless they set it up perfectly, I feel like the way Creed wins this one is just stalling, running, surviving until 40, 50, 60% dampening, and that's when they can win, but it's going to be hard to do on Hook Point.
Yeah, definitely a big contrast here with Hook Point compared to that last match. So we'll see if Creed can have that level of control that we did see in game number 2. And it's tied up right now. So Creed, if this goes to a game 5, winning these swing matches are going to be absolutely crucial to Creed. But it's going to be very, very difficult to do, as this was not their map choice. They're not really on home turf here. So we're going to see Reload Esports if they continue this pattern of that back and forth, or if we do see Creed putting themselves on match point. It's Hook Point. As I've highlighted so much, these two teams are extremely close in points, in game record, in standings right now in the circuit, and it is all coming to a head right here in this series, their last series, where this is the last time we're going to see either of these teams in this circuit.
Yeah, the battle for second place continues here on Hook Point. We are 1-1 right now after Creed taking that big win on Tolver. Now they're gonna see if they can repeat it here on Hook Point. And I gotta say, in game number 1, their Mage Ellie looked somewhat lost. They looked a lot better in game number 2. No Meteor here for Saza. Big damage though onto Valet here from Baka. And we're gonna see, look at Saza. He is playing that same strategy, just trying to drag Mercy as far away as possible from Lontar and then just cross the map, and they're just going to keep doing that. And they're actually pressuring Belay a lot more and just crowd controlling Mercy here. They're actually getting a big opener here onto Belay. They do get the Master Spell there, but a Dragon's Breath into a DR Sheep by Saza. Nice push here coming out from Creed, and it's going to net them some cooldowns at least. You get the Fade, you get the Trinket there from Belay as well. No dispersion though, and Saza did commit the late combustion there as well, so unfortunately for him, wasn't able to get that dispersion, but still good pressure here in the opening stages.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. Hammer Justice into full Hex. Nice crowd control by Creed. They've isolated the Warrior. Beautiful setup, actually, but not enough damage to really spook Reload Esports into making any sort of cooldown trade. If they get those setups with Combustion, then it could easily be a kill, though. So Mercy has always got that threat lurking in the back of his mind as he's trying to stay on target. Saza soul shapes into midfield. Baka's launching lightning bolts to try and keep him at bay, but Mercy is reckless. He does not care. Leaping onto Saza, blade storming any potential slows, and really dealing a ton of damage out onto Saza. Saza alter-timed, though, and soaked all of it and healed himself right back to full. Well-timed alter-time, and he patiently saved Frost Nova, Frost-Noving both Valet and Mercy behind the pillar, and then jumping back into the fight. And this has been really good avoidance by Saza so far. We see Lone Tar getting swapped to maybe potentially, so he's going to use Astral Shift, anticipating attacks onto himself. Saz is trying to utilize even this small map to run circles and laps away from the Warrior. I was almost going to say that I was surprised that they went for this composition on this map, as this is probably going to be their most challenging scenario, but so far they're navigating it pretty well.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Saza, I think he's just realized, like, the way you win this matchup is just surviving, just stalling as long as you can. He's just going for Dragon's Breath on Mercy when he gets there, going for Polymorphs, Nova, running out of line of sight. Basically, for Saza, what he wants to do is just avoid getting purged. That's the main thing. Sometimes I feel like mages make the mistake of, you know, staying in the fight a little bit too long, but what's better to do is just avoid Valet spamming Dispel on you, avoid Lone Tar spamming Dispel, and now a big swap coming in on Lone Tar. Should be able to survive, though. This is a combustion from Saza, but just not enough throughput at this point of the game. Grounding Totem comes in, Dispel comes in, Saza's damage fades, and now we're going to see Creed go back to just all-out stalling Polymorphs on to Mercy, the Warrior. And you can see Saza just constantly blinking away. Never blinking to engage, only using Shimmer to run away and avoid the fight.
Saza is basically playing 2v2 right now. He's just... Oh, Valet dropped for 1% HP right there. I can't believe that. That was so close right there that he just died through the fade. For just a split second, his HP spiked down there. And I mean, that's what you're going to keep playing for if you're Creed. Look at Saza just running the entirety of this game. He's just playing twos with Mercy here. And then Mercy charges, Saza blinks. Anytime as Mercy reconnects and Saza gets stuck, there's a freedom from Drainer. And he's just spamming out Frost Bolts, dragging Mercy behind the pillar, Dragon's Breathing him into a sheep. And occasionally they get a Hex onto Lone Tar and you just zap Mercy here. And this is one of those... important moments here, but they don't actually get the CC onto Lone Tar there, unfortunately for Baka, but still good pressure with that Lightning Lasso, and it's this is just going to be the game here. They figured out how they want to approach this matchup. They don't want the mage to just ever fall behind. If the Warrior isn't hitting anybody, then it's a fair exchange, and it's also going to be going kind of easy for Drainer in terms of mana. Drainer's just going to be more susceptible to spending his mana much quicker, so if they can drag the game to a point where Drainer still has mana, then he can use his big, powerful immunity cooldowns that stop damage, and Lone Tar, you know, only has one of those with Spirit Link. That's their win condition. Now they get a Hammer of Justice onto Lone Tar. Nice defensive fear, though, by Mercy, and they're actually going to swap to Lone Tar here with the remainder of that combustion. Good pressure there from that combustion, but also nice defense again from Mercy. Both teams are going to be surviving for now, Sid.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up with dampening 10 seconds away. That's when things really start to heat up in this matchup between these teams, battling for second and third seed overall in the circuit, and also sort of establishing which one of them is more likely to be able to take the whole thing. Both of these teams have been quite a challenge for skill capped, but now they battle to sort of determine their power levels against each other, which is going to be interesting to see the result. Currently evenly matched, 1-1. A full Hex lands into Lone Tar. He's unable to heal. Will they be able to blast down Mercy with the remaining second? Doesn't look like enough damage is available, but a triple Dragon's Breath hits the whole team. Saza's on the run with a triple Frost Nova. Saza's getting excellent crowd control. Valet counters with a Mass Dispel, removing all of that Frost Nova. Now they're attacking Drainer, and I like this, just going after whoever's nearby, maximizing your damage and trying to develop a mana lead that way, but Mercy's now polymorphed. Baka and Valet are kind of just going at each other here on the pillar, and it looks like Valet is starting to get the upper hand. Mind Games, Saza going to blink out a line of sight of it. Now let's see if Valet can land this Mind Games again. It looks like it did finish its cast. Saza and Baka down at half health. Drainer's waiting for Avenging Wrath. It comes up in about 12 seconds. That's going to be his highest healing output. So he really needs to just stall for a couple more seconds to get to that point. But the damage is starting to overwhelm both Baka and Saza. 2 seconds away from the Avenging Wrath for Drainer. He's going to pop it immediately off cooldown and get a big Holy Light here, topping his whole team. Good recovery by Drainer. And still even at this point, almost 6.5 minutes in, which is a bit surprising. I would have imagined one of these teams to start establishing a lead.
Yeah, you would expect that. I mean, Drainer right now positioning very far away, potentially even looking for a drink. We got a Lightning Lasso coming in from Baka, just a little bit of pressure, triple Dragon's Wrath. Drainer's going to full mana. They need to shut it down. Actually, he hasn't gotten out of combat just yet, so unable to recover really too much mana, but that would have been a great opportunity. I'm kind of wondering what kept him in combat there. Definitely unfortunate for Creed. Saza's still on the run, getting a Blessing of Protection, just trying to kite, trying to make space, trying to run away. Baka just trying to find a one-shot opportunity if he can, but Drainer with no sacrifice, no trinket, running out of tools to actually keep his team alive. on the small map that is Hook Point. Saza going for a Rune of Power, really trying to bolster his damage, but not finding too much. Lontar deflects with the Earthen Wall Totem. Now Reload Esports is looking to continue the chase. You can see all three members kind of grouped up together, just trying to, as a unit, get on top of Saza, dispel him, and get out as much damage as possible.
Yeah, we're going to see Saza, though, still playing that defense, keeping up Mercy, line of sighting the mind games there. Now they're swapping over to Baka here, and that's... oh, Belay here, though! Finally going to be trading out that dispersion. Didn't want to risk it. And Lontar now dropping the Sky Fever Totem here, looking to get aggressive. Mercy finally getting some uptime with the Saza, but that was the altered time right there. And now he's stuck in a Storm Bolt, but he is playing that Orc Mage, so it's not going to last super long. Gets a Sheep onto Mercy, gets the spell, he gets a Nova on the Dispel, counterspell on the Belay. This is an opportunity for... oh, nice spell effect there by Mercy on the Sheep. This is an opportunity for Baka and Saza to get aggressive onto Belay here. While he's crossing the midfield, they get a full Sheep onto him. There's the Fade from Belay. He doesn't have Master Spell, though. There it is. Master Spell now going to come out, and Mercy dropping also to about 40-50% HP. The stall tactic is working out. Drainer has good mana. Baka has all his defensives. Saza has all his defensives. That was the combustion. Got immediately purged off right there. And Mercy able to hold on to his die with a sword. Now they're going after Drainer here. Beautiful pressure. Nice spell reflect there on the Sheep, onto Saza, while they have that pressure onto Drainer here. Nice fear here as well by Mercy. He's looking to push for that Divine Shield. Drainer has no trinket right now. He's dropping quite low. Still choosing to hold on to it. Pops the Avenging Wrath. And I don't think Drainer will go down through that. There's a Hammer of Justice now onto Lontar here. There's no way Drainer goes down here. Now it looks like they could continue a chain onto Mercy, but there's no Sheep out of the Hammer of Justice there, so looks like Reload will be able to regroup. They Sheep Mercy here while Drainer's drinking. Drainer's getting a... oh my god, that Hex was beautiful. The Drainer actually able to get full mana because of that cheap Hex combo right there. And Creed again in a prime position, Sid.
If Creed win the swing match here, I feel like they're going to take the whole series, and that drink, regenerating Drainer back to 100% mana, could be key to that potential victory. Dampening hitting a critical mass, 27% healing reduction here. Combustion coming up very soon, and Lightning Lasso being channeled on Valet. They're trying to bait some cooldowns here. What are they going to get? Can they get Dispersion? Valet ducks around the corner, going for a Shadow Mend, healing himself up with that Battlemaster trinket. Drainer repositioning behind the fence line, and I have to say, Creed have played this map out excellently. This is quite a difficult map as double caster to try and avoid and get drinks and set up burst damage, but going side to side has worked well for them. Now they get the Spirit Link Totem. They are completely running away with this game at the moment. If I was Reload Esports, this is when I would start to panic. They've got to find a way to keep it together. They've just got to truck slow momentum. That's the advantages of the Warrior and the Shadow Priest. Just develop this momentum and then ride it out. If they become scared and prevent and stop doing damage, then they're going to never develop that momentum. So they're trying to push through the pain, stay on target, and get to that critical mass.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do here, but let's see if they can do it. It's not so easy when Saza's avoiding the purges. He gets a polymorph on Mercy, and it's been a nightmare for Mercy to actually get damage rolling. Once again, we're seeing Drainer just run away from the fight. He's crossing the map. Saza goes for a double Dragon's Breath, potential full polymorph. Unfortunately, gets silenced there. Nicely done there by Valet. Then Mercy is actually the one getting blasted. He's trying to have a 1v1 with Baka right now, but that is a 1v1. He's not winning. A Lightning Lasso comes in. Mercy actually just trades out the trinket. He's going for it. Reload Esports has had enough. Avatar's up. They're looking to chop up Baka. Let's see if they can actually do it. He's got the Astral Shifts. He's not feeling too scared. Now it's actually Mercy on the run. A double Dragon's Breath, triple Dragon's Breath by Saza. Gets reflected. Nicely done there by Mercy, freeing his team from crowd control. Finally a moment to breathe here from Lontar, but Mercy maybe getting a little impatient here. I mean, it's been a struggle, kind of a frustrating game for him, but now Drainer crosses the map. He's full mana. He's 100% mana at 40% dampening. I would say this game is actually heavily in favor of Creed at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. But Saza did an important mistake right there. He blinked in and went for that Dragon's Breath, and that's not something that he can afford to do. With Mercy right now taking massive damage. There's no Spirit Link for Lontar. How's he going to pick him back up? Belay's going for the Shadow Man. He gets counterspelled on it. Lontar's in a Hammer of Justice. The Master Spell comes out. He gets Wind Shear on it. Mercy's still super low. There's the Overwatch Reflect. He's charging back onto target. He gets a big heal right there, able to recover, but full Sheep here onto Lontar. There's the Dragon's Breath now by Saza into the Nova right there. And now Saza, once again, just going to run here. And this is exactly what he needs to do. Just run, run, run. Whoever is the free caster in the Mage Elite team is the one that does the damage. Right now, it's going to be Baka here taking the damage. Lightning Lasso coming out, and that means Saza needs to apply the pressure. Drainer in a Psychic Horror. Still anybody's game, but I would say Creed still in the driver's seat. They have the sacrifice. They have cooldowns to trade here. All they have to do is just trade it. The Drainer is going to Divine Shield sacrifice, but it went off and he died at the same time. I'm confused. He's not playing Ultimate Sacrifice, I suppose, and he's not. And did he think he was, or why did he trade so late? I don't know. But Reload Esports, they're going to take it on the small map.
Lots of questions from Zico on that one.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see in the replay.
I really thought it was fine there. They had bubble, they had the wings, they had the sacrifice. Like, could have made that trade a lot faster and just stayed alive 100% there.
Well, we are going to be seeing that go to Reload Esports now on match point 2-1, winning that very last game on hook point. And here that is as well.
Right, so here they had a good push offensively. Everything looks good here. The only thing they don't have is the personal cooldowns of Baka. Okay, they don't have wings as well, but they have bubble, they have sacrifice, they have trinket, they have sacrifice. And here they get the pressure onto Baka. Lightning Lasso comes out. Big damage coming out from Saza. Mercy dropping quite low. Drainer gets crowd control. Like here, he can just bubble. Sack. He's trying to wait a little bit with the trade. Here, still not trading. Stormbolt dead. And then he bubbles and sacks, and he dies at the exact same time. So I think Drainer just... he should have just bubbled the fear right away there, but maybe he was... Did Baka... No, Baka didn't have a Tremor Totem. Or maybe he was waiting for a Tremor Totem. And that's why he didn't want to bubble right away, but it's still unfortunate for Drainer there. Not able to get the trade in time, and fortunately for Reload Esports, they're going to keep their lead in the series.
Yep, they only need to win this very next game to win this very last European series in the AWC circuit. That would be absolutely huge for them, but they do have the disadvantage now heading into this game. Number 4, Creed, did lose that last game, and therefore that means that it is their map choice, and they're going to pick something that is extremely at a disadvantage to their composition here. If we expect these same comps, do we think that we see a larger map once again from Creed, Ben?
Oh yeah, Empyrean Domain. There's no question about it. I mean, if you're playing Double Wizards and you don't pick Empyrean Domain, to quote Sid, you're literally just throwing the series. So at this point, I feel like going to a big map.
Specifically Empyrean Domain, though, right? Nothing else.
Yeah.
Yes. If it's not Empyrean Domain, throw it away. No, I'm just kidding. But I feel like that's probably where we go. Ashamane's Fall could be an option as well, but kind of unlikely. Honestly, with the way with the way Creed is playing this, I feel like they could even go Mugambala. I mean, it's oh no. Okay, so they're going to get Imperial
They agree
Domain.
with me, Vin.
I was looking.
Okay, they agree with me.
Yeah, but they went to Tolvir before, though.
Yeah, they did.
They still went here.
That's interesting.
They're saving
They
best
went
for
here
last.
on match point. Yeah, this is where it really counts because they can't lose this game. I'm with you.
Okay.
Well, if we want to see, so Creed, if they do lock in that double caster cleave here in a minute and 40, what do we want to see Reload Esports potentially do? Because obviously they're very much at a disadvantage here, Ven, in this larger map. We saw them lose on Tolveron. What could they do to maybe get a win here in this last game?
I mean, it's all about just keeping up the pressure on Creed. Creed, the entire game, they're trying to disengage, run away, trying to just isolate a target. I feel like Reload Esports, they just need to play it patient. They need to make sure they're not overlapping cooldowns. That's a big thing because they are durable. They have a lot they can rotate through, but if we see Lone Tar Trinket at the same time as Mercy, that's a disaster. If we see Dab of the Sword at the same time as Spirit Link, that's a disaster. So Reload Esports, they just need to make sure that they always know who's going to be trading next, giving them the most possible time to develop a slow kind of lead, because Creed, it's all about burst damage for them. And if they can live long enough, then it just takes one setup where Lone Tar doesn't have any heals or any cooldowns left where they can win the game. For Reload Esports, they just have to get that slow advantage over time, stay on target, and it's not going to be easy to do on Empyrean Domain, honestly. If Saza is only using Soul Shape to get away, only using Shimmer to escape, and avoiding purges, then I think it's going to be really difficult to actually take him down. So maybe even look for more shaman swaps in this map. Go after Baka a little bit more if he overextends, as he's been kind of the person to set to set Creed up to actually win the game. So lots to look out for Reload Esports, but on this large map, it's definitely going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, and we saw, them kind of implement a lot of that the last time we did see this matchup on Tolvaron, and, we saw Mercy quite a bit up in their faces being super, super aggressive, and they weren't able to secure that victory. So we'll see if they can do it here on Empyrean Domain, but this is Creed's map choice. Obviously, they're going to be looking to stay in the series, looking to tie things up, but it's going to be that game number 5 that is going to really be the determining factor. And then, since we did see Reload Esports win game number 1, Creed is at a disadvantage in this series, regardless of the fact that we're seeing this go back and forth so far between team to team in terms of winning. Winning that blind pick is absolutely crucial when you have two teams so close, such as these two teams, Reload Esports and Creed. So Zico, game number 5, if we do see it, which is I feel like pretty likely, that's really where it starts to count.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for both of these teams, there's a lot on the line. They're playing for second, they're playing for third place here, and of course, both of these teams most likely going to be sticking to their comms. They were able to stall a decent amount though on hook points, so I wouldn't count Creed out. If it does come to a game 5 on a small map, potentially we would see something like maybe $1 on sewers, but still hook points out of the way, and they had a decent showing there. But for them, of course, they got to focus on this next game to even get to that point. Of course, they are on match point here. They got Empyrean Domain, crowned the best wizard map in the entire game here by Super T's, one of our experts. And we're going to see if it's going to be enough for them to win this matchup here. But for Creed, it's all about running away, disengaging, play 2v2 with Mercy here. It's like you're playing Mage Paladin versus Resto Shaman Warrior. You're just running away from the Warrior. If the Warrior isn't attacking you, that means that you're doing a good job.
You're winning.
Yeah, you're winning. No, really, that's literally what it means. And of course, for Reload Esports, like Ben already kind of mentioned, you just want to get those purges out. You want to keep that pressure up. And they're actually going to be targeting Baka here, which is going to allow Saza to get more combustions and be more aggressive. And Saza going to opt to play that Kindling still here, and no Meteor right there. Nice triple war stomp here by Drainer, and good pressure here. That toothpick pillar, really hard to kind of avoid these wizards on those small pillars that we can see Creed working with here. So Creed able to get a lot of pressure as a result because of those small pillars, but still Reload Esports hang on from that first combustion without really having to trade anything.
All right, let's see if they can keep up their momentum now and stay on target. My eyes are basically just on Mercy, glued to Mercy. How is he doing? Is he getting uptime? Is he avoiding stuns? Drainer charges in for a Hammer of Justice, clotheslining Mercy on his escape path here, but now he's going to pop Avatar. He's trying to get some damage out with the Avatar. He really needs to connect. He's going to go for a Stormbolt Condemn charge. Big damage connecting onto Saza. Saza get a Blazing Barrier to try and absorb some of those hits. They're trying to purge those off. Lontar is getting aggressive. Lontar is taking Drainer's Pillar. A very aggressive stance from Lontar here. Hexing the Lightning Lasso. He does stop it at least. Back had to stop his Lightning Lasso to interrupt, but he actually turns it around with a full Hex. Now they're going to go after Valet a little bit here. Saza's in enemy territory. Polymorph Mercy. Saza is very far away from Drainer right now. Not the biggest fan of this. He's going to Frost Nova, Dragon's Breath, and try and get away, but a Stormbolt clotheslines him. He now has to use Medallion and blink into center field back to Drainer's line of sight. It looks like Drainer set up a drink while he was doing that, but it was maybe a 5% mana drink at best. And now his team is starting to fall a bit behind with no Avenging Wrath for 20 seconds. Could be difficult to recover. Lightning Lasso stops Mercy in his tracks, though. Windshield by Lontar. Baka's going to have to get into Ghost Wolf here very soon and get away from Mercy. Thunderstorms Mercy away on his charge. Mercy just charges over to Saza instead. Now Saza's like, why did you do this to me, Baka? Knocking this warrior over here. I don't want to deal with this. He's down to half, blinking away out into the outskirts of the map. Valet pushes aggressively and takes the pillar. I really like what Valet and Lontar are doing. Whenever Saza's cutting to the opposite side of the map, they just immediately take the pillar that's next to where Saza is playing. Now we see Saza moving towards that pillar in the back with Drainer. Drainer's just trying to drink, and you can tell that Creed just want to go to 80% damp. They just want to do damage and not die. That is their main game plan. So long as they don't trip on the finish line, like in the last game where they underreacted when you get into deep dampening, the way that you trade your cooldowns becomes a bit wonky. It's not just, oh, they popped Avatar, I'll sacrifice you. It becomes, oh, they're just attacking you and my healing is reduced by 60%. I need to use sacrifice. And as long as you can readjust to dampening being that high, I would imagine Creed taking this deeper into dampening, but they are sold on this just running laps on the outside of the map. It plays to the advantage of their comp, bait a target into a bad position, pray for some lottery lava bursts, get a good combustion set up, and go for a kill. So Creed are definitely playing to their win condition, although it might not be the most aggressive or flashy of strategies. It is definitely a winning one, so I don't blame them for going this route.
No, I mean, no question about it. It's exactly what they need to do. The problem is for Saza, I mean, one of the main reasons why he does this is because if you just sit there and trade, you end up taking too many dispels, you take too many interrupts, you're taking too much damage from Valet. Whereas with this strategy, you're basically just forcing a 2 versus 1 situation onto Mercy. You get to keep a lot of your defense in your Triune ward, and it makes it a lot more difficult for the side of Reload Esports to actually develop that kind of rot momentum that the Shadow Priest Warrior is a little bit known for. You can see Saza just crossing the map, just going for shifting powers once again, trying to reset that combustion. He has it available, so Creed in a prime position right now to get some damage rolling. But I want to see Saza try to cross the map again before they really pull the trigger on that cooldown. We'll have to see. Mirror Image is going to be used by Saza. It's going to snare up the enemy team, also provide a little bit of damage reduction. If they get it, Polymorph now on Lontar. Mercy might have to be a little bit scared in this situation. Baka and Saza have a huge hit of damage available. You look at Valet's positioning right now, opting not to chase nearly as aggressive, now using Door of Shadows, but wants to kind of remain near a pillar. Saza's still just on the run. He's in the open. He's getting freedom from Drainer. And you see the Frost Bolts coming in from Saza as well. Some new utility for the Fire Mage in Shadowlands. You can actually use that Frost Bolt to throw out some snares, and you don't often see it, but in this match, he just really wants to make Mercy's life kind of miserable in this matchup. I mean, that's his main objective.
Yep, and he's got his combustion. It actually triggers out of a stun right there, but it's overlapped with the sacrifice from Drainer. So a little bit of a defensive overlap, but Drainer is not running the ultimate sacrifice. He's running those blessed hands. So he's going to have 2 blessings of protections, double freedoms. Drainer getting silenced up there. Actually dispels as well and gets psychic horror. And now counterspell snuck in onto Valet. This is the Sky Fury totem from Lontar. This could be good pressure here onto Saza. Nice shutdown though with that lightning lasso. Valet getting a nice grip there as well onto Mercy and getting him out of danger. Now Polymorph's coming in here onto Mercy. They're just doing what they have been doing the entirety of the game, just shaping up Mercy, Nova Mercy, Frostbolt Mercy, and just trying to get that distance between Saza and Mercy, trying to stop him from having any of that uptime and not really going for that CC that much. And there it is. They just go for a Dragon's Breath. Like, they don't even go for the Dragon's Breath sheep. They just straight up went for a Dragon's Breath combust into Dragon's Breath, and it netted them the dispersion. So the reason why they do that is so Saza won't actually have to go for a sheep and work through all of those interrupts. And while he's doing that, he's taking a lot of damage. So just going for the Dragon's Breath into damage seems worth. Drainer actually forced a trinket here. Baka taking a lot of damage. Drainer actually forced to use his Divine Shield and his trinket in that same exchange, and they also got the Astral Shift. So Reload Esports all of a sudden forcing out the entire spellbook here of Creed.
All right, let's see if they can ride that momentum now with dampening kicking in at almost 13%. They netted quite a few cooldowns. They have the option to maybe even kill Drainer, although it might be risky. Mercy is just chasing Saza. Mercy is such a tough choice. It's like, do I stop the drink? Do I hit the shaman or the mage? They're all 80 yards in different directions. So he's going to pick the path of the elemental shaman, having gotten Astral Shift. I think that makes more sense to ride the momentum here. Now Baka is retreated and goes with that Blessing Protection, so maybe switching to Saza is a good idea. Dragon's Breath clotheslines Mercy on his charge, but he charges once again. Over onto Saza, charges once again with a Condemn. Over onto Saza, he's trying to use Soul Shape to escape here, but a Condemn once again allows him to connect to Saza. He's going to Blade Storm out of the slows, getting right back on target. Triple Fear, beautiful setup here by Mercy. He's going to die by the Sword of the Combustion and just get aggressive, staying right on the Elemental Shaman, leaping the Thunderstorm. Saza is rotting down. This is the momentum that Reload Esports need to ride. Drainer doesn't have an Avenging Wrath unless, of course, an Awakening proc happens. Then he does immediately get an Avenging Wrath right now and recover his entire team. So Drainer is very thankful for that, although he's getting crowd controlled on it with the Quaking Palm. trying to slow down some of his recovery, and now still 20 seconds away from his major. Avenging Wrath uses Divine Toll, but it didn't really do too much. Saza is getting chopped up. Sharpened Blade is active. Mercy wants to connect that onto Saza before he's healed to full, but I don't think Mercy can get to target. He's going to go after Baka instead. Baka now with Astral Shift off cooldown has it to trade, but his team is not in a good position for the strategy that they're trying to employ. They're behind on mana, behind on defensive cooldowns, and behind on momentum. So to me, unless they set up a Drake, they're just going to rely on banking a kill on this warrior, just KOing him. But without combustion, that's going to be tough.
Drainer's sitting down. He's thirsty. He's getting some mana. Look at him. He's still sitting down. Recovers about 10-15% of his mana in that exchange. I like that. Just go for those drinks. And honestly, I feel like for Reload Esports, they've been doing a pretty good job keeping up the pressure so far. But as dampening gets higher and higher, it becomes more and more difficult to do that. And so far, Creed, they're looking really good in this series. But I feel like Reload Esports, to their credit, they've managed to hold on to so many of their defensives. And even in the last game, I mean, it was looking basically perfect for Creed until it wasn't. Reload Esports, they only need one kind of all-in push. They just need a little bit of momentum that they can ride, and they can definitely still win this game. And they're just one away from closing out the series. Creed, they need to win 2 in a row if they want to have any hope of winning this one. So Silence now onto the polymorph of Sasa. Not going to allow Sasa to get any sort of crowd control on Lone Tar, but a full polymorph lands at the same time, though. It's going to be Baka, who's taking quite a bit of damage. Will they going for a potential Master Spell here? No, realizing Mercy's in trouble. Not the greatest time to use the Master Spell. He's going to be holding on to it, but Mercy is quite far away. And I like the thing I like Mercy is doing in this match is, even though he's overextending, he kind of has to, but he's just using the pillar to LOS as well. Saza is going to be dragging him to a pillar across the map. He's more than happy to just use that pillar and allow Valet and Lone Tar a little bit of time to reconnect and heal him up. I think it's smart.
Yeah, Mercy definitely been playing a great game so far. Able to keep that uptime. Nice wind shear there on the Lightning Lasso. Mercy now going to be going over onto Baka, and he's doing exactly what Veruca was talking about there. Just using the pillar while there's a CC on Lontar there, and just trying to survive for a little bit, and then making his way back to his target. Right now, that target is going to be Saza. Mercy doesn't look like he has too much mobility here to reconnect. He's actually taking a lot of damage here, and this is we're starting to get to the point where the damage is getting slowly but surely kind of unhealable here for Lontar. Lontar still able to keep his teammates in the fight for now. They still have a lot of cooldowns to trade with as well. So, for Reload Esports, the damage is going to be a little bit tougher to deal with, but they still have a lot of cooldowns to answer with. So, still in a prime position here. And for Creed, they've almost stalled back from that situation where they had to use Drainer's Trinket, his Divine Shield, like basically everything. They have most of their cooldowns rotating back up. Saza still with a lot of defense available. And now, the big push here onto Lontar. That's the combustion. That's a big swap there. He gets his Trinket with that pushed very nicely down there by Creed, and that's going to make Lontar feel a little bit less safe when he's crossing the map like this. And now once again, they can look to crowd control Lontar, get those Lightning Lassos out onto Mercy, and look to build up that pressure. Then they also repositioning here next to the pillar. Zaza looking for crowd control, looking to reset that combustion as quickly as possible. And this is kind of an ideal situation if you're Zaza. I mean, they're going for your Shaman. You just went for that CC chain, and now you have an opportunity to go for a new CC chain. Nice counter spell there on the Master Spell. Here comes the damage onto Mercy, but there's no Lightning Lasso here to be found. And now Zaza getting another sheep here onto Lontar. Now sheeping up Valet here. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do too much here, but Mercy forced to stay back behind that pillar on his avatar, forced to kind of run away because of that CC chain. So now, once again, he's going to have to hit the closest wizard to Lontar here.
Valet ducks for cover here at the pillar, catching a couple Shadow Men's. Drainer needs a drink. How much mana can he get here? What is he willing to trade on match point? He's trying to get up to full, but he can't greed it. He's going to trade out Sacrifice. Mercy gets Lightning Lassoed. Stormkeeper is channeled. Big Lightning bolts incoming onto Mercy. How is he going to deal with it? Lone Tar is just powering him up with the healing waves in the back line, immuning their interrupts with that Spirit Walker's Grace. Good timing on Lone Tar. Now Mercy's trying to get into the fight here, stay on target, and close this game out. But that drink gave Drainer the mana advantage now at this point. So as long as they can survive this Void Form, Valet fades in aggressively, goes for a Psychic Scream. Both players trinket out of the Psychic Scream. Mercy gets absolutely smacked around. They have to trade out everything. That was the Spirit Link Totem. That was the Die by the Sword. This is excellent for Creed. They've got their mana advantage. They just forced priority cooldowns. They've got pressure on Valet. As long as they can hold strong here and keep the strategy going, I think they've got it.
I feel like Reload Esports realized it's kind of do or die at 50% dampening. They need to move in. They cannot allow another combustion to come back up, or I just don't think it's healable for Lone Tar. At the same time, though, Mercy's just getting blasted, and no longer is the Earth Shield and the Riptide enough to keep Mercy alive. This is exactly what Creed want. I don't know if Lone Tar is going to be able to recover. Intimidating Shout comes in. Nicely done, slowing down Baka just a little bit. Drainer going for a Dispel, crossing the map, constantly dragging Reload Esports into the open, but let's see what Mercy can do. Things can spiral out of control very quickly. If they get uptime on Saza, they could get the Cauterize, the Ice Block, and potentially even more, win the game if they can. But it is difficult. Baka now going to be clotheslining Mercy with the Lightning Lasso. Mercy gets interrupted, trying to use his Door of Shadows to get back on target, but unfortunately not going to be able to find that. 53% dampening at this point, Zico.
Oh, big swap here onto Drainer. He's on Forbearance. He just uses Divine Shield. There's no Trinket. Mercy still reconnecting here. He's going on a solo mission, but Mercy left alone here. But this is actually a nice situation. Delay and Lonta are able to kind of catch up here from this pressure, building it up onto Saza. Saza with Combustion now onto Mercy. He has nothing to answer with. Getting a nice dispel there, though. Delay throwing out the Shadow Man, stunning up Saza now, looking for the damage, looking for the Master Spell here, waiting for the Sheep. He fake casts the counter spell there. He gets Sheeped. He actually gets Dispel out of it, I do believe. Dragon's Breath now onto Valet. Mercy still very, very low on HP here. They're looking to turn the pressure up onto Baka. You have nothing for Baka, just the Drainer's Blessing of Protection here potentially. Stormkeeper gets interrupted. There's the sacrifice onto Baka, but it's a weak sacrifice, 30% damage reduction, and we are at 58% dampening. Lontar completely tapped. That next big hit of damage is surely going to end the game. Stormkeeper is loaded up for Baka. He's looking for his target here. Who's it going to be? Dragon's Breath, full Sheep, full Fear coming out. Mercy's the choice here. Delay with the Master Spell. The Shadow Man's coming out here onto Mercy. Baka super low by the pillar, channeling out the Fleshcraft with the Blessing of Protection. Drainer sitting up for a drink on the opposite end. Who's going to take this one, Sid?
They could do it.
I think Baka's about to go down, but he was still immune to the Storm Bolt from that Fleshcraft. And now Mercy is stunned behind the pillar. Lone Tar's in a Dragon's Breath. They're trying to get control. Avenging Wrath is up for Drainer. He needs to get as many heals out as possible during this time with that sliver of mana. Mercy could easily just fall over to the pressure, and I think that he's going to. Lightning Lasso for one more second. Creed, look for the KO. Trinkets out of Polymorph at 1%, but it's not enough to hold on. Valet is looking for the counter kill. Can Valet kill through Avenging Wrath? I think he might be able to. He will. He takes down Baka, going to a 2v2. But with an out-of-mana Holy Paladin and a 10% HP Fire Mage, I don't think Creed are in the best position.
Yeah, they definitely are. Valet wants to win this game. He looks hyper-focused in this situation. He can get the Cauterize, get the Ice Block. I don't know if Drainer's ever going to be able to recover. Valet's got so much consistent damage, 65% dampening. Reload Esports is looking good to win this one. Mind Games land. Saza has no choice but to Ice Block, as it would have just completely nullified that Cauterize, that cheat death effect, and I feel like Creed right now, they are in a lot of trouble. I don't know how Drainer's going to be able to recover. Saza getting taken down by Lone Tar. This is an absolute nightmare, and I think Reload Esports are going to be able to come back in this 2 versus 3 situation. Saza in desperation goes for the Dragon's Wrath, looks for a Polymorph, but in Shadow Word Death range, gets turned into a seed. What Drainer with no tools left, how could he keep it alive? Is it possible? Can he? It looks like he might be able to recover, but no. Reload Esports, you can see how happy Valet is. They did it. They beat Creed in a really, really close game.
Yeah, what an excellent performance there, Valet, with a big smile on his face. Close one for sure, 70% dampening there. They get the cross kill, claps in the chat, and for Valet, what a nice comeback. Reload Esports, they didn't start off super hot, but they climbed back in, and they are going to be the 2nd seed here heading into the finals. So a really, really strong showing for them here as well. Taking down Creed in the head-to-head, taking down Method in the head-to-head, taking down a lot of big-name teams, and very well-deserved here with their Shadow Priest Warrior comp. Yeah.
And look at these final moments. Like I actually thought Creed had it. Look how healthy Baka was, like 40%, but just chunked, absolutely chunked. Lone Tar definitely contributed towards the end of this game as well, using Lightning Bolts on the Wild Seed to secure the kill. I mean, if you're Drainer at this point, you're just kind of out of luck, really. That Earth Elemental, although it's on Saza right now doing damage, if it goes back onto Drainer, he's never going to be able to drink. So Lone Tar is just blocking Drainer from drinking while his Earth Elemental hits the Mage. He can switch targets if he needs to. There was really no way for them to recover after that point. They were so close. They were actually so close in this game. And I'm very excited to see these teams potentially face off again in the championship, because the top 4 is looking very evenly matched.
It's incredibly evenly matched. I mean, we've seen how close these two teams were. Reload Esports taking this victory 3-1, but every individual game within this series was just so close. And what a way to end it as well, with a cross kill. I feel like that's so indicative of just how close these two teams really are. I mean, Ven was kind of talking about Mercy's tweet, but with their match yesterday against Tegrity, and I would love to see the brain behind this match as well. I mean, we talked about how difficult of a game this was going to be for Reload Esports, being a double, being on that composition on the arms Shadow Priest in this matchup, and they were able to win against a double caster comp on Creed, on Empyrean Domain, and that is just huge for them. And you're definitely right, Sid. I would love to see these guys face off against each other once again in the European finals.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I feel like now with Method EU locking in their slot, Creed is starting to play more standard strategies, and they still have a couple of wildcard options. Skill Capped just playing their standard comps, but they could even potentially flex. We saw Method flexing as well to some Restoration Shaman, so I think it's definitely going to be an interesting final to see who comes out on top. Can Skill Capped maintain their undefeated record? Can Method EU kind of have their reverse comeback? Kind of come back from the dead, because they had a really terrible start but managed to cling it together to make it into the top 4. Creed started out as kind of this sort of gimmicky team where it was like, oh, they've got a Pop Paladin as a healer, and they're kind of just walking around as a meme. They're winning, but it's like, can we take them seriously? I think they've shown now at this point that you can take them seriously, but they're also not afraid to go out of bounds and go out of the box a little bit, which could be very important to their win overall.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you can compare these two teams, Reload, like we know everything is like so scientific, as we saw with that breakdown that Mercy did post on Twitter, and then Creed, Sid kind of highlighted it like right there, how Creed is just sort of all over the place sometimes with like the comps that they do bring to the table. Sometimes they're very out of left field, sometimes they're very within the meta, but it seems like they are able to implement them consistently most times. But they are going to take 3rd place in the standings for the European side of things. We are going to get those final standings tallied up for you guys, but that wraps up the European region for the AWC, and I feel like the top 4 teams that we do have right now, that Skill Capped, Reload, Creed, and Method Zigo are, I mean, Sid already said it, just how close these are. I cannot wait to see them all go down for the European finals, because Skill Capped, undefeated, but really the bottom 3, the 2nd through 4th team, just the way that we've been seeing them improve week to week, who knows what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's a fun little thing I just thought about. Out of these 3 teams, or out of these 4 teams, 3 of them have a Shadow Priest main. You got Zuniaki, you got Frofsy, and you got Delay, of course, on Reload. So definitely kind of interesting to see how the meta is shaping up as well. It seems to be a lot of Shadow Priests, starting to take that top spot on the Wizard chart. So definitely interesting to see. But yeah, you can see the final score lines here. Method. Wait, shouldn't Method be 3rd if they have? No, did they win? No, they lost the head-to-head, right? So maybe it doesn't matter. But either way, Skill Capped. Yeah, so Method lost to Creed the head-to-head. That's why, even though they have more wins, that they're on the 4th place. But Skill Capped, Reload, Creed, Method, all going to be qualifying there. And Kuana, Integrity, Damp, and technically Ad Hoc as well, kind of tripping on the finish line. Yeah. That's EU.
Yeah, but... Go ahead.
I want to also shout out that all 4 teams have a mage main, so I think people might call you out on that one. That top wizard spot.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
All right, well, we can now see officially what those top 4 teams are in this region, and we're going to see those guys face off against each other in the European finals. So we're all very, very excited for that, but that is the first half of the day. done. And now we are going to head over into the North American region. We are going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Method NA versus Hamsters and Hares. I did mention this yesterday. These two teams did fight against each other in a community tournament, and it was actually Hamsters and Hares that did come out on top. It was a very close series, but Hamsters and Hares was able to do it. So we're going to see what happens in this replay. Coming up next, Method NA versus Hamsters and Hares. Hey everybody, and welcome back. We do have that question of the week that you guys, the viewers, have been answering on Twitter. And this week it was, do you remember your first arena match and what happened? And we have those answers for you guys right now. The first one is, I got absolutely disposed of by a warrior in Cataclysm, so I simply became one myself. I think many of us can relate to that. I got wrecked because I wasn't geared. Also fair.
I feel like
the best of us.
Yeah, that one is kind of common.
I was an old school disc priest, and I just self-healed watching this guy murder himself on my shield reflect while my DK friend did his thing. Was good times. Nice. That's from Red Queen, one of our lovely mods.
Reflective shield. That was good stuff.
My first arena was in Burning Crusade, playing Hunter Druid with a friend. I was like 8 years old and didn't even know what an arena was, and found the NPC by accident and queued up. Naturally, we got smashed within 20 seconds of the gate opening. I feel like that's my experience. I like signed up for it not knowing what it was, and I was like, oh, I'm in an arena. We're supposed to hit things.
This looks fun. Wait, what's going on?
No, what's this? But thank you guys for submitting those answers. Be sure to follow us on WoW Esports. There will be plenty more where that came from, and you guys can have a chance to have your answers shown here on the broadcast. Now, let's talk about this matchup that we have. We are now in the North American region. The first match we have of the day then is Method NA versus Hamsters and Hares.
Yep, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one. Method NA versus Hamsters and Hares. A fun little fact is Hamsters and Hares was actually the first team to beat Method NA this year in Shadowlands. So I think the last time these two teams met was in Cup number 4. Hamsters and Hares actually won. So we'll see if Method NA has made any adaptations. What are they going to do? It looks like we're going for a Warrior Mage Paladin versus Rogue Mage Paladin matchup. And yesterday, we saw Hamsters and Hares absolutely dismantle Charlotte Phoenix with this composition. They were looking very prepared.
All right. Here we go. Roasty's coming in on the Assassination Rogue. We have to see what he can get done against Method NA, playing their Warrior Mage Paladin. It seems like Method NA's main comp, that Windwalker Mage Paladin, is not doing the magic that it used to do for them. They were dominating towards the end of Battle for Azeroth and early Shadowlands, but now in 9.0.5, I feel like we've not even really seen them run it. They've been reliant on Drake to play Warrior, and they've also been reliant on actually Turbo Cleave, surprisingly enough. So I do worry a bit for Method NA potentially falling off if they can't rely on that Windwalker Mage. Hamsters and Hares are getting spicy right away with a blind onto Brain. They get a Blessing of Protection. I would love to see a swap to Brain here with the Vendetta while he's still on Forbearance. We have to wait and see if that's the plan, or they just want to play the same standard strategy of going after the Mage. It looks like Mages are going to be the main priority target, but Zax and the Polymorph and Brain isn't. Format's going to fall behind. Drake's trying to stay on target. Caught into a Dragon's Breath for a moment, but Blessing of Freedom gets him out of any sorts of snares, interrupting the Polymorph, and he's really tearing into Floormat right now. Zac trades the Sacrifice, redirecting damage. Floormat should begin to recover as soon as Zac gets in his line of sight for a heal, and it looks like they're going for crowd control. Blinding light on Brain. Ceralium getting blasted down by the Vendetta of Roasties. Brain immediately responding, trading a Trinket and a Sacrifice for that all-in from Hamsters and Hares. They use Combustion and Vendetta during that assault, so good reaction from Brain.
Yeah, really well done there. Floormat still on the back foot quite a bit here. Ceralium throwing in some Phoenix Flames. Floormat getting topped off there by Zac. Let's see which one of these Paladins pushes forward and goes for crowd control first. The Meteor is going to be landing onto Ceralium in that kidney shot, but it looks like he should be able to hold on. The full Ring of Frost makes it a little bit less stable. Ceralium could be in some trouble. He gets interrupted. Big damage coming in from Roasties, but Drake is there to back him up with that intervene. Now let's see if they can reverse the pressure here on the floor mat. Method NA looking to strike back in this moment. Both mages still have their Cauterize and Ice Block. Who is going to be forced into those defenses first really is the question. Look at mana. Both these Paladins have burned through quite a bit just 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and this series has a lot of implications here because Roasties can play Warrior, but Drake, I don't know if he can play Rogue. So if this is a situation where the Rogue is just superior to the Warrior, I'm sure that this is going to be a big advantage here in general for Hamsters and Hares. And right now it's just a mage race here with Drake in crowd control. Full Dragon's Breath onto Drake. Format not going to go for the sheep right there. Now he's going to go for the sheep, but Drake with a quick interrupt there. Floormat and Surrounding both just spamming out fireballs here, trying to reset their combustions. Floormat's going to have his a little bit before Surrounding actually has it ready pretty much now for the setup here. They get a big hit here onto Roasty. Zach forced to use the bubble. There's the evasion as well as the Blessing of Protection coming out here for Roasties. Still has that Cloak of Shadow. Surrounding with the ult time. Now in a kidney shot, takes a lot of damage. There's the Kleptomania. There's the counter Kleptomania coming out. There's big damage now on Surrounding. This could be his ice block here if they can get some crowd control onto Brain. Hammer of Justice comes out. Surrounding, look for the polymorphs. They need to dispel Floormat here if they have anything out of that. But Roasty's here. He has nothing. He has no evasion, no sacrifice. He needs to be careful here. Beautiful counter pressure there from Drake as well, saving his mage in that scenario. And now Surrounding here with the combustion, big damage onto Roasties. He might just fall here. Kidney shots and Zach now.
Zach might just die.
Zach damage here, big heal on himself behind the pillar. Nicely done there by Zach with the divine favor, keeping himself alive, keeping Roasties alive in that scenario. Now he gets a wings proc here, should be able to stabilize his team. But that was a really close call, and that was mostly Drake there with beautiful pressure, and then of course around him as well with his combustion there.
Feels like Method and A are grabbing this game by the horns, and right now Roasties needs to turn it around. He's got Vendetta, big play, trying to take out Drake here, but not going to net a kill with that smoke bomb. Floormat still the target for Drake here, trying to just stay on the mage, run the Paladin out of mana, or get crowd control. Full polymorph has landed. Floormat's all on his own. He's going to alter time, but Drake was waiting for it, charging to reconnect. Dragon's Breath deflects for a moment. Ceruleum's in a kidney shot. Intervene comes through from Drake. It's a blind onto Brain. I think this blind might be a bait. Brain's trying to sit through it. It's a bit of a greedy decision for Brain to sit all of this crowd control, but he doesn't want to get caught by that Vendetta. He wants to have an option to deal with it, and Roasties is still holding on to it. But this crowd control is endless by Hamsters and Hares. Now a full polymorph onto Brain. Ceruleum is trying to escape around the corner. Soul shaping back to Brain as he comes out of the polymorph. Kidney shot secured. Cheap shot by Roasties. Is going to all in on this? He's not. They're going to only go for the combustion. They're trying to bait a cooldown with the combustion and then win on Vendetta, but they're not getting the cooldown. They're so closer. They get the sacrifice. But they really needed to get maybe the Cauterize if they want to be able to win this. Roasties is still sitting on that Vendetta, and he basically needs to win the game with it. Zach's out of mana.
As Zach at this point doesn't have much time left. He's in a blinding light. Method at A looking to win this first game. They interrupt Floormat. Can they get the ice block? Can they get the Cauterize? That is the question. Looks like the alter time will be more than enough to keep Floormat alive for the time being. Zach regenerating a little bit of mana, actually. Let's see if they can turn it around. Ceruleum getting interrupted. Roasty's trying to create a little bit of solo pressure. Floormat now into the stun. A big meteor lands. Big damage! And Floormat is forced into the first ice lock of the game, but it gets shattered, and Drake is still looking to make a play.
Ooh, big pressure on Ceruleum now. His counterspell. There's Kleptomania coming out from Floormat. Looking for the sheep here. He gets interrupted. Nice ice block force here. Ceruleum choosing to use that before he procs the Cauterize. Brain actually using his Divine Shield. But look at Zach. He's sneaking away for a drink here. If Floormat can get away from Drake, this could be big. Zach needs his
nice
mana
sap.
desperately. They get a beautiful sap right there on Ceruleum. They stop the drink right there, but Drake just sitting down, or Zach just sitting down there for another sip. And he's going to get a little bit of mana now. They're reopening Ceruleum. Blessing of Protection coming out here from Brain. That's the last line of defense here for that team. And now we're going to see Floormat here on the back foot. He has Cauterized, but that's about it. Drake's all over him. Dragon's Breath comes out. Full sheep onto Drake. He gets dispelled into a resheep here potentially. He lands it. And Floormat looks like he's going to be able to recover a little bit here at least. Zach, still no wings. Still basically no mana left. And Brain as well, with barely any mana left. It really is anybody's game. Floormat dropping dangerously low here once again. What is he going to do here? He has Cauterized, but that's about it. What is he going to do? He's going to get topped there. Beautiful big heal there from Zach, and now Ceruleum is on the back foot sit.
Now let's see what he can get done here. It's coming down to the wire between both of these North American Titans. Brain caught into a polymorph. He's going to trink it out. He gets an Awakening proc. He needs big heals, but he gets blinded on his big heals. Ceruleum only has Cauterized. Roasties goes for the Vanish. They proc the Cauterized. They're tearing Ceruleum apart. 1 second left. Brain connects the sacrifice, redirecting damage. Now Floormat on the back foot and getting floored. Huge damage coming up from Drake. He connects. They proc the seed. Do they have anything to save the seed of Floormat? They use Save by the Light. They blind Drake defensively. Ceruleum's getting killed. Roasties is hard carrying right now, but no, Drake gets the execute. Can Roasties kill the wild seed of Ceruleum by himself here in these final moments? 0 mana. Drake stuns Roasties. Roasties trinkets. He bombs the egg, but it's not enough. Ceruleum blinks back out around the corner, and it looks like Hamsters and Hares are going to tap out, but that was close.
Yeah, really, I mean, in that moment, I don't think we've ever seen that. I think that's the first time we've ever seen a double seed on the broadcast. So, I mean, it really doesn't get much closer than that. Roasties was so close to taking it down, and we would have gone into a 2 versus 2. What a beautiful game from both these teams, but it is Method NA who comes out ahead in a big offensive push on floor mat at the end.
I hope we do see a cross kill in this series
I mean,
at some point.
what's
I
going
mean, 2
on with
people
the cross
died.
kills? Lately, there's been
It
so
kind
many
of
cross
was.
kills. Like this entire weekend, I mean, we had cross kill in the last series. We had cross kill here. We had cross kill in the last NA game yesterday. But here we can see it. Surrounding's gonna get that sacrifice just barely in the nick of time right there. And then they turn the situation around on the floor mat. They poke his cauterize. They get the condemn. And now this blind right here, Rose is just sprinting across like a paramedic there with his ambulance coming in, dropping the blind, tries to save the seed, procs the other seed right there. Brain manages to keep it alive. Or Drake there with the storm bolt as well to keep the seed alive, just to peel Roasties for a second. And Sorarium immediately reses and Dragon's Breaths as well. Very, very nice situation there to recover from. And a really nice attempt by Roasties there as well. Like most people would probably just use blind on the healer, but he's so blinding the warrior there. Smart play. Didn't work out though.
All right, well, game number 1, Method is going to go to Method NA, but I mean, as Zico already highlighted in that replay, very, very close a number of times. These teams have gone head-to-head a number of times, or 1-1 right now. Method NA versus Hamsters and Hares. The last time that they did face each other was in NA Cup number 4, and it was actually Hamsters' victory. But at the moment, Method NA is already up 1-0 in this series. But I mean, how likely are we, Super Tees, to see a Game 5, just given how close these two teams are?
I think it's... Do I want to take the bold prediction and say it's impossible that this doesn't go to Game 5?
That's impossible is a strong word.
Yeah,
That's a very strong word.
Look how close.
If you
that
said
game
improbable, maybe I could agree with you, but
I mean,
yeah, okay.
Potentially.
It's highly unlikely that this game ends up being a 3-0. That's a very sterile way to say it, right?
Yeah,
feel
I
like.
think we could probably all agree that it's not going to be a 3-0, right? There's no way.
But it could be.
Could be.
But it won't feel like it should be. If it's a 3-0, it won't feel like it should
If
be.
it's a 3-0, somebody's throwing.
No, but it could be like, the first game was really close, but Hamsters and Hares felt like they were really playing their hearts out. And from that point onwards, it's just going to be Method NA just steamrolling through the series. It could happen.
So you think Hamsters and Hares have lost hope? Is that what you're saying after that first loss?
Yeah, I mean they're like looking around and they're just seeing like the spinning wheel, from the hamster, and they just know it's gonna just be a repeat, Yeah, they took a break.
Well, hopefully that is not what is going on behind the scenes with Hamsters and Hares. They still very well could put themselves back in this series. It's only game number 1. Hamsters and Hares locking in Ashamain's fall. Let's see if they can tie this up in game number 2.
Honestly, I wonder.
Here we go.
What do you guys think? Do you guys think the Asa Rogue or the Warrior is more like? What would you rather have on your team?
That's a good question. I don't know. I need more data.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know. There's pros and cons to both. I mean, the one thing about the Assassination Rogue is the target, so they can actually maybe go after Roasties. If he ever uses his trinket, they might be able to do kind of like a hero swap on him. Warrior, obviously, very durable. I think it's extremely unlikely that Drake goes down in this matchup, but I don't know. It is a rough one. I would rather play against the Warrior than the Assassination Rogue. That's for sure.
Yeah, you're gonna have to agree with that. And we're gonna see Florida. Oh, he got feared on his combustion immediately. Nice PS by Drake here with the intervene as well. That combustion is gonna be completely shut down right there. Roast is actually getting Blessing of Protection here, but he's stuck in a Nova into a sheep now. And this opener here from Hamsters and Hares, not looking like it's going to net them too much. Instead, it's actually going to be floor mat here on the back foot. Bring a Frost onto Zach into a DR sheep. They're going after Roasties here. Roasties using that Shadow Meld, trying to get away. Gets the sheep shot onto Drake. Still in an okay situation. He drops dangerously low right there for a second, but he is able to recover there. Nicely done. There's a full blind now onto Brain. Sheep onto Surround. They're going after Drake here. There's the Aura Mastery sheep, but it gets reflected there by Drake, shutting down the CC chain. Another reflect right there on the sheep. Drake is on fire right here, and he's going to shut down the blind goat as well. So I would say Method and A, they have a pretty significant lead so far.
I kind of want to see how they set this up. Roasty's got Vendetta, Smoke Bomb, no die by the sword on the Warrior. If Roasties can get a clean attempt here, Ceruleum is chasing him down, flame striking, trying to find him in stealth, but with that conduit providing an absorb shield, he's going to be able to get a reset, stun up Ceruleum, stun up Drake. They bait a Blessing of Protection. This is very good for Hamsters and Hares, so long as they don't die literally right here. Big damage coming in onto Roasties. He's going to feint, try and get around the corner, but that Spear of Bastion is pinning him next to Drake. He's not able to completely reset for a moment, although it doesn't seem like Drake wants anything to do with Roasties at the moment. Going back on the floor mat, trying to play more of a standard strategy. Floor mat blinking with Alter Time so that he can blink back to where he was and avoid the Warrior for a few more seconds. Double Dragon's Breath, full Polymorph, Roasties in the Hammer of Justice, and Zach does not feel comfortable with that. He's going to Trinket and Sacrifice, but it was a bit of a bait. Drake held onto the Warp Breaker, Ceruleum held onto the Combustion. Now Floormat has no Trinket, Zach has no Trinket. This is a good opportunity for Method NA, although both teams are threatening. Here comes Floormat's Combustion. Ceruleum strips that off, immediately canceling it, but Drake is still low on health. He fears up Roasties and Zach. They polymorph Floormat 3-on-1 here. Nice setup by Method NA. They're going after Roasties. He's going to have to vanish and Trinket and heal himself up with that Crimson Vial and wait for Zach. But while he's waiting in stealth and recovering, Floormat's just taking some heat with Drake going immediately after him. Method and A are just focused on maximizing their damage. Roasties sneaks up on Ceruleum, silences him with a Garrote, and it looks like we may be going back to more of a standard strategy of going after the mages. Although we see Roasties with no medallion could be a target for a Stormbolt. Drake going to intervene back to Ceruleum while Brain is in crowd control. Spear Bastion prevents Roasties from chasing Ceruleum. Drake jumps into battle stance. Does he have a Stormbolt? There's the Stormbolt. Roasties feints the Stormbolt, but it just ended. Roasties getting chopped up. Zach's in a Blinding Light into a Hammer of Justice. Cloak and Evasion have to trade. And Method and A are all over the place. They're going after floor map, protecting Ceruleum, then swapping to Roasties on Stormbolt. And this mixing up strategy of Method and A is keeping Hamsters and Hares on their toes.
I really like going after Roasties. He's actually got the frictionless coating as well, so I don't know if Roasties really has anything left. Well, he actually doesn't. I do know he has nothing left, so it's going to be really difficult for him if Method and A continues this pressure on the Assassination Rogue. Any more crowd control on Zach, it's going to have to be a Divine Shield, a Blessing of Protection on Roasties. Big damage potentially incoming. Ceruleum doesn't have that Combustion just yet, but once the Combustion Meteor is available, however, Hamsters and Hares looking to reverse the pressure. A double Ring of Frost nicely set up there by Floormat. That nets some the Trinket as well as the sacrifice from Brain, who's still just rotting down, really struggling to kind of recover here. Ceruleum on the back foot now, taking a little bit of damage. Beautiful turnaround there by Hamsters and Hares, but still Roasties cannot be feeling safe.
Oh, they could maybe stop Brain here. No, Roasties didn't get the restart right there. Can he get anything out of the Blinding Light? It doesn't look like it. Ceruleum should be okay still in this situation here. Brain actually pushing it for CC. There's the Blessing of Protection as well coming out offensively here. And we're going to see Ceruleum now getting counterspelled here on Arcane. Looking to pressure Roasties here. Roasties still doesn't have his Trinket for a couple of seconds. He's going to have that Vanish to go with that. So Roasties, if he does get stunned up, he can Trinket, Vanish, and escape and survive a situation like that. And Brain has no Trinket, no Sacrifice, and they don't have blind, so if they can get a sheep onto Brain, they could set up onto Ceruleum potentially with a Vendetta, but other than that, it's going to be Floormat here on the back foot. He gets Clepted as well there. Floormat dropping dangerously low here, 1% HP. He's going to proc the Cauterize. He gets the Sacrifice, but actually uses the Battle Master there, and he's going to use his Ice Block there as well. So Floormat now with no defense there, aside from his Trinket really. He's going to be a very susceptible target here. Method and A getting themselves a big cooldown there on the table. And now Roasties though has every single defensive available, so he can go back to being very aggressive. Another Blessing of Protection coming out here on the Kidney Shot. Big pressure on the floor.
That's it.
That's just it. He's just going to go down there. And
sack the seed.
As well. Did they sack the seed though? Actually, yeah, I do believe
they did.
He has a sack. So let's see. He's going to survive here. And Floormat is going to
turn it
roll
around
back from the ground.
Almost going to turn it around. Polymorph on Brain, Ring of Frost. Ceruleum, Kidney Shot, Vendetta, big power play by Roasties. Can they take out Ceruleum here in a big swift attack? They get a blind on the Brain, no Trinket. Brain has to Divine Shield. Ceruleum's burning down on that Cauterize. Hamsters and Hares still trying to battle it out, but they've got no more safety nets left here. Not enough.
Oh, that was
Floormat's
so
in
unlucky
so much
for
trouble. Divine Favor not going to recover. Roasties in a polymorph. Zach's just trying to heal Floormat and dispel at the same time. Quite a difficult place to navigate. Kidney Shot, Blinding Light by Zach onto the whole team. Ceruleum could be in trouble. Is Brain going to make a trade here? No follow-up crowd control. He's clutching on some heals and slowly beginning to recover Ceruleum. Hamsters and Hares are in shambles here, trying to restabilize and stay on target, but without Vendetta or Combustion, I feel like Method NA should be able to swing the momentum here very soon.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, Ceruleum got really unlucky with some of the pathing on that Dragon's Breath earlier. Zico and I were calling out the sap on Ceruleum. Nicely done there by Rossi, just fishing for that crowd control and finding it. Maybe they can get the ice block. Here comes a Garrote Silence onto Ceruleum. He uses the trinket, the alter time, just trying to avoid and his dispel. And if he can avoid that dispel, then I think he's going to be okay. Alter time should just heal him back to full. Brain is going to break free from the crowd control. And now it's going to be up to Method NA to look to reverse the pressure. Full Fear coming in. A nice double there by Drake, setting up his team.
Oh, there's an opportunity here. Oh, that was just the Blessing of Protection as well. In 20 seconds, they have Combustion, they have Vendetta. Ceruleum does not have a Trinket because he used his human racial about 20 seconds ago. And they can kill... Actually, wait, what happened to Smoke Bomb? What did he Smoke Bomb? Roasties. Did he just bump the Smoke Bomb right there? Roasties, never mind. They're still going to have a lot of offensive pressure, though. Format still got to get that Kleptomania right there on Ceruleum. Full kidney shot here. Big damage there onto Ceruleum now. And Floormat as well, though, in a Stormbolt into a Kyrian Spear, taking decent damage here from Drake as well. And Brain is going to be able to recover Ceruleum in that situation. Roasty's now in the Dragon's Breath into a Sheep here. Zach is there to dispel it. Roasty Shadow steps back onto his target. Ceruleum blinks away. The Brain here in a Hammer of Justice, but Floormat not able to reach there. Unfortunately, he's fishing for the Ring of Frost, not able to find it. Roasties gets the kidney shot, gets the blind onto Brain. Brain trinkets out. Sacrifice trades out there onto Ceruleum. But Brain has no Divine Shield. If they swap to Brain, he's going to take so much damage here.
Brain might just die.
So low from the sacrifice.
He might just die.
If there's anything in Brain that can just kill him here, he's going to go for a big, slow Divine Favor, Holy Light. He's going to get it off. Brain once again there, staying ahead and manages to survive. And now Zach actually could go down here, getting swapped to by Drake. This game is really spiraling out of control here, Sid.
Oh, an Ice Block from Ceruleum. No way. Both Paladins are going to be out of mana. Ice Block's coming up for Floormat in 20 seconds. Roasties can go for a Cloak all in and maybe take out Ceruleum here. Are they going to commit to it? Zach is drinking. Zach is actually drinking. He's getting massive mana. Floormat's trying to blink back in range, but he's caught in the Spirit Bastion. Drake really needs to get pressure with the Spirit Bastion, but Zach has an Avenging Wrath up. He gets feared on it. He's going to try and sit it, and they've got Roasty stunned up behind the pillar, though. He's getting owned by Ceruleum. They're going to polymorph him and just stick to Floormat, get control of the Rogue behind the pillar, stop some damage. They don't have mana to prevent the bleeding that's going to occur once Roasties connects. Now Brain is trying to drink. They're trying to catch him with a Ring of Frost. He doesn't get too much mana, but they are just working with scraps as both of these teams have been going at each other for 9 minutes. Doesn't feel like 9 minutes with the level of intensity between them.
I mean, it's been so back and forth at this point. Floormat going for a polymorph, gets reflected there. This is the combustion, big damage available. And it looks like Ceruleum will be able to hold on. Brain Cell's a little bit of mana. It's a bit about even for them. 26% dampening at this point. Floormat with no Cauterize needs to be very careful. He wants to hold on to that Cauterize if he can. He still has the Ice Block. Cooldowns are in favor of Hamsters and Hares at this point in the game. Floormat, though, might get procced. It is going to be the Ice Block a few seconds away from that Cauterize. He's got 10 seconds on that cheat death. Can they hold on a little bit longer? Looks like they will be able to. Zach using the Divine Shield as well as the Avenging Wrath. That healing should be more than enough throughput. Now Hamsters and Hares are looking to take down Ceruleum. Ceruleum in desperation, trying to throw down a Ring of Frost, trying to get some crowd control, trying to kite away. But it is not easy. Roasties is all over him at this point, but Floormat also getting smacked here. Big damage, and Floormat gets dropped. A nice spell steal by Ceruleum. Closes it out on that alter time. Method NA up 2-0.
Very, very nice turnaround there. And Method NA keeping, their cool, keeping their focus after that seed, survived. Very, very nice stuff there from them. And, they're so deadly in these Mage Paladin mirrors. And I don't know, are we going to see the Rogue Mage Pally a third time? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're going to see if they do decide to switch things up. But first, let's check out that replay from game number 1.
Yeah, so here, I mean, the game is kind of spiraled out of control at this point. Drake has so much uptime. They get the block, they remove it, they get the Kyrian Spear, and Drake here actually swapping over with the Intervene here to protect Ceruleum for a second from Roasty's pressure right there. And here Floormat has his combustion, just wants to get the CC, but he keeps getting shut down. Counterspell, gets kicked, keeps getting, interrupted anytime he's going for that CC. And there's the Hammer of Justice now onto Zach. And that's going to be the Kleptomania coming out there from Ceruleum on the alter time right there. And unfortunately for Floormat, he's not going to be able to go back there. And instead, he's just going to die.
Okay, well, Method NA winning 2 games in a row in the beginning of this series. We were thinking, actually in the beginning of that last game, we were saying there's no way that somebody gets 3-0'd in this series, but it's kind of looking like we might be wrong, Supatees.
Maybe. Also, Hamsters and Hares, when they won, I'm like 99% sure they played Ellie Mage.
They did, yeah.
The whole series. So I would like to see them try a game of that on a big map. And then maybe go Warrior Mage blind on the smaller maps. But after seeing 2 games of this, it's just so close. Maybe you want to mix something up. Do you want to try that again? I mean, you're getting your Wild Seed procced first every time, it seems like. And you're just like scraping by. Why not play something that worked before? Maybe after the changes, because that was before 9.0.5, maybe the Ellie Mage can't maintain mana, but I feel like you should be able to on a big map. Just go Empyrean Domain, set up drinks, play like Creed did, get a point on the board, and then probably just blind lock Warrior Mage. What would hard counter Warrior Mage that Method NA have? They're just going to mirror, aren't they? I feel like. So that, to me, that's what my game plan would be if I was Hamsters and Hares. Pick big map, set up Ellie Mage, and then blind lock Warrior Mage for the rest of the series. I don't think
Well,
they're
we are
going to.
seeing them lock in Tiger's Peak. Method NA sticking with that comp. Now we're going to see Hamsters and Hares choosing their composition. There's a lot on the line right now to make it into top 4. Basically, if you're a fan of OTK, you are rooting for Method NA, because if Method NA does win, that guarantees OTK will make it to top 4. If they lose, OTK, they still have to qualify. They can still qualify by beating Golden Guardians in their next series. But I mean, there are a lot of eyes on this series, quite a lot on the line in terms of placements, and it could all fall apart right here if Hamsters and Hares loses or doesn't turn this around potentially. It's just at the moment really not looking good. They've locked in Tiger's Peak, sticking with that composition as well, Zico.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. You know, there's a lot on the line here. Hamsters and Hares, one of the teams looking to make that qualification, and you know, in NA, you kind of got 3 top tier teams. You got the Golden Guardians, you got Method NA, and you got Cloud9. Those 3 teams are basically beating everyone, you know, except each other. They're all just able to take maybe 1 series off of each other. So you really have 3 locked in spots, and it really is that battle for 4th. And there's so many good teams in North America, you know. Hamsters and Hares definitely one of those top tier teams, you know, winning one of the cups. And Method NA, of course, has kind of been the team to beat this entire season here. So, you know, a team like Hamsters and Hares not even making it to the finals, that's just shows, you know, how competitive this region is. Of course, you got OTK here just really cheering for Method NA to just take it home here in this 3rd and potentially final game here on Tiger's Peak.
Hamsters and Hares are putting up a fight, but yeah, if you're a Method NA fan, you're rooting for Method NA. If you're an OTK fan, you're also rooting for Method NA because it will prevent Hamsters and Hares from tying the match score potentially with OTK. But despite all of that, Hamsters and Hares are certainly putting on a show. These are some of the most entertaining matches that we've seen so far, and they've definitely improved a lot. And I look forward to seeing, regardless of the result of this, to see what their team can do in the future. At the moment, Method NA set up beautiful crowd control. They've isolated floor mat. They're going right after the mage. Look at his health just get chunked, but look at that floor mat alter timed, baiting his opponents and then rewinding all the damage that they worked so hard. Now turning the tides with a combustion push on a Ceralium. Ceralium going to respond with mirror images preemptively on the kidney shot, reducing damage. Nice reads by both mages, but those mirror images have been killed off, and now the entire team is crowd controlled. Hamsters and Hares are in control for a few more seconds. Brain trinkets. He trinkets out of a blinding light. Now if he gets blinded and bops off a blind, I want to see an all-in on Brain. I would really love to see that from Roasties here. Go for a blind when you've got kidney shots. Try and see if Brain bops it, and then all in the Paladin.
But they get the ice block. Hamsters and Hares on fire in the early game.
What a nice setup here, and they're gonna crowd control through the block right there, and now they're going to get a DR sheep here onto Brain. Surround still going to be under heavy fire. He gets the intervene. He has the alter time active here. He gets the sacrifice finally. Almost blocking his cauterize right there. What a great push here from Hamsters and Hares. Sure sounds the blight, but now Zach here in a full ring of frost. Floor mat needs to do whatever he can here, try to survive after that pressure. Zach is going to respect the damage, trade out his trinket and sacrifice. They just got a big push right there, and that forbearance on Brain is surely about to fade here, so not going to be able to swap over to him, but they get themselves another cooldown off the checklist here with that Blessing of Protection. Zach now in a Hammer of Justice. Surround him, gets Dragon's Breath there by Floor mat. Nicely done. Doesn't have the counterspell, stops the chain for a little bit, but they secure it with that intimidating shot into a fear, and that's going to be Floor mat's Ice Block. Shattering Throw comes out. They actually remove it. There's the Blinding Light. They might push for more. They get the They might just kill him. They proc him, and just like that, it is going to be over. No, they bought the seed here. They have Kleptomania. They blind surround him here. Kleptomania comes out maybe. No, it looks like Florida once again is going to come back here from the grave. Once again, going to bloom to life here on Tiger's Peak, Sid.
Format looks more like a gardener here in this series, but now he's caught in the Spear of Bastion. He's going to alter time and blink in for Polymorphs. Not going to find it. He can alter back if he needs to. I think he's going to cancel it here as he's already full health and just blink forward. Actually altering back behind the pillar at lower health. Bit of a gamble. Ceralium's still low on health here. No Ice Block. Brains in a Polymorph. Floormat's trying to reset Combustion. He's got his cooldowns reset. Let's see what he can get done here. He needs to get crowd control into Brain, but I don't think they have diminishing returns. Ceralium gets interrupted. Floormat is stunned. Zach Divine shields to try and recover, but they are overwhelming Floormat. They're absolutely devastating him at the moment. Zach with instant reactions to just keep him even alive at this point, let alone get him to a healthy margin. Really good reaction by Zach there, and nice response. However, they are just falling more and more behind.
Yeah, they're kind of flailing to survive at this point in the game. Format looking for a defensive polymorph, going for a Dragon's Breath potential sheep. Can he find it? A full sheep lands. Format is in a world of trouble right now. Beautiful alter time, keeping himself alive. Spear of Bastion pins him down. Let's see if they can have the damage actually drop him. The Smoke Bomb drops down. This is the combustion. It gets immediately stripped off by Ceralium. Nicely done. Format on the run once again. And if we look at mana, actually Hamsters and Hares is a little bit ahead. So Format can just hold on. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Drake is all over him, just putting out so much pressure. He's in execute range, and there is going to be no Wild Seed. Method NA 3-0. Crushing Hamsters and Hares' dreams of making it to that top 4. Very dominating performance.
Very, very beautiful performance right there coming in. And once again here, Method NA on that Warrior Mage Paladin looking super solid here. Drake again with the Kyrian Warrior, just able to stick to his target like glue. And, you know, with that one put, it was looking fairly okay there. You know, it was a pretty decent start for Hamsters and Hair, but as soon as Method NA got that one push where they basically forced the entire spell book and even got the kill through it as well, it was just kind of over at that point. Even if you recover the seed at that point, Method NA is just super far ahead. And look at this fake cast right there from Ceralium on the counterspell of Floormat, secures the CC chain, and Floormat at this point, you know, he has a nice alter time, but an excellent Kyrian Spear there from Drake. Floormat trying to get the counter pressure going here with the combustion. It gets stripped off when Surround comes out of the smoke bomb. And of course here you can see this last CC chain of the game here that ends Floormat. They get a full intimidating strat and they get the stun here. Actually, they don't even stun Floormat, they just kill him outright here with damage with that follow-up sheep onto Zach. So Drake setting up his team there in the end as well.
Remember when we said there's no way they would 3-0?
When you guys said that, I said, what if this was the best game and it's just going to spiral?
I did not say that. Don't say you guys.
Oh, was that just me? I think that was just me then.
I think I
said Sid said it was impossible.
Yeah,
no, you said impossible.
I ran it back. I said it was highly unlikely. You know, I ran it.
And then
back.
I think I chimed in with it. There's no way they 3-0. Just I was basing that off the fact of the last time these teams played against each other. It was a much closer series, but I mean, Method NA completely stepping it up here. Very unfortunate loss for Hamsters and Hares. I mean, we've seen these guys have a really solid circuit. They've completely stepped it up the last time that we have seen them. They had a pretty convincing victory against Charlotte Phoenix yesterday in a 3-0, but they have lost, unfortunately, to Method NA here today. And that is the last we will be seeing those two teams in the circuit, Zico. But, I mean, Method NA, very strong right now.
Yeah, Method and I mean NA in general is definitely quite a competitive region here. You got like I was kind of saying, you got the three top dogs here. You got Golden Guardians, you got C9, you got Method NA, and now OTK. I'm pretty sure are qualified as well. So for OTK here,
Believe so.
I mean, this is great for them. But if they can take the win against Golden Guardians, it really shows that there's actually kind of four top teams in NA, and they're all very, very closely matched to each other. Whereas I would say in EU, I would say there's Skill Cat, which is like kind of a tier above everybody else. So I would say,
Wow.
they're 7-0.
Bias
I'm just
much?
saying. They're 7-0.
That's fair.
They barely lost, so they had a great showing in EU, but I feel like all the other teams are trying to catch up to Skill Cap. Whereas in NA, all the top teams are super close.
Yeah, no, but I mean, any way you look at it, for both regions, North America and Europe, the top four teams are very, very strong. I feel like we're gonna have an amazing finals for both of those regions. But it is officially confirmed, the top four teams that we do have in NA. We've got Cloud9, Method NA, Golden Guardians, and OTK. We don't know the seeding of that yet. We are gonna get that tallied up, and we'll let you guys know as soon as we have that information available. But we do now officially know that it will for sure be those four teams in the North American finals. But up next, we have a very big series on our hands. We've got OTK and we've got Golden Guardians. We are going to head to a break, but before we get to talking about that series and going to that break, do want to give one very last shout out. We are still doing that Doctors Without Borders COVID crisis fund. We are so close, you guys. We are under $100,000 away from unlocking Daisy the Sloth on the right side of your screen there. We did a tremendous job of getting to 900K, and we're just a little bit away to completing our goal of $1 million. So check out that. There is more information in the BattleNet Launcher app if you want to contribute to that cause, and a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for everyone that has contributed so far. So tremendously good cause. Donate to Doctors Without Borders for their COVID crisis fund, and we can have that cute little sloth. And then now we are going to go to a break. Up next, we've got OTK versus Golden Guardians. Definitely stick around for this one. You do not want to miss this series. We will be right back.
control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamasters gonna fall. Adamasters gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blinto. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows down. The kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got a huge series on our hands right now. It's OTK facing off against Golden Guardians. I know I'm seeing a lot of fans in chat right now rooting on their favorite team, Super Tees. Do you want to make a prediction though here? Because I feel like both these teams have had an incredible showing lately in the circuit. It seems like both of these teams are kind of bringing back compositions that we haven't seen in a while and doing really well on them.
I feel like I need to make my prediction based on the opposite of whatever I say. Or I shouldn't make a prediction because I'm just jinxing whatever team it is that I say is going to win. I mean, OTK, their Windwalker, Death Knight, their melee cleaves have always, I feel like, historically been difficult for Golden Guardians. So are the Golden Guardians going to have something different to bring to the table? Are they going to use the Ret Hunter? Maybe potentially as a counter cleave composition in the blind pick. It could all come down to the blind pick. If they get a bad matchup, then I would feel like that team is going to be able to take this. So our Golden Guardians is going to go, tried and true with Shadow Priest Rogue. It's so hard. I feel like I'm going to jinx someone if I say they're going to win. I don't want to make a prediction.
You can stay neutral. It's okay.
You know who's going to win? All of us who get to watch this series.
True, and the friends we made along the way. But we do know that Peekaboo heading into this series is feeling very confident, and he had some words to share with us.
OTK again? We're beating them, okay? OTK better hope they don't Q into us ever again. Otherwise, I didn't want to say what we'll do to them, okay? I didn't want to talk about it. Next time we fight OTK, they better be ready. Trust me. We finally beat them one game. Which means, if we continue the trend of beating them, then we should theoretically win if we keep beating them. So, all we got to do now is actually beat them. Yeah. More than one game. Right?
What?
I mean, the math checks out.
The math checks out. So Peekaboo sounds confident.
That was so intense, the zooming in, the clipping of the words, and then when you actually just think about what he just said, you're just like, wait, what? We beat them, so we're going to beat them.
Hey, logic is logic, Super Tees.
I guess.
Well,
are you going to change your prediction now?
Yeah, you can change it.
I mean, I don't want to jinx it. I swear. Whoever I say is going to win this is going to lose, and I don't want to jinx it.
All right, well, I think that Golden Guardians is definitely feeling pretty confident heading into this, but I mean, we really don't know yet. These two teams have not faced each other yet in the circuit, so it could really be anyone's game. That it sounds like we don't really have a sure answer on who we think will win this series, but we do know both of these teams, two powerhouses in the North American circuit right now in the AWC. Both of these teams have already qualified for top 4 at the moment. They're just competing for seeding. So let's see what they do here and decide to bring out in game number 1 on the Grand Arena.
This series is interesting to me for a lot of different reasons, but I feel like one thing is I feel like OTK, they need to kind of make a statement here. If they can beat Golden Guardians, then I think at that top 4, it becomes really interesting for them where, they can beat Golden Guardians can beat Method NA, and we have a bit of a, not a triangle since there's 4 teams, a bit of a square going on, I guess. But if OTK loses this, that means they lost to every other team in the top 4, which I think would be kind of a disaster for them. But we'll see. They're going to be locking in the Windwalker Death Knight Paladin, and Golden Guardians, they are going to be locking in their Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. I feel like this is a matchup we've seen between these two teams for years at this point.
I also believe that if OTK wins this, it would put them in 3rd place, and it would put Golden Guardians in 4th, and you don't want to be in 4th. So, and we're going to get some confirmation on that stuff later as well. But right now, it's going to be all about Whiskey here. We got both teams leading here with their mains, like in the good olden days here. You got Peekaboo already down a trinket, drops the blind right there. Sea-Doo's going to use that Blessing of Protection to get out of it. Trill now getting hexed, but he gets dispelled. There's a smoke bomb now onto Trill. Trill's going to trinket, trade out the Touch of Karma. With the Serenity and the Zwen here, Whiskey needs to be very careful. This Trill has a lot of damage available here. After this Fist of Fury, he's going to have increased crit chance as well here with his Rising Sun Kick. Whiskey realizing that, going to respect the damage, trade out the Dispersion there while Hamsters is in that blinding light.
All right, let's see if they can get some counter pressure. That first assault was pretty devastating. The damage isn't going anywhere either. Hamsters is trying to recover. It's costing quite a bit of mana just to maintain WizK at this point. Here comes the stun lock combo from the Golden Guardians. What can they get done? Sea-Doo has to trinket and trade out the sacrifice onto Trill. A vital push here by the Golden Guardians, but now they're gripped in by Mez for a triple. Into another triple, into an oh no! OTK take game 1.
I mean, honestly, a beautiful setup there by the side of OTK. You can see just how happy Sea-Doo is. The consistent setups coming in. Honestly, Trill, with his Serenity and his Zwen, that first push basically got every single cooldown that the Golden Guardians had available, and that is a great start for OTK.
You see Sea-Doo's like a little victory, like let's go or whatever. I'm not sure exactly what he said, but definitely pumped for game number 1, that victory on Golden Guardians. Very quick as well, Zico.
Yeah, they pretty much won the game in like 2 setups. So definitely, in 3 setups. They had 1 setup on Peekaboo, then they had this setup here where they got the Dispersion, and then in the next setup they straight up won the game. So definitely good start here for OTK. And I gotta be honest, their Windwalker DK Paladin, it's been looking so good lately. I don't know if they've just been practicing more or like what's been going on, but it really feels like they've been doing some great stuff. And here, this was a good push here onto Trill as well. They hex Trill to make him dispel, and then they get a Mind Games onto Trill there. So Sea-Doo had to trade out the sacrifice. Then they get, of course, a triple here. Absturge with no trinket right there, not able to get out the trinket Spirit Link in that exchange there, and nobody else had trinkets. So yeah, domination there from OTK, and Lord Maz with 2 killing blows from those snowballs.
Oh man, okay, Golden Guardians. Let's see what they do here as we do head into game number 2. Obviously, they're going to be looking to tie things up. That's kind of their classic composition that we did see them play in game number 1, as well as OTK. We didn't see them play it for a while, that Windwalker DK, but they've been bringing it out lately in the circuit, doing very well, tremendously well on it, I would say. And then Golden Guardians as well, that rogue Shadow Priest has been something that they've been doing quite a bit. So it's kind of the matchup we may have expected from them, and they may have expected it from each other. But do we expect them to switch things up for game number 2, Ven?
I feel like OTK, they're going to be confident to lock in this composition, so I do expect we just see Windwalker DK for the most part, unless Golden Guardians pick something. But for the blind pick, OTK for sure, Windwalker Death Knight, and Golden Guardians, now they have a few options. We could see them bring in the BM Hunter with the Retribution Paladin. Might be a good option. Honestly, RPS might not be that bad of an option. I feel like Golden Guardians, they got caught off guard by that first Serenity, and they had to trade everything. I mean, basically, in the first setup, if all 3 members trade out their trinket, you basically lose the game, because in the second setup, unless you have Dispersion, you don't have an answer for the burst damage that's incoming. So OTK was able to basically ride momentum from the first leg sweep to the second leg sweep, get every single defensive cooldown, and then just win in that 1 stun lock combo. And I feel like if Golden Guardians, they clean up their play or maybe react to the situation differently, they still have a chance in this particular matchup.
Okay, well, we'll see if we do see that second matchup soon. It's going to be their map choice as well, and like Ven already mentions, it's OTK's blind pick in this draft, so we'll see what they do decide to do. But I mean, right now, it's certainly not a way that you want to start off in a series like that. Like I already mentioned, they are still top 4, but they definitely want to try and get as good of a placings and seedings heading into the North American finals as they can. So they don't have top 4 on the line, but there is still a great amount of pressure in this series. And of course, you want to beat OTK and Golden Guardians. I mean, both of these teams very, very well respected. So we've seen Dalaran Series as the map, Windwalker DK. We're seeing OTK stick with now Golden Guardians. 2 minutes left, Zico, for them to pick their comp. What would you like to see in this situation now that we've seen the map?
I mean, they've had to expect that, so maybe Shadow Priest Rogue again from Golden Guardians, the same matchup, but I don't know. The map though, does it make that much sense? I guess they want to shut down Sea-Doo's drinking capabilities. I don't know. I think Shadow Priest Rogue, try it out one more time, see how it goes, and then because the problem with bringing in Jelly Beans and the BM Hunter is that the snowballs all of a sudden are going to have more targets to bounce to, so it's going to bring you more offense, but also you're going to be in a situation where randomly the pet might die to cleave damage, or randomly Jelly Beans might die, or somebody else might die because of the pet. So it's you have to be very, very careful with how you position the pet, and if you're attacking Trill with it and they're doing a setup, and they're going to be in the setup, so it's can be tricky to bring in a BM Hunter here. So that's why. So currently OTK is 4-2, and Golden Guardians is 5-1, I believe. Right?
Sounds
that's
right.
what my standings.
But I have
I'm
that as
looking
well.
at
Yeah.
have.
Yeah. So if OTK wins, that's gonna put them on 5-2, and Golden Guardians on 5-2. And since they won the head-to-head, it should put OTK in 3rd place, Golden Guardians in 4th place, and because C9 beat Method NA in head-to-head, then C9 should be 1st place. And I'm pretty sure if you're either of these teams, you don't want to play against C9. Well, I guess Golden Guardians would have a better shot in C9, but still, you definitely don't want to be in that 4th place
I think it's
position.
also more prize.
Yeah, it's more prize for sure as well.
So it's not like this is, I feel like some people are thinking that this match might not, it's just for bragging rights, but I think this is like a 3rd, 4th battle. If OTK can get a 3-0 and grab 3rd place from Golden Guardians, that means they get more money and they avoid fighting Cloud9, which is their hardest team in my mind, or at least I think it's their hardest team overall. So this is actually a very important series for OTK, not only to just bump up their prize, but to also avoid their hardest competition.
Yeah. So obviously they're still going to be trying their hardest regardless of their placement. This is still a very important matchup no matter which side you're on the team or in the chat. You still definitely want to be rooting for your team here because this series still is very much got stuff on the line as we have discussed. OTK, Golden Guardians, OTK already up 1-0, but we are going to be going to Dalaran Stewards. We did see OTK win that first game. So as we head into this map, what do we feel like that's going to change at all? Because it is quite a bit smaller map. They didn't choose Hook Point though, Ven. But what is Golden Guardians going to try to do now that we've changed the size that they have to maneuver around here?
Like I said, I feel like for Golden Guardians, it's just all about when Zwen's up, Serenity's up. That's when you really have to respect and trade. I feel like you have to trade almost early and just make sure you don't overlap. If someone doesn't have a trinket for the second setup, if all 3 members have used their trinket of Golden Guardians, they're going to lose the game. So they need a trinket for every single setup that comes in. And if they overlap, that's when OTK is going to be able to win in a fashion that we saw on the Grand Arena. So Golden Guardians, they just need to clean up their defensive play a little bit. Offense looks solid. They were getting the cooldowns when they needed to. They just need to not overlap their defensives, and that's going to be their ticket to actually winning.
Do you guys feel like, I mean, I know that we already talked about like it's seeding matters, of course, and they don't really want to be playing each other, but I do wonder if they play like a little bit more aggressively since they don't have getting knocked out of the top 4 sort of in the back of their minds. Do you think that would change the way that they play it all, Zico, or are they going to still be playing this matchup as if it was still top 4 on the line?
Well, I think they have to play every matchup like it's top 4 on the line, because for them, the big goal is to do well in the finals, right? And you're laying down the groundwork for that right now. So you got to do well, you got to perform, you got to make sure that you're taking every game, taking it at full value, and you can't disrespect your opponents or anything like that. So playing overly aggressive and stuff like that, I don't think that's the case. I think it's more kind of what we were talking about before. Maybe Golden Guardian played a little too aggressive, and they just kind of messed up their trinket rotation defensively. I really don't know what Hamsters actually trinketed, because it looked fine when Peekaboo was down a trinket and Whiskey was down a trinket, but when Hamsters was down his trinket as well, usually you just trinket Spirit Link. So he trinketed something, and then they did the setup. So I think that's where everything kind of fell apart for them. So for them, they just gotta shape up and look at the next match. I think it's very likely that we see the same comps like all games. So
throughout
I
this
don't.
series.
Yeah, so I don't think losing the blind. I mean, it's going to be important, but I don't think it's as important as in some of our other matchups.
Well, we can take a look at Peekaboo's current stats. I mean, these are pretty high: 78% play rate, 75% interrupt rate as well, and then obviously, mostly a rogue player, as that is definitely what he's known for. That is, we're doing him dirty with that Windwalker stat though at 0%. So
the
sorry,
numbers don't
Peekaboo.
lie, okay?
That's true. But yeah, we can see he, about half the time that we do see him on that rogue, he's going to be winning. And now we can see OTK Mez's play rate a little bit higher interrupt rate, I think, as well. But it's about the same stats on Frost Death Knight and Unholy Death Knight, kind of at that 50% mark. Obviously, Unholy a little bit lower, but he has been playing the Frost DK, I think, mostly this season. I feel like the Unholy Death Knight games have probably only been like three or 4 games, something like that. Very small number.
Yeah, I don't think he's played too much on Holy DK. I feel like their success has been for sure at the back of that Frost DK. It's really been about Mez setting everyone up with the blinds and the triple dragons that he keeps hitting, and it's kind of been their ticket to form for OTK, because they had the pretty weak cup performance. It was an okay cup performance, but I feel like their circuit performance has been actually really good.
Yeah, I feel like honestly both of these teams like have completely stepped it up here in the circuit with OTK and Golden Guardians. They're coming back to, I kind of mentioned it before the beginning of the series, they're kind of coming back to those classic comps that they were sort of known for, and they found their early rise and success, and they're kind of bringing them out once again in the circuit, getting that strong and consistent showing, and also the stats as we can see here on our screen. But we can see both of these teams have a very wide range of compositions. Like, they do have, of course, their bread and butter comps, but they also are very versatile teams, which can always be very good and very handy in situations such as these. And we'll see if they also apply that in the North American finals and see if these two teams do end up facing each other again. But it's game number 2. Let's see if OTK puts themselves on match point, but Golden Guardians looking to tie things up on Dalaran.
I mean, OTK, their Windwalker Death Knight looks like, the good old times when we saw their Windwalker Death Knight just smashing players. I think it was Absturge. He ended up making a video about dying in stuns to Windwalker DK in the past. So this is a comp that's really had Golden Guardians' number for years over the span of multiple expansions, and now they're fighting OTK at what appears to be full power. This is going to be very difficult for them to overcome. They're going to begin their first assault onto Trill, already netting the diffuse magic from the Windwalker Monk as an important cooldown, as well as a blessing of protection. Now they're trying to retreat and keep pressure up at the same time. WizK pre-fading, trying to door of shadows away from the slappy hands of Mez, but he's not able to escape from it. There's still a ton of damage trucking through here. Seedu caught into a fear, Trill into the kidney shot. Trill trinkets out of the smoke bomb, portaling back to Seedu to begin to recover. However, that wasn't a vendetta, still a big threat. Here comes the triple leg sweep. There's the snowball bouncing between Absturge and WizK. WizK gonna trade dispersion. This time around, the Golden Guardians don't use any medallions, so that will allow them to escape in the future setup. That was really well done by the Golden Guardians, but Swen is still out. Absturge needs to try and deal with that. He's trying to fish for some hexes, not finding them. Trill in a kidney shot, stalling the damage. Here's the vendetta. Seedu bops it off to try and recover. Triple Dragon in a counter assault by Mez. Damage coming in from Seedu off to the side as well on that Holy Paladin. Big damage coming in onto WizK. Is he going to be able to survive? They drop the Spirit Link Totem and Ascendance to try and recover from the collateral re-linked damage. Absturge is pulling out all the stops.
Yeah, this Serenity is absolutely devastating, but WizK, he held onto his trinket, so this next leg sweep that's incoming, double blinding light actually, Trill's in a little bit of trouble trying to reconnect to target. See, he's going to be back on top of WizK. WizK, of course, with his Greater Fade, going to be feeling relatively safe. Potentially, we'll see a Hammer of Justice on Absurge. WizK just going to be trading out the Greater Fade. Beautiful Ring of Peace there by Trill, knocking WizK away from Absurge, making it difficult for him to actually connect those heals. And that Earthen Wall Totem finally drops down. Here's going to come the leg sweep. Can he find it? Trill needs to, but he gets caught into a stun. Unfortunately, not able to find the double leg sweep, the triple leg sweep. Great job there by Peekaboo, denying OTK that setup.
If Peekaboo can get a stun on Trill before he can get that triple, it's going to shut down the entire setup here. Trill actually dropping quite low there. Save Out Light's going to proc. They hex Trill right there, and now they're going for the mind games here potentially on the Dispel. So very nice stuff here. That Diffuse Magic is not going to fade. Trill in a full kidney shot here. Dangerous situation. Sidu's in a silence. Trill, he's going to use everything up for himself. That human racial, and here comes the grip. There's the double leg sweep. Whiskey going to trinket out and trade that fade right there. That snowball is going to stop bouncing, but Whiskey taking massive damage. He has no fade. He has no dispersion. He's on 1% HP. Hamsters trades out the Spirit Link, but there's a triple dragon. And Whiskey is on 1% HP. 2 seconds left on the fade. Can he get it off? He barely manages to survive there.
The blind.
Because of the defensive blind from Peekaboo, saving the day, but he's not out of the woods yet. Still has to activate that fade now. Hamsters manages to pick him up, but that was a great defensive blind there by Peekaboo, saving the day. And now here comes the pressure from Peekaboo. The Turbo Fist gets the Hex right there, just interrupted by Hamsters. Hamsters just playing that spec that lets him spam hexes here. Very, very nicely done for him. Hamsters now in a full blinding light. Here comes the Serenity. Immediate dispersion here from Whiskey. Peekaboo channeling out the Fleshcraft, but one Rising Sun Kick erases it. And here comes another kidney shot now onto Trill. Double Fear onto Sidu and Mez. Full Hex here potentially onto Sidu's Trinket, but he sacks it and saves Trill. And now Whiskey once again on the back foot.
Yeah, there's not much left here for the Golden Guardian. Sidu still has Divine Shield. Let's see how they decide to navigate this. They're right at the finish line. Sidu going to Divine Shield and heal up Trill in the immediate future and just stay on target. Then he needs to heal through a ton of damage, though. This is Vendetta coming out from Peekaboo. Peekaboo could easily take out Trill here. Sidu caught into a full Hex by Absturge. Expertly landed, and Trill is stunned up, and he can go nowhere. Golden Guardians with nothing left. Pull it off in game 2.
These two teams are so evenly matched, back and forth. Honestly, the highlight of that game for me was Peekaboo and his defensive blind. Trill had Trinket available for the blind, but if he had Trinketed, he was going to get... Oh, he didn't. Oh, it was very close. Well, it was just a few seconds left. He had the kidney shot available anyways, so Peekaboo gets the full blind into the full kidney shot, and unfortunately, Trill's not able to break it. And as a result, there's going to be no touch of death from Trill. Really, really clutch plays that keep Golden Guardian in it. They're consistent setups. The hexes from Absurge, very, very key in order for them to survive.
Yeah, I like that point with the hexes. Absurge is playing that Voodoo Mastery, which means his hex doesn't have a cooldown, so he's just basically a mage spamming poly the whole game. And it was very effective. It's what got them the kill. It's what allows them to secure a lot of these mind games as well. So, and I mean, you can see it here. He's just spamming Hex there onto Sidu's Trinket. Sidu does sacrifice it right there. He gets silenced on it. Whiskey almost going down here from the damage. Peekaboo here activating his Vendetta, and this is their kind of go time. Trill taking basically unhealable damage. There's the setup from Mez. Snowball coming in. Peekaboo cloaks it. Sidu trades out his Divine Shield, and look at his Hex out of the Divine Shield right there. Absurge snipes it. Kidney shot is secured, and at this point, there's nothing he can do. Trill or Peekaboo also vanishing for the sheep shot there onto Trill, so he can't port away just to keep him in place a little bit longer. So, yeah, pretty solid stuff here from the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, very solid. Now tied up here in this best of 5 series. It's now 1-1, so we're seeing it go back and forth so far. So I wonder if we do continue in that pattern and see an OTK win for this next game, because it is going to be their map choice. Golden Guardians has to blind lock in that comp, but I think, Ben, it was you that said we are likely to see that same matchup throughout the rest of the series.
I think based off what we just saw, where OT kicked in Windwalker Death Knight blind and Golden Guardians locked in the RPS into that composition, I think that it just means that these two teams, they're comfortable going back and forth. And it does seem like one of those matchups where either side could win. It's just going to come down to those clutch little plays that both these teams are making, and whoever can make those plays better, or basically use their defensive cooldowns better, use their offensive cooldowns better, take advantage of the little situations that present themselves, like that full block Peekaboo onto Trill. Little things like that are going to determine the outcome of the series, and I think that's what makes it so exciting every single time we see these two teams meet.
Yeah, you really never know what you're going to get when you do see them compete against each other, so it's kind of fitting that we're seeing them face each other off face off against each other in the circuit on the very final day. This is the last time we're going to see either of these two teams in the circuit before the North American finals. I feel like Supatees, every time we get Golden Guardians in competition, the question is always like, when are we going to see Jelly Beans? When are we going to see Jelly play? And we know that when he does come out, he has come out a few times this season, but really not a lot. Why in this situation would we not be seeing him, or be seeing him if they do decide to bring him?
I think they're worried about his pets just getting cleaved down. There's a ton of AoE damage from Windwalker Death Knight that a hunter's going to have to deal with. Particularly Jellybeans' role on the team so far in the circuit has been to be kind of an anti-mage with the Shadow Priest Hunter, and OTK can play mage. So maybe if we see a situation where OTK switch to Windwalker Mage at some point, which I think is unlikely, Golden Guardians will then switch Jellybeans in. But with this current matchup, it seems like their best odds are going to be relying on that Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. And then maybe for the finals, we see Jellybeans working on some alts. I know in the past he's had Jelly Ellie. I feel like we saw Jelly Ellie at a BlizzCon one year, and everyone was like, what is happening? I think they played like Thunder. I'm pretty sure, I can't remember what year that was. They played, it might have been the year they had that really deep run. Was that 2016? It's a long time ago. But I know Jellybeans is capable of playing more than just a hunter. And that's what I would really like to see from the Golden Guardians moving into the finals.
Mm-hmm.
I
It almost feels...
Supatees,
Go ahead.
I think Supatees just really like saying Jelly Ellie, and it is fun
Yeah.
to say.
Is that what the
I'm
tune
pretty
is
sure-
actually named, or like on,
Yeah.
on
I
his
think
account?
he's Jelly
I think
Ellie.
so, yeah.
Jelly Ellie.
That's clever. Oh man.
Makes
I
sense.
mean, does that feel like, I mean, either of these teams, like what we would have to see them do, maybe Golden Guardians especially, like we don't really see the utilization of their fourth player that often. We don't really see Sam too much. We don't really see Jellybeans too much either, Zico. Do you expect them to try and utilize them a little bit more for the North American finals to get that competitive edge, or are we going to see them maybe perfect the comps that we're already seeing them bring out, do you think?
Do I expect it? I mean, would I like to see it? Yes. Do I expect it? I would say in the case of Golden Guardians, no way. In the case of OTK, yeah, probably. I could see them investing more time with Sam and getting, in shape because he is a world-class mage. So if they can, they should definitely try to implement him. But for Golden Guardians, I actually think that the person that needs to multi-class a little bit more is Peekaboo. I don't think it's Jellybeans. Well, maybe if Jellybeans picks something more up, but for Jellybeans, if he plays like Warrior and Hunter, I think Jellybeans is like doing more than enough. But for Peekaboo, it's so interesting because he can play a Feral Druid, and I feel like he would be pretty good at it, It's like, it's not that different from Rogue. You have the combo points. It's, about stealthing and reopening and hitting and running and stuff. So it's fairly similar. It's, a little bit different, but I feel like that's something that he would potentially be really good at. And Jellybeans, well, he's a hunter, so that gives you jungle right there. That would be a big comp for them to pick up. WizK has already played, everything. We've seen him on DK, Feral. We've seen him on everything,
Mage.
Yeah, exactly. For WizK, I would like to see him just stay on the Wizards, keep playing that Mage, keep playing that Shadow Priest. I think we've seen him on Warlock as well in BFA, so him just being like a Wizard expert, Peekaboo being kind of a melee expert, and Jellybeans being the X Factor, I think that would be good. But I don't think it's ever going to happen because, the Golden Guardians, they're more about teamwork and friendship, I think, than all the other stuff.
I mean, I feel like that's why they're so, loved. They've been together as a team for so long, and it's like, regardless of the results that they're getting, we've seen them have seasons where they don't do well at all, and we're seeing them have seasons where they do tremendously well. And even when they weren't able to use Jellybeans at all, like we didn't really see him since Legion before, like when we saw him in the Cup. So it's been a long time since they've even been able to utilize Jellybeans, and yet these guys are still, they're tried and true. They're the move. They're such good friends, and we see that. I feel like we see that like fun and friendship come out
Exactly.
just all over when we think of this team, Golden Guardians. It's like, regardless of the results they're getting, they still have that. They still have the fans. They still have fun in these tournaments. But now they're having this incredible circuit season where they're finally getting amazing results once again, and now they're in top 4 going into North America. So Golden Guardian's definitely a fan favorite, but of course, I mean, then you have OTK on the other side. So I would argue that these are like some of the most loved teams in the AWC right now.
I feel like Golden Guardians is like a very emotional roller coaster when you're a fan of the Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
In some cases, it's like, it's both like exciting and exhilarating, and then borderline abusive a little bit too, where they're just like dragging it to the absolute last second. Got you guys the edge to see, like, are they going to do it? Are they going to win for us? Are they going to win for us? And then they pull it off right at the last moment, and they just keep you clinged on just as long as possible. And I mean, I'm sure that doing that on purpose is just funny that it always ends up being like that. So yeah, this series could be the same type of nail biter. I mean, easily.
Yeah. Definitely a very loyal fan base in this series, no matter what side you're on, I think. Which is always
absolutely.
It's always great to see. But I mean, it's all going to come down to a head right here. These two teams, like we've discussed so much, are very, very evenly matched in terms of seedings, in terms of the record right now, in terms of, I mean, I'd love to get the stats on like their actual head-to-head in the Shadowlands season, but I mean, very, very close. So we're going to see if we do end up going into a game 5, but determine the next game winner here of game number 3 is going to determine the team that finds themselves on match point, and then it's only one victory away from there to win this series. It's Hook Point, game number 3, OTK versus Golden Guardians.
Yep, OTK going to be picking a small map so they can stay on target, and it's going to be easier for Trill to just always be within his Transcendence range, because it's such a huge part of his survivability. If he can get out of a stun, while Cedu's in crowd control, he can just Transcendence away, whereas on Dahlia and Sewers, they're constantly trying to just drag him away from that point. Becomes really unstable for OTK. Golden Guardians looking to strike back in this series. They tied it up. Can they take away the swing match from OTK? If they could win this game, it would be devastating for OTK, but this has been one of the closest series we've seen today, if not so far in this round robin. So either one of these teams really could take it.
Yeah, and we're going to see here, beautiful opener immediately onto Trill, big damage coming out there. Cedu getting sapped, actually forced to trade out his Blessing of Protection. Oh, actually for the blind there, so pretty good trade there. Cedu maintaining his cool, and Trill also maintaining his cool there, not trading out any trinkets or anything like that. No real defensives aside from that diffuse magic, which is really big. And here comes Mezdo with the grips here, trying to group everybody together. But Trill again in a kidney shot here. Beautiful damage, that's going to be the trinket touch of Karma. Might not be enough here. Cedu might have to trade out the sacrifice as well. Big damage coming out from Peekaboo here, but 3 faints to stun. Nobody is trading right there. It's going to be WizK trading out his trinket, running away with the chill streak, still dropping dangerously low though. That's going to be Hamsters trading out his Ascendance as well as WizK's Fade, Vampiric Embrace. Trill now on the run here. The next kidney shots are going to be very, very dangerous for him, and there it is, full kidney shot. Can he get something onto Cedu? There's a sheep shot. Hamsters can't find the hex, but Cedu's still forced to trinket and trade out the sacrifice. And the Golden Guardians, I mean, they are just 1 or 2 setups away from potentially winning this game.
Let's see if they can keep it together here long enough to pull it off, take the swing match. They're so close to victory. They've got momentum. Cedu is struggling to keep Trill even above half health here. They grip Peekaboo behind the pillar with the Ring of Peace. Beautiful bounce back, but now Trill in the stun. They need crowd control on Cedu. They're going to silence Cedu. They're pushing for the win here in game 2. Cedu Divine Shields. He's bombing out big flash of lights to try and get Trill back in the fight. Mez lands a double dragon, peeling the team off of Trill for a moment, but now Cedu is stunned up. Trill is on the run to get away from Peekaboo. Cedu is chasing after him. Peekaboo sprints in. A hex onto... Man, these hexes from Absturge have been game-breaking, but Trill denies it and ports way far away from Peekaboo. Peekaboo gets gripped by WizK. Right back to Trill. He's running laps around the pillar to try and get there. Lava burst coming in from Absturge. Absturge is not afraid to get aggressive, and here's the smoke bomb. But Trill pre-diffused it, reducing so much damage in that smoke bomb. That was probably the end of the game if he didn't do that.
Whoa!
Whoa! Big obliterates, forcing out WizK into that dispersion immediately. That was not the Serenity, and now WizK's in a lot of trouble. Trill, he's got a lot of damage available. He's going to use it. What is WizK going to do? An immediate fade, but after fade, there's nothing. There's nothing left here for WizK, but a kidney shot on the Trill. Could close out. He's just so low. He trades out the Karma. Big Divine Toll tops him off, and now OTK looking to close it out. The Spear Link Totem gets killed off instantaneously. A blind onto Trill gets Blessing of Protection off, as they know they have WizK on the ropes.
Beautiful bop there on the blind. The next kidney is going to be full though. Can they hang on for a little bit longer here? Whiskey spamming out the Shadowlands. Hamsters does try to get the Hex. There's a kidney shot. There's the Mind Games. Sea-Doo does not get purged there. Only Divine Favor. Trill dropping dangerously low. Sea-Doo's going to have an answer for that next kidney shot with his sacrifice. It looks like maybe the Golden Guardians are running out of time here. 2 seconds left. They need to get the sacrifice now. Trill dropping super low here. There's the Fleshcraft. There's the Blinding Sleep. Pre-Fleshcraft and Whiskey now going to trinket out of that setup. Trill gets hexed on his Turbo Fist right there. Peekaboo setting up for the next kidney shot. Whiskey might just fall here. He's running for his life. There's a gnome goblin race trying to run away. He gets the fade. He gets the double kill. Whiskey with the hero play forces out the trinket. City gets hexed on it, and it's anybody's game here. Sid.
Vendetta is rolling. Mez turns the tables, turns the tides with the triple dragon. Who's going to fall first, Trill or WizK? It's so close at this point, but Sea-Doo has 0 mana remaining in the tank, and I'm not sure as this Avenging Wrath subsides if he's going to be able to keep this up. Hamsters is in a stun by Sea-Doo. Trill's in a mind control. Mez is going to interrupt the mind control now. Hamsters in a blinding light. WizK has nothing. WizK's hit. There's no way. This is Serenity. This is the biggest damn OTK can do, and there's nothing to block it. OTK move to match point.
What a ridiculous game coming in from both these teams. OTK, they managed to hold on. Beautiful plays by both Trill and WizK in order to survive for that long. But at the end of it all, it's the Serenity, it's the Zwen. It's way too much damage for Hamsters to handle with no cooldowns. And at that point, Golden Guardians, they had just run out of time.
That was just incredible. I really thought Golden Guardians, they had Trill on the ropes the entirety of the match, and you know, Trill though just able to port away Kite, you know, even with the defensive life grip or the offensive life grip onto Peekaboo, trying to get him to connect. He just wasn't able to do it, and I mean, Sea-Doo as well was completely tapped on mana here in this situation as well. So definitely a super close game, and I mean, I think they're both just going to lock in the same thing over and over again, and it's going to come down to that. If Hamsters can get those hexes, if they can get the kidney shots in time, then they're going to be able to potentially win the game from that. And I mean, for WizK as well, I got to call it out. When he did that Goblin rocket jump into Double Fear and almost set up for the game, they got the trinket. Like, WizK was literally dead on 10% HP. And he had no cooldowns. He needed to stall a couple of seconds for his fade, and just Goblin jumped away, got the Double Fear, got the fade, recovered, set up an offensive push. They got the trinket. Man, this guy is so good on Shadow Priest.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely insane, but that is going to be OTK's victory. 2-1 right now. Let's check out that replay.
We're going to see it here. No, I don't think... is this when we see the Goblin jump? I actually think it is, yeah. So there's a lot of pressure here onto Trill. They go for that mind control here onto Trill. And he gets interrupted by Maz. And here they get a full blind onto Absturge. Here, look at WizK here, right? No, never mind.
Nope.
Yeah, this is
not the right time. Up for it.
Close the replay. Close the replay.
Close the replay. Throws commercial.
That's too much. I kind of wonder, you know, we joked about it, but I wonder if Mez actually saved the day with his Draenei racial. It's possible, right? With how many close calls there was?
100%. Like, that just counters Vendetta.
Counters Vendetta.
Oh my god.
Counters Vendetta. Not this again, dude.
It's like a renew. Like,
you never know. I mean, it's working for them. Didn't it work out in the last series? The last time we saw them? Kind of.
Yeah. Draenei is the move. Like, Draenei is the best race.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean? That's why he's playing it. Like, why else would Mez still be playing Draenei?
Draenei's not the move. It's OTK that's playing that.
Yeah, that's you're getting your teams mixed up, Sid.
Wait, I said Draenei. Oh, okay. I see what you did. Okay, I'm not that tired. I see what you did.
Okay, well, either
maybe
way,
they should, if it is the move. Maybe we should see Draenei on the Golden Guardian side.
I don't know, that Goblin's jump looked pretty sweet, though.
Okay, true.
All right. Well, if you want to check out those racials that they are using, awc.gcd.tv, or check out the description down below. You can see what these guys are running. Go ahead, Zico.
I want to see triple Goblin, to be honest. Imagine you get gripped and then you goblin away before the blinding sleet. You just shut down the setup immediately.
True.
You can go, you can get the offensive kidney shot, you can set up the fears. Like
Wait.
even Hamsters, like he can just goblin jump and drop a spirit link totem, like a drive-by link. I like it.
Goblin counters Serenity. You can just goblin jump away.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think
might
we'd
be
be better off
joking.
with playing Draenei.
They did not pick this. I mean, it makes sense that they picked this. It's not for me. This time it's not for me. It feels bad. This one is just
It's always for
logical.
you, Sid.
This one is for Trill.
Is it always for me? How do
I
we
think
always
so,
end up
yeah.
a match point with Runes of Lordaeron?
I don't know.
It feels like it's
It's a fitting
happening
map.
way more often
Stars
than
are
not.
aligning for you today.
It's a fitting map.
This is my day.
Yeah, it's a very fitting map for reasons. Oh man. Okay, Runes of Lordaeron, as we've already mentioned, locked in here by Golden Guardians, and we're seeing a switch up. All right.
They want to
Well-
kill Trill.
Uh,
This is a new movie called Kill Trill. Let's see how he does.
Oh my god.
Jelly Beans just looking for revenge.
Jellybeans comes off the bench looking for revenge.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Okay, well,
This is
Go
a
ahead, Ben.
scary composition. This is a really, really scary composition. The Unbound Freedom from the Retribution Paladin. OTK is not going to have a dispel for that. So, I mean, Trill, a lot of his survivability against this is his ability to kite, as we saw in that last game. But in this particular matchup, it's not going to be so easy, as WizK and Jellybeans are going to have Freedom running at him. Pets are going to be running at him. And I don't know, this is scary, especially with the Blessing of Protection on Touch of Karma. Makes it a really volatile matchup for Trill.
Okay, Golden Guardian switching things up on match point. Bit of a risky move, though it has the potential to pay off here. WizK bringing in that Ret Paladin. We're seeing Jellybeans come out once again, which is kind of funny since we were talking about. I feel like I'm striking out on predictions. Like, oh, we never see Jellybeans. We're not going to see a 3-0.
Well-
And here we are getting proved wrong once again.
We actually have been seeing Jellybeans. I was confused when y'all were talking about that. He literally was
Well-
playing yesterday as the reason they won the series. Like, I feel like
I
Jellybeans
meant
has
more
actually
as
been...
like, for a while we hadn't seen Jellybeans, but lately
Yes,
we have
that's
been
true.
seeing him, is what I
That's-
was trying to
that-
say. But
Yeah. Well, that's 100% true. But I feel like Jellybeans making for the Golden Guardians, he's been extremely important for them to make it into the top
yeah.
four. I feel like without Jelly, they wouldn't have actually made it at all.
I feel
So
like we got like a vibe with Jellybeans looking at us like, what are you talking about? I've been here the whole time.
yeah.
yeah, that
What?
picture.
You're saying? What do you guys mean?
didn't he,
Uh,
I'm going to win this series. I'm coming in.
I swear his Hunter stat was like a 2% win before or something like that.
It was
before
really tiny. I think
905 came in.
his warrior stat was better, but like the first time we saw him in Shadowlands, I think we had only seen him like once or twice since Legion, and it wasn't even on his Hunter. I'd have to get confirmation on that, but something wild. But here's WizK as well, 50% win rate on that Ret Paladin, which she's bringing out today in this match.
Yeah, but that's 50% against some of the best teams in the game. You know, WizK, he was clutch yesterday. You know, I didn't really believe in the WizK rat, but after yesterday, I kind of started believing in it. And Hamsters as well on the Holy Priest. It's not something that we've seen before, but they've actually been polishing up their counter comping game a lot. So my biggest question is, why didn't they just lead with that? Like they could have just led with the Demon Hunter or the Demon Hunter, the BM Hunter, and just seen how it went, because it was pretty obvious what OTK was going to play. So I don't know. This could be a classic Golden Guardians as well, though, where like they play RPS, or usually they play something else and then they swap to RPS and then they own. But maybe it could be like a reverse Golden Guardians this time around.
Yeah, you never know. Bringing out a new comp when it really counts. They cannot lose this game or they lose this series. But here are Trill's rates as well here for Shadowlands. Again, we're just making these players look bad with these 0% stats. I mean, I don't know what the play rate for that is, but it surely hasn't been
One
brought out
game.
that much in Shadowlands. One game.
He's
yeah,
0 for 1.
It's confirmed?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
They only have one game with the Demon Hunter, and they lost it, so that's it. It's mostly been Windwalker, but having 100% play rate, which means so far in Shadowlands, we haven't seen Mez and Sam play together one time. Trill has been kind of the rock in terms of DPS for the roster, so yeah, he's been doing a good job. Ruins of Lordaeron, this is going to be a testing ground. Not much room to run away. Not many pillars you can kind of run and hide to and kite around. Golden Guardians is going to be looking to train him down, and he's going to have to avoid, the Retribution Paladin as well as the Beast Mastery Hunter, and that is not going to be an easy thing to do.
Not easy, and also very scary situation to be on when when losing this series is on the line. But it is Ruins of Lordaeron, OTK on match point, Supatees.
All right, let's see if they can close it out here. Double stun combo by the Golden Guardians, but they get blinding sleep by Mez. Mez grips in for a triple. Absterge fades and dodges the leg sweep. Nice fade by Absterge. Good trades. Trill's going to retreat away from the cooldowns of the Golden Guardians. Sea-Doo is charging in for crowd control. Hammers down onto Absterge. No Sanctuary. In position for Blinding Light. Blinding Light out, but Trill isn't really comfortable. He's hiding in that anti-magic zone, trying to get onto the Hunter Jellybeans, but Jellybeans has popped Bestial Wrath. He's going to be doing a lot of damage to Trill here. Is Sea-Doo ready for it? Sea-Doo pre-sacrifices incoming crowd control. Stabilizing Trill, maybe not entirely. Jellybeans is looking unstable. Quite a volatile matchup here on match point.
Yeah, I mean, definitely big damage on Jelly, forced into the aspect of the turtle. Trill is playing really aggressive here, and I think he's able to, at this point, with Serenity and Swen, but once those fade, Golden Guardians should be able to swing the momentum in their favor. Jellybeans is having a really difficult time getting away, and you can't blame him. I mean, he's got Mez on that Frost Death Knight, throwing in the Chains of Ice, Heartstop Aura, Delirium, making it difficult for him to get away, and I feel like if Jellybeans can't get away in this match, it's going to be really scary for him to survive. A nice potential setup coming in. WizK with a preemptive Blessing of Protection on Jellybeans allows Jellybeans to escape without getting stunned. Really nicely done there by WizK.
Yeah, and now they need to get some pressure here onto Trill. Trill's having way too much uptime right now onto Jellybeans. That's going to be the golden, Guardian Angel right there coming out from Absterge. Now Trill mind controlled on low HP here. This could set up a stun situation here. They get a stun onto Trill right there. Hammer of Justice coming out, but they didn't have crowd control onto Sea-Doo. Blessing of Protected out of that intimidating stun.
Whoa!
DM onto Pat, but big damage here once again onto Jellybeans. There's going to be a big setup coming in now from Mez and Trill. They get the Paralyze onto Absterge. Do they have any follow-up? Doesn't look like Sea-Doo has the Hammer of Justice anytime soon, and they're still just keeping up onto Jellybeans, having good uptime here on that Hunter. Mez trying to pre-Fleshcraft here as well, and Trill now got him porting away here, running away. He's got his Serenity here for a big hit. Jellybeans has no human racial. He had to use it earlier when he used that aspect of the turtle, so here, this stun really gonna stick here. Absterge needs to pre-fade this one. He fades. Sea-Doo baits it out though. They didn't commit just yet, and they have an opportunity now to go for the CC. Sea-Doo as well though in a cross crowd control. Nice anti-magic zone by Mez, but it's going to be enough. Sea-Doo comes out from the crowd control with his trinket here. He has a sacrifice as well. Beautiful CC.
Oh,
Sea-Doo!
Sea-Doo!
He takes so much damage right there. Saberlight's going to proc, and he is going to be able to survive. But Trill now as well getting 1% HP. Sacrifice not going to trade out. Just a touch of Prima. Incredible breed, but it takes off both.
Oh, that dragon was beautiful by Mez across the board here. Absterge has almost no mana left in the tank to keep this fight going. But OTK, they're running on fumes as well. Quite a slugfest between these Titans in North America. Can OTK pull it off 3-1 here? It would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. Golden Guardians look to dig the grave of Trill, but Sea-Doo defies death by Divine Shielding the crowd control and restabilizing the team. But that was one of his last crowd control breakers. His mana's looking slim. Jellybeans disengages away from the fight. They're waiting for their cooldowns. Here comes the Bestial Wrath. WizK's playing out of range of the stun. He doesn't want to get double leg swept. They use Ring of Peace. They grip in Absterge to get the double blind. Are they in range for a double leg sweep? They are, but Absterge is able to trinket and fade away, gripping Jellybeans from Mez. Trill looks to reconnect. WizK wants to get aggressive. They need crowd control on Sea-Doo and Trill at the same time. If they can land a stun on Sea-Doo and a stun on Trill, then they could win this. Trill's going to portal out of line of sight. Jellybeans is in pursuit, but Sea-Doo is trying to drink. Can they wrap around the corner and stop the drink? Sea-Doo scrape together a little bit of mana. Now Absterge is likely trying to sit down for a drink. He's going to get sniped. Jellybeans is so low. There's not much left for him here. He needs a big word of Glory if he's going to stabilize, but he's caught in a stun. Big crowd control chain incoming from OTK. How much longer can Jellybeans stay afloat here? Whiskey bubbles to heal Jellybeans. Whiskey giving away his defensive cooldown to stabilize Jellybeans right in his time of need. Here comes the crowd control. The reversal from the Golden Guardians on match point. 1 second left on the Chastise. Oh, but Trill trades out the Karma. So dangerously low, trying to stay on target and finish the job here. They're going to grip in Absterge. Once again landing a dragon. Whiskey dodges the dragon, healing the team up. And Whiskey is expertly playing this Rep Paladin. He's not walking into any crowd control, but it may not matter. They are overwhelming Jellybeans. His aspect of the turtle just came off cooldown. He's going to immune this incoming attack. Now Whiskey the target. He's going to trade some defensives, try and heal up with the Word of Glory. Sidu can't drink. What even is this game at this point? Both teams playing with nothing left.
Yeah, this is such a scary moment for both these teams. Whiskey has been trying. He's been trying to hold on, but at the same time, Trill is on the back foot. He's got to run away. Whiskey's all over him. Can Golden Guardians tie it up? Trill's in a lot of trouble, but he gets the full stun on Jellybeans. Can they drop him? A big heal comes in. Trill is the one that's low. Sidu trades out the sacrifice. The last lance with the Divine totally stabilizes his team. But both these teams running on fumes, and really one good exchange could close it out. A beautiful mind control from Absterge, but Sidu potentially trying to drink and get out of combat. Good job by Jellybeans, keeping him in combat, not allowing him to recover, but still Trill has quite a bit left on that touch of Karma. He can just hold on another 15 seconds, then I feel like OTK might be okay, but they might not get that time. Trill's on the run.
Yeah, Trill, what are you going to do here? 5 seconds left on that trap, onto Sidu, spamming out the Vivifies, but the pets have full uptime here from Jellybeans. Jellybeans also, though, with no cooldowns left. He's got the Exhilaration heal, no Guardian here for 20 seconds. Absterge gets interrupted. Jellybeans now on the run. It's been Whiskey, the hero of this game so far, keeping Jellybeans in the fight. Mind Control comes out onto Trill. Trill dropping initially low. He has a touch of Karma. He calls in the Zwan. Nice knock trap there from Jellybeans with the freedom, building up the distance between him and Trill. He needs to pressure Trill here. He needs to force him to use that touch of Karma. He's going to kite back into Trill. There's a Hammer just on the Trill. He trips out. Triple Dragon comes out. There's the Serenity. There's the touch of Karma. Jellybeans on the run here. Hamsters trades out the Guardian Angel. Stuns up Trill. Fears up Trill. Mind controls up Trill. Full trap onto Sidu. No way out. Nothing really for Trill here. Even when he comes out, Sidu is just coming out of the trap, sitting down for a quick sip right there. The Jellybean shuts it down, and this is the point in the game where you start pressuring Mez if you are the Golden Guardians. Abster's trying to get some mana, but not able to. And once again, Mez here in a 1 versus 3 here, while his team is hovering behind the pillar. This is still anybody's game. Blessing of Protection coming out, though, onto Jellybeans here, and I am super worried for both Abster and for Trill here, Sid.
Oh, they're going to survive. Trill gets blown up. Huge damage onto Trill. Will they be able to go to a game number 5? They defy death for a few moments, but mind controlled and low health now. Jellybeans in trouble. Whiskey picks him up with a Word of Glory. Trill is on 30%. Jellybeans is trying to get distance and take down Trill with his pets, but he portals behind the pillar. Jellybeans is in pursuit, interrupting the heal. Sidu gets to his side. Can Sidu pick him up? He sacrifices, redirecting damage to himself. Jellybeans switches back over to Mez. Whiskey's waddling his way to Mez to try and slap him with a big Templar's Verdict. Can he get there in time? The Chains of Ice is big value. Grip behind the pillar. They're trying to punish Whiskey by a line of sighting as healer Absterge with this Hammer of Justice. It looks like he's holding on to dear life at the moment. Absterge coming out of the blinding light with a sliver of mana. It's unbelievable this game is even still going on for the better part of 3 minutes at this point. Both healers have been out of mana. Absterge channeling a Divine Hymn, trying to maximize his healing efficiency, going for symbols, getting a little bit of mana back as well. But Trill has Karma again. How on earth does Trill have Karma again here? He's going to need to trade it out before getting stunned. Sidu's trying to sit down for a drink. Sidu's getting time-bait mana. There's the Freezy Trap. Here comes the stun. Trill, are you going to be done here? He trades Karma. He pops out Zwen. He's just trying to go for the kill, go for the Hail Mary. Will he regret it here as he's pushing down Jellybeans? He's taking a ton of damage in return. Whiskey's trying to dodge the leg sweep. He's playing max range away from Trill at this point. Sidu is charging down Absterge, but now Absterge is in the fight. He's going to Psychic Scream the DPS. They're desperate. There's no mana left for him. Jellybeans disengages with freedom, trying to avoid death. His aspect of the turtle is available again. Jellybeans scraping by, and now Trill runs away behind the tombstone, knowing he's going to be in trouble. Buying time for Sidu to recover. Both teams are going to get maybe a moment to sort of pause. Sidu's charging in. Hammers down onto Absterge. Absterge trinkets out. Jellybeans with no defense left. A bit of an overlap, actually. The Sanctuary of Whiskey and the Trinket of Absterge. A big mistake, potentially. Jellybeans down at 30%, but he's just trying to take out Trill. Sidu has to bubble. He's somehow healing Trill with no mana. How are they still going?
I have no idea. Touch of Karma. Can it rotate back up? Jellybeans might get dropped. Angel. He's so low. Guardian Angel procs. Jellybean still in touch of death range. Trill trying to take him down in defiance, and he does. Golden Guardians, they fall this game. OTK, they take the series potentially. We'll see. Trill has to hold on. This is a really tense moment. Can Trill survive? I think with the anti-magic zone, there's no way we see Trill fall. Sea-Doo doesn't have much mana, but he does have the sacrifice. Touch of Karma is almost available. And I think OTK did it. You can see how happy Sea-Doo is to take that game. And that was such an important series for their team. And I mean, that was the closest series we've seen in quite some time.
Unbelievable, man. Sea-Doo is super happy there. Very good job, of course, by OTK, and that's gonna put them in 3rd place officially. You know, from not even being sure if they're gonna qualify to grabbing that 3rd place. Not a bad day for OTK and for the Golden Guardians. Of course, they are also gonna qualify, but the Golden Guardians, they were so close. You know, when you watch that game, you just see Jellybeans is so good on this hunter. Every time he plays, it's like you get kind of surprised by how good this guy actually is with his pet management, stopping the drinks, keeping up the pressure, surviving, you know, for such a long time against such a scary opponent. And I mean, Jellybeans, just hats off to him. He played a phenomenal game. In general, the entire Golden Guardians really been having a phenomenal performance here in the circuit. And WizK as well on the ret. Really played it expertly, but it was, you know, Sea-Doo as well, being able to keep his team going with no mana for such a long time. And of course, Trill, survivability, Mez, offense, just OTK all together, looking like their old selves after these games today.
I gotta say, the double Draenei, you know, OTK, Sea-Doo, and Mez are both playing Draenei in this game. You know, you guys are questioning it, but I think they showed that Draenei is the best. This was just insane that this game even played out to this point. I mean, we're looking at 24% dampening when both teams were out of mana for like 4 minutes, and they did their best to just avoid getting triple stunned. Tried to stay on target, but Trill is a tough cookie when it comes to trying to take him out. He has defied death so many times at this point.
Yeah, I mean, in that series, it seemed like everybody was defying death for so long. There wasn't like a single second of that match, of that series, but that last game especially, that wasn't just like extremely tense no matter what side you're on. But that victory is going to be going to OTK 3-1. But no fear, Golden Guardians is still in the top 4. You're still going to see your that team in the North American finals. So well done to both of those guys. I mean, it did end in a 3-1, Zico, but I still feel like that series was like fairly close. I'm surprised it didn't go to a game 5.
It definitely could have. I mean, that game on Hook Point was incredibly close as well. So definitely could have. I feel like both of these teams. I really would have loved to see Golden Guardians just stick to the Shadow Priest rogue, but you know, I kind of actually. We always complain that they don't ult enough. So you know, it's good that they tried it out, but I like the confidence in trying it out. But the Shadow Priest rogue games were so close and they were so good. But so I don't know. I just want to see more more of this matchup.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe that was just like a practice round for them, and we do see them bring it out next time we have this matchup, and they come back even stronger on this comp, because, I mean, that was very, very close, that last game, so I'd love to see, you're right, I would love to see them try that one again if we do see them face OTK once again. But that's going to wrap that series up. Next, we've got Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming. Unfortunately, Space Station Gaming is yet to win a series, and now they have to face Cloud9, Renruki.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not an easy team to go against, but you save the best for last, and maybe they can get that one win that they want. So we'll have to wait and see. We have seen some interesting compositions come in from them. They might have some surprises for Cloud9. The blind pick will be interesting, and if they can do it, I mean, imagine they go through the whole round robin, they lose to everybody, but they take down the top dog.
Yeah,
something, right?
Yeah.
They can hold their heads high after that.
I think that would be a good way to end it. And I certainly hope we see a good showing from Space Station Gaming. So that's going to be up next. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Cloud9 facing off against Space Station Gaming.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Garou, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
It is our second to last series of the day. It's Cloud9 facing off against Space Station Gaming. We know Cloud9 has had an incredible circuit series so far, and we know Space Station Gaming has been struggling quite a bit. However, they have been having a little bit of experimentation with some new comps lately. We've seen a little bit of life in them recently with Chun-Li adapting to that BM Hunter. Zico, I think it was you that was talking about that before we went to a break. With the comps that we've seen with Space Station, do you think that we're going to see something new with them?
I want to see one comp and one comp only. Hunter, Warrior, every single game from Space Station Gaming. No matter what.
Yeah, against Mage Lock, yeah.
Yeah,
we'll
just
see.
Connect on the glass and crush it.
Make it sound so easy.
Yeah.
Yes!
Okay.
Look at that.
Let's see. Let's see if Zico's hypothesis is correct. Is the glass going to shatter, or is I feel like there's going to be some novas that might say otherwise.
Yep.
Some polymorphs and novas.
I mean, this is Cloud9 Mage, Warlock, Druid. You don't want to be a warrior, I feel like, into this matchup. Smexon is going to have a nightmare match here, but Space Station Gaming are bringing out this unique composition, the only team in tournament play to run it. Let's see how it plays into Cloud9, our current #1, I believe, in North America. Could they potentially even the tides of the top 4? Space Station Gaming are playing spoiler. They're just trying to put at least one win in their circuit play in their last day. This is their final stand.
Let's see if they can do it. I mean, if we see Smexon and Chun-Li have uptime on Chanimal, they definitely can win, but not going to be easy. You can see Chanimal playing Fellfisher, so all the snares on Smexon going to make it difficult for him to actually get out of that healing reduction. Tiki right now into a full polymorph, and he doesn't have much backup to free himself from that crowd control. He's all alone. There's no hybrid healing that's going to be helping him out. Smexon, if he's low, Tiki is the only one that's going to be able to heal him up, and he is struggling so far. I mean, Smexon is just getting absolutely crushed so far. Right now, Cloud9 is just dominating this matchup.
Nice low Cyclone. Oh, Chaos Ball gets interrupted out of the Cyclone there by Chan. Smexon now getting a Blessing of Protection to get out of that stun here. Getting some good uptime. Going into battle stance, gets Mortal Coiled. Oh, here comes the Dark Soul of Chanimal. Big damage here potentially if you can get some casts off. Looking for it. Wolfman trying to peel up the situation here with some polymorphs onto Chan. Smexon so far getting a lot of uptime here. Full Seduce now onto Tiki right there. We do believe that they interrupt the pet though, so Tiki able to escape from that. Comes in now pushing in here, looking for crowd control. Gets a rake stun into a maim stun. Where's the sheep? Wolfman looking for it, but it gets reflected by Smexon. Tiki able to line of sight the next one. And of course, Chan as well, feign deafing that next one as well. Comes in now running into a trap there in the back line. And they're going to put Cubsy in combat there, just tap targeting to him. Now continuing the assault here onto Chanimal, and this is a dangerous situation there. Big damage coming out there from Smexon with the Avatar, and Space Station Gaming, you know, they're looking kind of scary on that Warrior BM Hunter set.
I think as long as they can sort of sustain their mana, they might have some opportunities with this unique composition. They're trying to go after Chanimal and his pet Succubus so it can no longer seduce Tiki and get crowd control. So they've pushed back the Warlock pet for now, but Chanimal recovers it with that health funnel. Ultimate behind the pillar with Chun. He's trying to resurrect his pet. Smexon gets stunned up. A Beast Mastery Hunter with no beast is not much of a master, so I mean, Chun-Li is going to need to try and get this pet. He's going to camouflage the Chun-Li. I think he loves this tactic. I feel like I watched someone last night. This is all he was doing when his pet died. You camouflage and then you revive your pet, you can't be seen. And this is a really good tactic. I feel like Hunters for the longest time have just been using Aspect of the Turtle, which is like your main defensive cooldown. Why not just use Camouflage? I mean, you get to heal to full, and you get to res your pet after feign deathing to remove dots. So this is a tactic. I feel like Chun-Li is literally the first hunter to do it. He's an alt hunter. He just played it for the first time and comes up with these MVP stress.
I wonder if any other hunters will have something to say about that. But yeah, we'll definitely have to see. I mean, I guess at this point, Smexen not feeling too confident to push forward. I mean, Tiki, he does not have the Divine Shield, but he has Trinket Sacrifice, but still, they might just want to wait. Maybe they're waiting till dampening. They feel like their throughput isn't high enough just yet. They want dampening to be higher, so when they make the push on Chanimal, it's much... Oh, no. Like, they need to be careful about that. These pets dying from Chun-Li is a disaster. I mean, Camouflage has a cooldown, and now they get the aspect of the turtle. I would say this is a disaster for Space Station Gaming. Now Chun-Li doesn't have his main defensive cooldown. Smex is just going to go for it. They're not sitting behind the pillar anymore. They're going after Wealthy Man, but with a nice alter time, he keeps himself nice and healthy.
Yeah, and now they're going to go back over to Chanimal, but here comes the Mortal Call. One Chaos Bolt with a Shatter connects there onto Smexen. Smexen not looking for the next target, but sitting in roots for the longest time here. Now Chun making his way back here. Nice double fear by Smexen. Chanimal just going to teleport away to safety, and that's going to pretty much be the end of that push. And honestly, if you're Space Station Gaming, I feel like you don't make your push right now. I think it's too early. There's not even any dampening yet. So I think if you're Space Station Gaming, you're just trying to conserve Tiki's mana as long as possible. Just try to get a drink if possible, or at least try to not have to spend any of that mana. Just line of sight, and then in dampening, that's when you go for a big push with, you know, Blessing of Freedom, and you really get in there. And I think that's their route to victory. If they tank too much damage, it's going to be tough. But in general, the matchup definitely looks kind of rough right now. Smexen tanking a big Chaos Bolt to the face here. Another one being casted out by Chanimal. He could end him. He does manage to ignore pain right there. Actually, no, that was a sacrifice, Trinket Sacrifice from Tiki, saving Smexen right there.
All right, he's going to recover, but mana is starting to go in favor of Cloud9 as the chokehold of their Spell Cleave is really starting to do work against Space Station Gaming. And Chun-Li's pets have been constantly under fire. I think they're still alive in the middle of the field at the moment here. They're going to charge in onto Chanimal, try and take him down. Battle stance, big damage. Cubsy blocks with Iron Bark. Chanimal ports away to safety. Wealthy Man, he's got a frozen orb down. There's no way Smex is pushing through that, so he's just going to switch to Wealthy Man. Try and get some pressure onto the mage. While Cubsy's in a stun, switching targets against a Restoration Druid is a really good idea. I actually almost wonder if they should split DPS. Have the Beast Mastery Hunter attack the mage, have the Warrior attack the Warlock. And if they could run the Druid out of mana, if they just split their damage. Right now we see Chun-Li attacking the mage, and I think this is to bait Hots onto the mage, which is also a good tactic, and then swap to the Warlock after Cubsy has loaded Wealthy Man up with Life Bloom and double rejuvenation. But the pets are getting blasted. Chun-Li has to pull them back behind the pillar. We see Space Station Gaming bunkering down. Chanimal on the left, Wealthy Man on the right. Tiki is not having a good time with this blizzard, just hitting him behind the pillar. Smexen's just ducking with him. Chanimal's casting Chaos Bolts on the pet. That's a KO. And now Chun-Li gets instantly interrupted on his revive pet. I would imagine Cloud9 are going to get aggressive here with the Beast Mastery Hunter having no pet.
I mean, it certainly would be a good option for them at this point to push in. Let's see if they can do it. I mean, still no aspect of the turtle for another 5 seconds. Full polymorph lands on Tiki. Wealthy Man's going to be pushing in. Let's see if he can get it. Chun-Li in stealth. He gets the revive pet once again. Nicely done. Some sneaky tactics. A nice reflected Chaos Bolt. Enjoy that one, Chanimal, says Smexen. 10% dampening at this point in the game, but still Cloud9 in a very dominant position. They have all the defensive cooldowns. They got a full mana bar. They got the better positioning, quite frankly. And I feel like Space Station Gaming at this point, they've just been holding on. They haven't been able to really make a push and a case for themselves winning this game.
Yeah, it just comes down to getting a deep dampening push onto Chanimal. I think that's what they're going to have to bank on. They're going to have to just go in there and really just pull all their mobility and try to get a good push and kill him through healing. But I don't know if that's going to happen. They're in a tough spot because anytime Tiki wants to drink, there's a pet on him, and he's been using Turn Evil on the pet to get away from it. But anytime he does that, he's getting interrupted by Wealthy Man's Blizzard. He's getting interrupted by Wealthy Man in general. So Tiki's just never been able to drink, and anytime they're taking damage, that's going to be mana that Tiki never really is going to get back. So It's been a slow grind here. Look, he's going to try to turn evil, which costs a decent amount of mana, but when he does that, he's never actually going to get to drop combat there because they're always going to make sure that they stop it. There's a Seduce now coming out, and Wealthy Man now actually going to decent push here onto Wealthy Man. Immediately have the ice block right there. As soon as they get that freezing trap and that stun, Wealthy Man being a little bit too aggressive right there, but Chun takes a massive hit. His pet's dead again. He had to trinket there and use his aspect of the turtle. So them getting one of Wealthy Man's ice blocks, doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Getting all of Chun-Li's defensives, however, is pretty significant at this point for C9. They just need to push in here potentially and they'll win. But for C9, this is what they love doing. They just sit back and spam AoE at the pillar, and Cubsy just stuffs in, opens up, and sets up the team. And that's usually how they win most of their games. So it's going to be a slow, painful death here potentially for Space Station Gaming.
Oh man, the mana is not good here. They're popping Bestial Wrath. They're trying to get pressure onto Wealthy Man with these cooldowns and Avenging Wrath as well. They really need to get some value during this time while Tiki is able to heal. They are getting decent pressure. Can they get the second ice block? Smexon getting lava. Oh my goodness, these Chaos Bolts. If Chanimal Dark Souled that, I almost wonder if Smexon would have died. Tiki caught in the Seduce. They have to retreat back behind the pillar, but look at this AoE Central. Just Ursul's Vortex, Blizzard, Cataclysm. Almost surprised Chanimal doesn't drop a VM Rain of Fire. He's blasting the pets with Chaos Bolts. And when dampening gets high, Tiki won't be able to recover all this damage. In this position, he's got Divine Toll, but Chun-Li's pet has gone down again. He gets counterspelled on his revive. He's still going to try and fish for that. He definitely needs his pet back, but this is looking grim for Space Station. Cloud9 just have all of the cards.
He gets a revive pet off again with a camouflage, so I mean, at least Chun-Li does have his pet recovered, but look at Tiki, no mana. Just this is just an absolute nightmare. This is where Cloud9 thrives. Favorite place to be. Everyone behind the pillar, dampening, stacking up. Nice reflect there. It's actually making a montage in the AWC against Chanimal right now. Beautifully done. And they do get the unending resolve. This could be the push. Tiki's got the trinket sacrifice. Maybe they just go for it right now. Chun-Li in a good position to get intervened over to Chanimal. If that was intentional, that was a really sick play, but at the same time, Smexon taking a lot of damage. Tiki, what are you going to do? He had the sack. He's so far away. He needs to get in position to actually use the bubble sacrifice. He gets the sacrifice. Doesn't have to trade the bubble. He has no mana. It's do or die right now for Space Station Gaming.
Wait, no way.
Yeah, no,
I think they're
Smexon
gonna
might
kill
make it over there. They got a blind on the Cubsy. They have a Hammer of Justice. He doesn't have mana. He doesn't have the Hammer of Justice. They reflect the fear onto Chanimal. Chanimal's still quite low here. Cubsy with the Iron Bark, though, should be able to recover him. And that was honestly the only time that Smexon was going to have uptime this entire game. They got the unending resolve. They got a good push there on the back end of that Mortal Coil reflect that Smexon did. But now, I mean, at this point, let's be honest, there's no way Tiki's going to recover. Actually, he has wings. He has a little bit of mana. He might be able to. He's actually going to recover right there.
Full health.
A second chance here. Tiki has a little bit of mana. They still have Divine Shield. Wealthy Man taking a decent amount of damage here from the BM Hunter. And I mean, at this point, Smexon, he doesn't take too much damage, and C9 pushes in. It could be a winning scenario. They got a full trap here on the Cubsy. Who are they going to go after? They're going after Wealthy Man with Alter Time. Bad move right there, and that's gonna mean that Wealthy Man can just port back, get full HP here. He also has an ice block to work with, about a second ice block, and then a second Chaos Bolt for Smexon, and he is going to go straight to the graveyard on that one. And unfortunately here for Space Station Gaming, not able to execute there, but there was a couple of close calls actually in this matchup.
Space Station, Smexon really feeling the gravity of Cloud9 and all those Frost Mage slows. He's moving in slow motion, trying to get to a target. He's having a tough time.
Does Tiki play Druid? I feel like we've seen him on a Druid, right?
He actually does, yeah.
I feel like if he's a Druid, they can
better?
just... Yeah, because they can... When C9 are staying back like that, he can just root the pet and then go and stealth and drink. The thing that's keeping him from drinking is the pet 90% of the time, so he can actually get away from it and get drinks. On a large map, I would go Druid, and on a small map, I would go Pally. Like, if I was on Space Station right now, I would lock in Hook Point, I would pick the same matchup, and I would go in, just bubble, air, Hodge, get the blind, get the, Stormbolt, get big damage, and try to set up the win like that. And on C9's map pick, I would just play Resto Druid. and just try to dampen them. Just attack whatever is closest to the pillar, and then eventually deep dampening, just let Chun-Li's pets solo everyone.
You know what? I kind of wonder if they should play. I kind of wonder if it would work if they play like Elemental Shaman BM Hunter against Mage Lock. Do you think that could actually work? You just kind of play like really passive, except instead of a warrior who has to charge across the map, you just have an Ellie Shaman still blasting with the pet.
I wouldn't want to play warrior again if I was Smexen into that. At least not. Maybe you try and set it up. You pick a small map, and then if they walk it in, maybe you do it on a small map, and then big map you blind lock Ellie Hunter. But I wouldn't play warrior again. And did you watch him at the end of the game? He was just a rag doll getting just tossed around, just veered to one direction, Ice Nova rooted, spell stolen on his freedom, coiled immediately, stunned by Cubsy. Like, I mean, he can't really get much done. I don't think the warrior is gonna be the play here.
I actually would want to see the warrior. I want to see the warrior. I want to see the same matchup on a small map. I want to see hook point, the same matchup.
Okay, maybe, but
I mean,
no way on the
moments
Toberon.
where it was like pretty close. You don't think they want to try that again at least one more time?
In the end there, Smexen reflected a coil, stormbolted Chanimal, and he got unending resolve and almost killed him through it. Just in like 20 seconds of uptime.
That was literally the only time in the game he got to attack.
Exactly. So imagine on hook point, he could probably attack like for a minute. Like imagine what can happen.
You doubt Supatees?
I am doubting. I am doubting. I think.
Okay, well, Space Station Gaming, they are going to be locking in the map for game number 2 here. We're going to see Cloud9 responding with their comp. How likely, Ven, do you think we're going to see them blind locking in MLD again?
100% chance. This is actually really 100% chance that they're going to be locking into blind. There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever. So I feel like Cloud9, if they win as Mage Lock, they almost never change. And I think until Space Station Gaming shows an answer, we're going to be seeing that for the rest of the series.
Yep, definitely don't fix what isn't broken, I think the saying goes. But Space Station Gaming have locked in Blackrook Hold, Zico. Do you like this map? You want to see them go to something smaller?
Not a big fan of Blackrook Hold. It depends. Well, it's too early to say, but we'll see what they lock in here. But Blackrook Hold, it kind of is a double-edged sword in a way. But for Chanimal, it gives him a spot right there. You can see it right now on the bottom of the camera, in the middle of that starting room, right there. There's two kind of door entrances or whatever, and then there's like a fence in the middle. If you place your port right there, okay. Well, Blackrook Hold makes more sense for this comp. But yeah, it's gonna give Chanimal basically a safe place to teleport to. But this comp right here is not really about killing Chanimal. I think it's more about killing Wealthy Man and just holding down Purge the whole game. You have an Ellie Shaman and a BM Hunter. They can both purge. You have a lot of, damage that you actually can get off. It's not that hard to get it off. The BM Hunter pets are going to have good uptime. Ellie Shaman has a lot of instant damage, a lot of shutdown. So this could work.
Is this something that they're going to try and win in the early game on the side of Space Station Gaming, or is this going to be another damp one, do you think?
I mean, it could be either.
Winning against Cloud9 in the early game is like very impressive. Like I feel like that's a feat of strength. If you can beat Cloud9 before dampening starts, like you achievement unlocked.
You just win the whole circuit. It's a new rule.
Automatic qualification.
Yeah, you beat exactly. Also, I do have an interesting stat as well. Chanimals has a 100% win rate on Warlock in Shadowlands, which he has kept his record with that last game.
I think
all the Warlock players at home are just like, all the Warlock players at home are like, how?
That's well. I also think it's one of those stats where Cloud9 doesn't play Warlock unless they know they pretty much are going to win with it. Yeah.
Fair. I mean, either way,
just refuses. He's like, yeah, I'm not playing unless I'm winning. Sorry, guys. Just nuts. Get in there.
It's too risky. It's nuts. You can ruin your stats for when they inevitably show it on screen. But no, I mean, either way, very impressive, and we're gonna see if they can keep that record going into game this next game number 2. See if Chan keeps that 100% win rate on this Warlock. This is a very, very strong composition for Cloud9. We're seeing Space Station Gaming switch things up a little bit, putting Smexen back on that Elemental Shaman. So let's see what they can do here. Chun-Li also going to be playing BM still. Picked this up very recently, and so far is looking really, really solid despite that game number 1 loss. So let's see if they can tie it up here on Blackrock Hold.
All right, Blackrock Hold, Ellie, Disc, Holy Priest, and BM Hunter going up against the Mage Warlock of Cloud9 now. There's a couple of ways for Space Station Gaming to actually win this game here, but most likely it's going to be at the back of a trap and purging down Wealthy Man, just running at him with big damage. But they could also take down Chanimal. There's a couple of different ways. They have a lot of lockdown here with the Holy Priest. They're actually going after Chanimal right now. It does look like they get the Holy Priest stun, they get the BM Hunter stun into the trap. They're going after Chanimal here. Chanimal charging up the Cataclysm here. Smexen loading up the Lava Burst. Chanimal just going to port away. I honestly want to see them do these setups onto Wealthy Man. I feel like Wealthy Man is going to just get zapped, and he doesn't have Cauterize, so he can't be super greedy with his Ice Blocks.
All right, Chanimal is actually taking a tremendous amount of damage. I think Smexen's having a lot more fun on his Elemental Shaman, being able to do damage, unlike his Warrior, against this composition. And they've been practicing this one, but now they need to be on defense. Smexen's dipping low here in game number 2. Tiki's out of crowd control and recovering now. Good trade by Tiki. Wealthy Man looks to be the target at the moment. Smexen's got a Lightning Lasso. Rat holding him down here for the Hunter Chun-Li to go to town. Wealthy Man going to try and blink back. Cubsy interrupted. Chun-Li and Tiki looking like they want to move in and try and get aggressive. They get a Psychic Scream on a Cubsy. If they get a Freezing Trap, Chanimal could be in trouble. They're swapping the I love the swaps by Space Station Gaming. Really playing around the weakness of the Restoration Druid, and they actually get Medallion from Cubsy as a result. So attack the Mage when you don't have crowd control. Cubsy has to hot the Mage or else the Mage will die. And then switch to the Warlock when you have crowd control. I really like this tactic from Space Station.
Yeah, it's cost a lot of pressure so far, and Cubsy's had to burn through a lot of mana. Full stun onto Cubsy. Do they have any crowd control? Wealthy Man just sitting there trying to eat the trap, and he does. Ooh. Great positioning there by Wealthy Man. That's going to slow down Space Station Gaming's offense just a little bit, but this central pillar has been difficult for Chanimal and Wealthy Man to really get too much going in terms of offense. Tiki's been doing a great job with his mana so far. Wealthy Man getting absolutely blasted, and Space Station Gaming really putting the pressure here on against Cloud9.
Yeah, Wealthy Man now looking like he's going to be able to survive. Ooh, Smexen though, taking a decent amount of damage. Nice grounding totem. Smexen did not want that Chaos Bolt to hit him. And Wealthy Man, of course, eating that trap earlier was very key. But they need to save these lassos for when they're going for that setup, if possible. Now they're stunning up Chanimal though. No healing over time effects. Now Cub's going to have to swap those over here. Getting his big life blooms, getting his rejuvenation there now onto Chanimal. And if they can purge up Wealthy Man now and go for him, they can keep that pressure going. They can keep Cubsy really taxing his mana here. But now Wealthy Man pushing in for a Sheik here. He gets Shadow Word Death though by Tiki. Nicely done by him. And now they're going for the trap here onto Cubsy. They land it. Actually, they land a Fear onto Cubsy here. Chun-Li mixing things up, and then he gets the trap. Big pressure now onto anybody they want to go after. Beautiful damage now coming onto Wealthy Man. This has got to be the Ice Block here. Playing it greedy, he gets Wind Shear on the Crossbow. Very low HP there. He is able to hold on because of that Gladiator's Emblem, that Trinket, saving the day here once again. And now they're turning the pressure around onto Smexen, but Guardian Angel comes out. One big Serenity Heal is going to top Smexen like a lay on hands. And now Chanimal though, beautiful damage coming out. That was a massive Chaos Ball right there with the Dark Soul. Here comes the Icy Veins as well, or the Ice Form Frostbolts as well. Nexen not out of the woods yet. Take a push to Trinket here in this situation. Chun now trying to counter pressure. Cubsy has his Trinket back up. Chanimal taking a lot of damage here, dropping 50% HP. Going for the Cataclysm, realizing that Cubsy might get trapped here. Chun getting stopped on it. Nicely done there by Wealthy Man with the Polymorphs, shutting down the trap before it even lands. But they do recover there on the side of Space Station Gaming. Mana so far going to be in Cloud9's favor, as Cubsy could sit down and drink there, and he has. Now big push here onto Smexen, Zip.
Yeah, they got crowd control on Tiki. Polymorphs and Fear. Whoa. Stuns on Smexen here in game number 2. 1 second away. 1 second away. Is he going to make it out? Comes out of the Fear, gets the Serenity. Now Wealthy Man has to block. Space Station Gaming turning this around, going after Chanimal. He's interrupted. Big heal comes in from Cubsy right before that Psychic Scream. That could have been lights out. And man, Space Station Gaming, they were cornered in that room like wolves and immediately struck back, putting themselves back in the game here. You can see Smexen and Tiki repositioning. Cubsy likely wants to Ursul's Vortex them out of the room with that central gate. So Tiki and Smexen are playing nowhere near that central gate, but now they're caught in a polymorph. Smexen needs to run. Wealthyman's getting blasted back by Chun-Li. Chun-Li is having a field day on this Hunter while Smexen is the target. It's definitely carrying at the moment, and if Smexen can even sneak in a little bit of damage here, certainly they're going to be able to take out one member of Cloud9. They're at least showing that Cloud9 are mortal.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Cloud9 feeling the pain, feeling the pressure. Cubsy, is he going for a drink? If he can recover his mana, that would be big. I think he just actually went in stealth. So Cubsy, if he can get full mana in the situation, it really would put his team back in. I think he's at about 60%, which was good for Space Station Gaming. Now, if he can recover, that's not going to be great, and he does. But Wealthy Man behind. This could be a second ice block, potentially. Where's the damage? Double Mortal Coil coming in. Chanimal trying to set up the team. He finds a Fear as well onto Chun-Li, just really slowing down the side of Space Station Gaming. Great peels. Wealthy Man gets out of line of sight. Cubsy now free from crowd control, easily tops him off. And this has been such a back-and-forth game against two compositions you rarely ever see.
Yeah, and now we're going to see Smexen here potentially in trouble. Wealthy Man with Ice Form here, looking to get some pressure going. He's casting a Rune of Fire, but he's already standing on one right there, just trying to bait out some interrupts. Wealthy Man now going for the Sheeps here, but Tiki actually getting counterspelled there. Now the Sheep's on to Chun-Li. Chun actually trinkets that Sheep right there to land the Freezing Trap. Now they're going after Chanimal. Chanimal forced to trinket here as well from that stun right there, and Smexen gonna just go back into the starting room. Cubsy's in stealth though, looking to set up. There's a stun onto Smexen, but no stun onto Tiki here. They're just gonna go for damage. No, there it is. Finally, stun coming out onto Tiki, followed up by a full Cyclone. This is a Cubsy special here, just pushing in, crowd controlling the whole team here by himself and getting the heals going. Now Cubsy though in a Fear. Could be an opportunity for Space Station Gaming to turn things around here. You get a Freezing Trap out of the Fear. Who's going to be the target? Tiki's in a Polymorph. Cubsy's in a trap. It's a bit of a race here. Cubsy actually comes out of the trap there. Now going for some Cyclones here, but he's still on the arc. You get another Sheep here onto Tiki, and that's going to refresh the Cyclone DR. Full Cyclone now onto Tiki here, but no real damage there. Smexen just trading out the Astral Shift early on, respecting that crowd control chain, and still Chun here looking good on that BM Hunter, maybe forcing a second ice block here. Wealthy Man needs to be extremely careful there. Cubsy keeping him alive, but still the pressure is amazing here from Space Station Gaming. Wealthy Man just can't recover. Now they're swapping over to Chanimal here in this little triple wizard corner here in the door. Lightning Last coming out. That's going to be the Nature Swiftness there as well from Cubsy, and Chanimal pushing in, but he's not feeling 100% safe. He is quite low on HP. Nice Tremor Totem there on the Fear by Smexen, and now Chun looking to set up some crowd control, looking to stop the drink at least of Cubsy, and more pressure here onto Wealthy Man. This is really anybody's game.
Yeah, if Space Station Gaming can maintain their mana, I think they'll be in a good position, and they so far have been able to. I almost think that Wealthy Man's just going to fall over. We're going to get into a deep dampening stage, and Cubsy will no longer be able to heal him. More and more is looking to be the case. I think Chanimal realizes this as well. He's moving in on top of Space Station Gaming to try and become a target, maybe look for some crowd control as well. Stormkeeper, Smexen's trying to fake out some interrupts. Cubsy sneaks in stealth, looking for a stun. He finds stun onto nobody here. It looks like he got pulled out of stealth. They could use Flare on the door to stop Cubsy from sneaking in as well. I'd really like to see that. Cubsy into the stun. Wealthy Man blinks far away. Frost Novaing the pets, waiting for Cubsy. Cubsy actually uses Medallion. They're even poking Cubsy a little bit here, but the pets are overextended of Chun-Li. He's retreating back in the room to try and resurrect it. I think it did go down. Revive pet. Cubsy's got Ursul's Vortex in the room. If he tries to move, he's going to get pulled out, I think. But he managed to resurrect a pet. The Infernal Stun was a little bit out of range. And now they're in the room, but Wealthy Man and Chanimal want to get aggressive. They don't want this going to any deeper of dampening. They know that Chun-Li and Smexen will out-damage them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really difficult situation to be in, but they're pushing forward. The Tremor Totem lands. Tiki still into a Polymorph. Finally, a big Serenity is going to be landing with that Guardian Spirit. Smexen going to be A-OK, but it's overlapped a little bit with the Astral Shift, so a small victory. That being said, Wealthy Man taking a huge hit of damage. Cubsy forced to trade out the Iron Bark. Mana still in favor of Space Station Gaming. This game is looking pretty good. Wealthy Man low. Smexen at the same time. He gets interrupted and blasted. Wealthy Man trying to get into a position. A full trap lands from Chun-Li. Great job setting up that crowd control. And although Wealthy Man is kiting and out of LOS of Chun-Li and Smexen, he's still taking damage from the pet. Both Chanimal and Wealthy Man are vulnerable to this style of composition, but they kind of realize if they let the game get too damp, it's actually not their advantage. Surprisingly, they have to try to make a play. Smexen going to get gripped away, and for the first time, it's actually Space Station Gaming who's going to be running away and looking for a reset, kind of taking the strategy away from Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9 is the aggressor in this situation, and I really like what they're doing on the side of Space Station Gaming. Just keep repositioning, have Chun-Li stop the drink. He stops it there with a freezing trap in stealth. This is a big opportunity here. Smexen is getting ready to blast here. Beautiful damage coming out onto Wealthy Man. Tiki is just going to sit here in the back line as well, just spamming out Holy Fire, spamming out Smites here, getting some cooldown resets going, and they're going to look to just poke damage here. I really agree with something Sid said earlier on. If they can just keep the game in this stage where they're just sitting back, using the Holy Priest stun on anyone in their line, and they're just zapping him all together with the BM Hunter and the Elemental Shaman together, and I feel like the damage is just going to be unhealable, whereas Cloud9, they usually win in a late dampening situation with a long CC chain or with ooming the other healer. Well, guess what? The Druid spends more mana faster than Tiki, and I know Smexen is falling asleep right there, but he needs to stay awake for a little bit longer here, and Smexen now actually got to come out of that rake stand. Still taking a lot of damage here, drops the grounding totem, should be enough for him to stabilize, and here now they need to swap side and zap somebody on the side of Space Station Gaming. I really feel like that person could be Wealthy Man going now with that Ice Block, or it could be Channel just getting overwhelmed, but Space Station Gaming so far in a pretty decent situation. It's Wealthy Man right now getting blasted. Big Chaos Bolt coming in onto Smexen, but he is going to be able to survive with that shield wall effect from his pet.
All right, let's see if they can keep up the pressure here onto Wealthy Man. They get Iron Bark from Cubsy. Medallion out of the way. They get block as well, and the damage is becoming overwhelming. The oddball composition, the Holy Priest, BM Hunter, Elemental Shaman is starting to cause Cloud9 pain and potentially going to bear blood here in the near future. Are Cloud9 going to be proved mortal? Can Space Station Gaming on their last day of circuit play win a series in the circuit against Cloud9? It would be a feat of strength. They're so close. Chanimal is trying to prevent it, pushing in on top of his opponents. Chun-Li's in retreat path at the moment with disengage. Chanimal is still just dogpiling on top of them, but Wealthy Man is getting pushed back. Double Mortal Coil, good setup by Chanimal. Into the stun. Chaos Bolt gets feigned death by Chun-Li. They're swapping it to Smexen. Chaos Bolt connects. Smexen's trying to duck for cover in the corner here. Chanimal moves forward, looks for a fear, lands the fear on the trinket of Tiki, and a polymorph as well. Chanimal's banishing the pets, banishing the elementals, trying to buy time for his team here as Cubsy comes out of the freezing trap. Chanimal now low on health. I love the swaps. As long as Space Station Gaming can keep swapping targets on those hots, it's going to tax the rest of Cubsy's mana. It might even just overwhelm a target. Only one ice block left for Wealthy Man. No medallion on Cubsy. That might get the second ice block here. He's absolutely getting shredded. Interrupt onto Cubsy's heal. Wealthy Man going to pop a blazing barrier. Stormkeeper channeled. Is Chanimal gonna, he's gonna portal, but oh no, the lightning bolt clipped Wealthy Man around the corner there for a second. Chun-Li's pushing forward with Bestial Wrath, trying to get aggressive and prevent any sort of reset, but he's overextended, he gets stunned. Smexen's gonna push forward and try and back him up a bit. Tiki's in the back line, and now Space Station Gaming, they have a choice. Do we try and ride this momentum? Do we try and push in, or do we just continue chilling in the room? Right now they're pushing out. They've taken center field. Chanimal getting blasted in the Lightning Lasso. Cubsy going to drop an Iron Bark, but I think the Iron Bark was actually on Wealthy Man. Chanimal doesn't have Iron Bark. He's down below half HP at this point, and deep dampening.
It is deep dampening, 50% dampening. Chanimal uses the unending resolve, gets a big heal there by Cubsy. Innervate active by Cubsy, going to be saving a little bit of mana, but now that that's gone, he's going to be burning through that mana very quickly, and there's triple offensive dispel from Space Station Gaming. This is a really tense game. I mean, Cloud9, they try to push in and make something happen, and they get swatted away by Space Station Gaming. And the longer this game goes, the BM Hunter is just so effective. The Lightning Lasso onto Wealthy Man. They get the second ice block. I don't think there'll be a third. Trap. Big Master Spell. Full fear into a full trap. Cubsy, he trinkets in desperation, but a big Chaos Bolt from Chanimal, activating his Dark Soul to try to get Space Station Gaming on the back foot just a little bit. Such a tense game for both these teams.
Yeah, it's anybody's game still, but right now it looks like Space Station Gaming are in the lead. If Smexy can survive here, he has nothing though. Guardian Angel comes out here. They need to get some pressure now. Chun-Li, what are you going to do here? He activates the Deep Steel Wrap, looking to get pressure onto Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man has no ice blocks here. He's dropping dangerously low. He used it all the time there. He catches a bit of a heal. He's dropping it super low here, trying to line of sight the pet Chanimal, getting stun locked here. Now they're zapping Chanimal. They're zapping Wealthy Man.
Seed!
That's going to be it. He's a seed. They're trying to take down the seed right here. Space Station Gaming might be able to
Ironbark,
the Ironbark on the seed here.
NS
on
the seed.
Cubsy keeping it alive. Wealthyman is back from the grave here, but for how long? Chun-Li
No cooldowns.
Tranquility coming out. He has nothing left. Full trap secured. Chun-Li looking to close this one out here. Wealthyman, I don't know how he's going to be able to stay alive. Chanimal with a double mortal coil. The soul shape comes out. Cubsy is out of crowd control finally, but he has no mana left. How is he going to keep Wealthyman alive? He restuffs. He's going offensive here. He's going for the rake stun of Smexen. They're trying to end the game here.
No way.
Chanimal gets
No
interrupted
way.
right there. Smexen
No way.
The blizzard comes out. Wealthyman is there. They get the Iceland, and Chanimal is down.
Chanimal?
So they get the counter pressure.
2v2.
Chanimal could be in a 2v2 situation here. Chanimal could be super low, poking away. He gets the fear onto Tiki. He drops the 1 HP.
Right before he dies.
They get the killing blow, and it's a 2v2 situation, and it looks like it's actually going in favor of Space Station Gaming. Oh my god.
How do you win? You're out of mana. Your mage just no blocks for 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds for Wealthy Man, 4 seconds. Can they buy it? 3 seconds, 2 seconds. He alters back. He's got Cold Snap. He can Cold Snap. He probably wants to get a Frost Nova out. Maybe there's the Cold Snap. He's got a block. Tiki has 0 mana. Maybe they can kill Tiki here. Chun-Li goes for a Freezing Trap. Cubsy trinkets. He Iron Barks. Wealthy Man's holding on. I think Chanimal is a bit uncertain here. Both Chanimal and Smexen are the dead ones in the game, so it's interesting to see their reactions to the 2v2 currently here. Chanimal is a bit frustrated, it seems. Smexen is just praying they can pull this off, but I think that the Hunter should take this. They get the Ice Block. There's no mana, there's no pressure, there's just no damage that's going to happen for the Frost Mage here. Frozen Orb up in 10. If he doesn't win with that Frozen Orb, I don't think you ever do.
I think this is pretty much a nightmare situation. That was the Innervate by Cubsy. He's caught into a stun. Wealthy Man gets silenced up. He's actually caught into a stun as well. And I just feel like there's no way Wealthy Man wins that one. Space Station Gaming, they put a point on the board. What a crazy series that was. Wealthy Man goes down, turns into a seed. The seed survives. They get the cross kill on Smexen. Then Chanimal dies. It's a 2v2 situation. But Space Station Gaming, I mean, it's one of those things where Space Station Gaming, there's such a solid group of players. I mean, obviously the circuit hasn't gone very well for them, but they're really showing that, you know, they are a solid team.
I think I jinxed Chan. By saying that's his first...
It was bound to happen.
Yeah, it was going to happen eventually, but that was his, no longer 100% win rate, unfortunately, for Chan.
That was crazy. I mean, the ending here, the fact that Chanimal just turned around the pressure, they get the cross kill onto Smexen, and then of course Chanimal here now fearing up Tiki here, going for the biggest Chaos Bolt of his life here, trying to end the game. But Tiki trinkets and manages to survive. Chun ducks around the corner, able to finish him off. And at this point, Tiki has Guardian up. They got a trap onto Cubsy, and Wealthy Man has no defensives. Chun had all his cooldowns. So at this point, for them, it's just basically keeping up the momentum, keeping up the pressure, and making sure that Wealthy Man can't really do anything, and that Cubsy doesn't sneak away and drink. Cubsy here trying to recover with the Innervate, just spamming out regrowths, but I mean, we're at 67% dampening. Those regrowths aren't doing anything for Cubsy, and he gets stunned up, and at this point, they are able to finish things off here. And I gotta say, Tiki on his Priest played an excellent game here. In general, just the way he was repositioning, the way when he was going for drinks, when he was going for the stuns, he was deafing a lot of sheeps as well, because there was one point in the game where C9 was pushing in for CC, and he was doing a really good job avoiding it too.
There's a really weird kind of paradigm that happens with Cloud9 where they're the team that normally wins in dampening, right? But there's like a certain threshold of dampening where the only compositions that beat Cloud9's Mage Lock Druid are teams that can like go even deeper into damp. Like when you get past the point of no return, the 60-65%. I mean, that's normally where you see teams actually beat Cloud9 at that point. So it is kind of weird how that happens. It's like the sweet spot of dampening for Cloud9 is like 30 to 60%, but past that, the game becomes really unstable.
Man, Space Station Gaming, incredible game number 2, tied up now, best of 5. I mean, I forget who said at the beginning of this, but it would be amazing if we saw Space Station's first and only win in the circuit against a team like Cloud9. That would be absolutely insane, but we've got a long series ahead of us. This is best of 5 as well, so winner of this next game is going to put themselves on match point, so stakes still very, very high. We'll see if Space Station Gaming does stay with that composition of that Ellie BM Hunter that we did see them bring out in game number 2, or if they revert back to BM Arms Warrior. What do you think in Super Tees?
I have to. It's Ashamane's fault. There's no way you pick a Warrior. 100% not picking a Warrior. I think we're seeing the same matchup.
No way.
No way
Cloud9's
Cloud9
pushing.
locks in the
I
same.
think we are.
Cloud9
I
will
swear,
play
I think we're
Warrior
about to see the
Mage.
same
Yeah,
matchup.
they're gonna lock in Warrior Mage
You think you're running Warrior
Paladin.
Mage?
Space Station are gonna lock in the same thing. Cloud9 probably gonna lock in like Warrior Mage and Tunnel down there.
I feel like
Okay.
Cloud9 though, this
Or
happens with them a
Shadow
lot.
play.
Like, and it's happened with them against Space Station Gaming too. A team will figure out a way to beat them in a series, and they you know, they obviously they lose a game, but it's like they come back in that next game with the same matchup, and they figure something out, and it's like a completely different game, and they win the series.
I think Cloud9
I just feel like that's Cloud9's thing.
I think Cloud9 has a lot of good options here. What if they play Shadow play? I feel like Shadow play has a chance. Like, I think Warrior Mage Paladin is the most likely. I'd be really, if they play the same thing, I would be incredibly surprised. I just don't think that's a matchup that they want. I think Frostmage is all about kind of that poke damage, like you just keep the team at range, but unfortunately you can't do that to a BM Hunter or a Shaman, really. The Elemental Shaman and the BM Hunter are both going to be kind of beating you at your own game, and I think Cloud9, they need to get that Frostmage out of there, I would say.
Kind of risky move then, I guess, for Space Station to lock this in again, no? Or do you think
No
this
choice.
is a good move?
I think
They have
they
no
just have
choice.
It's,
Yeah. If they lock anything else in, they're gonna face Mage Lock and lose on Ashamanes. So
True.
they have to lock in the one thing that can beat Mage Lock and hope that C9 doesn't have too good of an answer here.
wow, they're
Taking
taking their
their
time.
Yeah.
Taking their time.
Yeah.
Thinking
I
of
was
a
gonna say-
plan.
This is not relevant, but this is the first time we're getting a Chanimal's camera instead of Snuts. It's a nice new POV. Even
bit of
he even
variety
brought out
on
the
player
jersey.
cam, yeah.
What's up?
I said a little bit of variety on the player cam, so
Yeah.
yeah.
It's good to see. I think every other team has only had one, no?
Ooh.
Uh,
I don't mind. Do I mind it? Do I like?
It's okay. I feel like it's
we
okay.
like this. Think about
Yeah.
it. You have Triple Purge for Combust. You have Roar of Sacrifice for Combust.
Yeah, I feel like the combustion is going to be a bit iffy for Wealth, I'd say. Like
Yeah, you have
Force has
Grounding Totem for Combust.
double purge, yeah.
So
bit,
Triple purge.
well,
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what they're
Cloud
gonna
nine.
do?
Nope.
They're gonna tunnel Tiki the whole game. I swear.
Mm.
You think so?
I think they're just gonna go Ellie.
Ellie?
No? Why not just go Ellie? Just do triple crowd control setups. I mean, this is Cubsy Wealthy Man, Rogue Mage. This is like the classic bread and butter for them, I feel like. Other than their Mage Lock, this would be the other one. You could just rinse, repeat setups. Triple crowd control, stun clone, hunter, DB sheep, priest, stun shaman.
Why Druid?
Just do
Yeah, that's the thing that doesn't make sense. Why not Priest?
You'd rather
Or
them
Ballet.
Holy Priest?
Yeah, well, it's just RMD.
Comfort.
When was the last time we even saw RMD? It's like always RM Pally or RM Priest. RMD?
RMD has a lot of CC.
It
Well,
is good.
Yeah.
I think so. You know what's weird is I think I would actually, this is going to sound crazy, I would have actually rather see Wealthy Man play Frost here. I think Frost RMD is actually a decent composition in some matchups, and I think this could potentially be one of those matchups, maybe. I really don't know. I don't know. We're going to have to see. Wealthy Man with the Fire Mage, I just think it's like the two classes you don't want to play against as a Fire Mage, but maybe with all the control that they have, with Snuts like shutting someone down with a kidney shot. I mean, Smexen, the truth is, if Smexen's in a kidney shot, there's no grounding totem and there's no purge. So you get a kidney shot and then you CC the healer, then there's no purge at all, and all you really have to deal with is pets. And that's true.
Full heal over time effects from a druid, though. I feel like, what's the odds that you purge combust instantly with full hots?
True.
Probably 1 in 8. 1 in 8.
Pretty low.
1 in 9.
I think Roar Sacrifice is probably a bigger deal.
Just kill the pet. You could do that too.
Oh, kill the pet, go hunter?
Yeah, but you can't kill Chun's pet. He's just gonna camo and res it.
Okay, well.
Well, if he goes Dren, I'll just get to the Gnar or the pet.
Stop.
All right, well, we are going to see what they do have planned very shortly. I'm not sure if there's a delay going on or something heading into this game, but we do know that the winner of this next one puts themselves on match point. It seems like generally across the board on the desk here, they're a little bit confused about this comp, but we're going to see what exactly they do plan to do very, very soon.
Ashermane's Fall. Yeah, it should be an interesting
Ashermane's
matchup.
Fall.
Cloud9. Yeah, Cloud9 going to be running a composition. We haven't seen too much. I mean, obviously Rogue Mage. Yeah, it's no surprise to any of us, but with the Druid, it's going to be a little bit more crowd control, maybe a little less stable. Maybe not, though. I mean, I just feel like the control that Cubsy and Wealthy Man are going to be able to put out is going to be difficult. For Space Station Gaming, it's going to be all about finding that counter pressure in this match and just avoiding the combustion if they can. Kind of easier said than done, but I feel like Chun-Li has been doing a phenomenal job so far on that Hunter, in all honesty, expertly keeping his pet alive, putting out good pressure, finding traps basically on cooldown. It's been kind of a joy to watch him play something besides the Windwalker Monk. Not that we don't like the Windwalker Monk, of course we do, but it's kind of cool to see him branch out and play something else at such a high level. And Space Station Gaming, I think they're looking to make a statement. You know, they haven't got their win yet, but if they could get the biggest win, if they can get the upset against Cloud9, they can kind of prove that, you know, they still got it.
Yeah, like even if they had not a very good circuit, they were still able to best Cloud9. I mean, even if they do take them to a Game 5, I feel like that would be saying something for this team. That would be very, very good ending the circuit. I feel like that, despite how they did do for the rest of the games. But game is started. Game number 3 here, tied up 1-1.
Actually, if Space Station Gaming wins this, it will change up the standings. It will knock Cloud9 out of competition for first standing. So Space Station Gaming, they're definitely playing spoilers here, and we are going to see an opener here onto Snuts onto Smexen, but Snuts getting stunned up. They're going to go after Wealthy Man here with the Lightning Lasso. And the one thing I like about the Rogue Mage is that when you're playing against that Holy Priest, you have a lot of crowd control. Snuts going to be able to set up some crowd control for his team. Cubs is going to be able to do the same. So if they can get those CC chains, they could take somebody down. It's kind of an old school way of winning, but it kind of work against that Priest. They already got his trinket for the blind, and they have the combustion, so if they can ring a Frosted Pets, get another full sheep on the Tiki, they can pop that combustion and start forcing out every defensive that Smexen has.
All right, let's see if they can get the setups. At the moment, they've been able to get the medallion. They trap Cubsy, though, and Wealthy Man could be in trouble. He's trying to escape. Frost Nova on the pet. Smoke Bomb on Smexen. Smexen trinkets. It's Vendetta, though, and he's not trading. He has Astral Shift. He's being kind of greedy. Now trading the Astral Shift. Double Ring of Frost landed by Wealthy Man. Popping the Combust with the pet in a Ring of Frost. Nicely done by Wealthy Man. Cyclone onto Tiki. Smexen is still alone for a second. Catching out some big heals and managing to survive. But they got the Medallion, the Astral Shift. They've got pretty much every cooldown that they wanted to on every setup. This is looking like a lot better of a matchup for Cloud9. Space Station Gaming need to make something happen right now. And they are. They're pushing back Wealthy Man. Couple seconds left on the trap. Can they get the Cauterize? Can they get the block? They get the Cauterize. Nature Swiftness blocks the block, and now Smexen in trouble. A full polymorph onto Tiki. How is Smexen going to survive? He wind shears. He's trying to get back to the pillar. Greater Fate from Tiki to immune crowd control, connecting the Guardian Angel, allowing Smexen to survive this attempt. Good disruption by Smexen, but now he's cycloned, and if any crowd control is landed here onto Tiki, it could be lights out.
Yeah, Cubsy looking for a Cyclone. Can he find it, though? Chun-Li denies. Nicely done. And Wealthy Man, without his Cauterize, is going to be feeling a little bit vulnerable. An instant kidney shot there on that Lightning Lasso. Nicely done there by Snuts. Great crowd control from Cloud9 so far, but Space Station Gaming, they're managing to hold on. And also, Wealthy Man not feeling too comfortable here. Snuts getting incredibly low. Forced to trade out basically everything. Great pressure from Space Station Gaming. And Cubsy is flayed to keep his team alive. I mean, there's no Iron Bark for another 13 seconds. Nature Swift is now finally up, but without a trinket, Cubsy is definitely going to be under pressure here, and I feel like Snuts could easily go down.
Yeah, they're rotating their defensives back up on the side of Space Station Gaming. Here comes the pressure onto Wealthy Man. Sean activating his damage cooldowns here. Wealthy Man blinking in, getting the Kleptomania there onto Tiki, trying to steal that ward, and now he's going to get the Dragon's Breath. Looking for the sheep here, but Smexon is in line of sight and waiting with that wind shear. Not going to be able to find any crowd control onto Tiki there, and now Wealthy Man in a sheep gets interrupted by Chan, and Smexon now just forced to stand here and kind of tank Snuts. There's the bash, here comes the Polymorph, there comes the Ring of Frost. Wealthy Man finds it, he pre-blinks out of that Thunderstorm that would have interrupted him. Wealthy Man just playing expertly on that mage. He gets the resheep now as well onto Tiki here. Smexon in a lot of trouble. He's already traded out his Trinket and his Astral Shift. Sean looking to make some counter pressure happen though onto Snuts here. Big pressure coming out. That was the Battle Master as well for Smexon. Here comes the Lightning Lasso. Snuts now going back in there to interrupt that one. Smexon actually fake casting with his Lightning Lasso, now getting counterspelled on his Stormkeeper. They got crowd control onto Cubsy. 20 seconds on his Trinket. And look at Cubsy's mana. If Cubsy doesn't get a drink, this is actually pretty good for Space Station Gaming.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here and take the swing match, move to a match point against Cloud9. Space Station Gaming on their final stand, their last series of the circuit. They haven't won a single series. They really want to show that they've still got it in competitive play, and they definitely would be able to prove it by besting Cloud9. Having taken that nail biter earlier on, Cloud9 break out the Rogue Mage Druid, which we may have some questions about here in the matchup. I think Cubsy is drinking. He got a huge amount of mana, but Snuts is low on health. Is he just going to go down? Oh, man, that was a lot of trust. Snuts trusts Cubsy a whole lot to get that Nature Swiftness without using Cloak until right after it. Cubsy trinketing out of crowd control here to get his team aggressive. Stun on Tiki. Cubsy's in position to Cyclone. Gets interrupted by Chun-Li. Good backup from Chun-Li. Smexon lobbing Lava Burst out at Wealthy Man and Snuts. I think it's really important that Chun-Li and Smexon split their damage and swap targets a lot against the Restoration Druid. Tiki's mana now not in a good position. He is likely going to sit down here for a drink, but he gets flame striked around the corner. Repositioning. Snuts is going to stun up Smexon. The nice advantage of the Beast Mastery Hunter is that he's giving Smexon actually 10% damage reduction when the Rogue is the target. So it's not only just maybe a more fragile target on the Rogue, but also makes Smexon a lot more durable. So whenever Smexon's in trouble, I actually think attacking Snuts is a really good idea, and then go after Wealthy Man when you're ahead.
Yeah, certainly. Wealthy Man right now pushing in for crowd control, looking for a polymorph. Unfortunately, missing it there onto Tiki. A full kidney shot does land into fear from Tiki. This is great into a full trap. Cubsy's got no trinket whatsoever. Lightnuts forces out his Gladiator's medallion. And I feel like this game is unstable for Cloud9. They're getting good crowd control, though. This could potentially be the end of the game. Someone's going to have to trade. Smexon will. He'll use his Astral Shift with the Fleshcraft, and he should be more than durable enough to survive this setup. They're going after Snuts, giving damage reduction to Smexon. Like Super T talked about, a full kidney shot lands with a Cyclone onto Tiki, but Smexon holds on. Mana still not in favor of Space Station Gaming. Cubsy's been able to drink a few times, but I feel like Space Station Gaming, there's still opportunities for them to win this one. A nice Lightning Lasso onto Snuts. Big damage coming in from Chun-Li as well, but Cubsy easily recovers with that Iron Bark, and now it's going to be Smexon on the back foot.
Smexon now in a full kidney shot. Guardian Ashes down. Ooh, big hit of damage here onto Wealthy Man. Might have to Ice Block, and it is going to be the Ice Block. The damage is starting to really become unstable here. DR Trap onto Cubsy. He keep going for Flash Heal here, keeping Smexon alive. Full stun onto Cubsy. He's looking for the full fear here potentially. Gets it. Wealthy Man now on the run here with no Ice Block. Nice Shadow Step kick there by Snuts. Mind Game's coming out here now onto Snuts there. He's going to cloak that. And now Smexon here. Potential for a kidney shot onto him. Potentially take some damage. Chun-Li looking to get some big damage out as well here with his DM Hunter pets. Now Snuts has no Cloak of Shadows. I really want to see Chun here do a good job making sure that Cubsy never drinks. He needs to keep Hunter's Mark on him. He needs to make sure that he's sending his pets on Cubsy at all times, because if Cubsy drinks one more time, he's going to out-mana Tiki pretty hard. So for now, I would say Space Station Gaming are maybe even in a winning position if they can shut down those drinks. But as I say that, they get a full sheep Alt Tiki. He's forced to trinket. There's a smoke bomb being casted here by Snuts. Snuts still taking a lot of damage as well. No evasion. He could blind Tiki. There's a full blind. Actually, it's DR though. Smexen's gonna survive there. I don't like that blind by Snuts there. If they held on to it and they waited one more setup, they could have just killed Smexen with no trinket. They would have had combustion and they would have no trinket onto Tiki. But now that win condition is gone here for C9.
Dicey situation for Cloud9 and their map pick and their comp advantage. Space Station Gaming's oddball comp is really putting Cloud9 to the test. Can they tear down Smexen? Vendetta comes up in 6 seconds. What is there to respond? They don't even need it. Smexen is getting totally annihilated. Insane pressure, but barely holding on at 10%. Tiki fades the crowd control, connecting a big heal just in time, but here's Vendetta. Snuts can pop it at any time on this next kidney shot. Tiki used a lot of resources to heal that, but now they're swapping over to Snuts. He's on the run. He can't stay on target. He has to evasion the pet damage. Shadow stepping back over to try and connect. Kidney shot Vendetta. Snuts is going for the win. Can they kill Smexen here? Tiki's going to have to heal so much damage. Smexen's on the run, trying to fake out the interrupts with a move cast.
Full clone.
Surge. How is Smexen still alive here through the Vendetta? I don't think he is going to make it. He's at 1% health, and he will fall. Cloud9 take it, but that was a close one.
I mean, it doesn't really get closer than that. Space Station Gaming with this oddball composition, even with Cloud9's map and composition pick, in that one, they made that extremely close. And I don't know if Cloud9, you think Cloud9 would actually lock that same composition? Because I think that was a little too close for comfort.
I don't think so, to be honest. I mean, on the blind, I don't think they will lock it in. So, I don't know. C9, definitely an uphill battle, but they were able to get those drinks, and that looked really good actually for them. The way they were pushing in and setting up their CC chains, and Wealthy Man as well, really turning up there at the end. He gets that sheep right here that forced out Tiki's trinket, and then that sheep later on. I wanted to see what happened to that sheep. I feel like it broke maybe, but we'll see what happens. So here, we got the double fear from Tiki, and this is a scary situation, but Snuts with Shadow Step kick there, gets back onto his target here with the kidney shot, and here Wealthy Man looking to get that polymorph to get the bash onto to Tiki, and Wealthy Man looking, actually no, it's the Cyclone there of Cubsy, very nice play there from him, and Snuts here as well, just holding onto his kick for the last possible second, lands the kick, takes the win. But I mean, look at Cubsy's mana, he's completely oob, and look at the cooldowns. They had no ice blocks, Nuts had no trinket, Cubsy had no trinket, so definitely was a really close game there, back and forth. And I don't know, Space Station Gaming, out of all teams that they can beat, it might actually be C9 that they can give it to.
Wow, this has been such an incredibly close series. Space Station Gaming has the opportunity to tie this one up, take themselves to a Game 5 against Cloud9 of all teams. And if the story goes the way that last match has been, this is going to continue to be super close. But Cloud9 on match point now. They only need to win this very next game to win this series. But I mean, how it's been like, this has been such a surprise, Fenrique, from Space Station Gaming. They brought out this composition. They're doing insanely well with it as well, and really holding their own against Cloud9, which isn't something that a lot of teams have been able to do.
No, I mean, certainly. I mean, Space Station Gaming, these guys, I mean, they have some incredible players on their roster. Smexen's been doing it for such a long time. Chun-Li as well, bringing Tiki, who has been honestly a phenomenal player in the North American scene. So, I mean, their roster's solid, and they're proving it. They go toe-to-toe with Cloud9. This is an interesting kind of decision here for Cloud9. What are they going to do? Space Station Gaming, they lock in Hook Point. And now for Cloud9, I really doubt that they're going to do any sort of mage lock shenanigans blind. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually just go with a Rogue Mage Druid once again. Even though that didn't feel too comfortable, they probably feel like there's some opportunities for them to improve. So maybe just go with that. It's a well-rounded composition. If you beat anything Space Station Gaming has, but it's certainly going to make them work for their win if they do lock that in.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are working. It really doesn't look easy on either side here. We're going to Hook Point as well. Pretty small map. 30 seconds left for Cloud9 to choose their composition. We can see the focus on both of these players and their faces. I mean, you know, Smexen really wants this for his team. They want to get a win here. They want to stay in this series. They want to get that first win on the board for the circuit, especially considering this is their last chance to get a win as well in the circuit. So it would be huge for them to end the season on a win. We're seeing that Fire Mage Arms Warrior composition come out from Cloud9.
Yeah, I like this a lot more from C9. I think this is exactly what you need to lock in here.
It's just well-rounded.
I'm surprised they didn't lock this in blind, in all honesty. It seems like it's just good against
Yeah.
everything that Space Station Gaming can run.
I really thought they would lock that in for game number 2, but yeah, they're gonna pick it here on hook point, which is nice for Space Station Gaming. I mean, what do they run here? I feel like a purge composition is kind of on the table here. Honestly, I want to see Space Station Gaming run Warrior Hunter again in this matchup. You run the same matchup, but a BM Hunter instead of a Fire Mage. You get Roar of Sack for the Fire Mage, you get Purge for the Fire Mage, you get unhealable damage, you get pets that can stop the drinks, you get, yes!
Oh.
Hey!
I'm on fire.
Ooh.
Wealthy Man's going to be on fire with the SmackDown going from this matchup.
Yeah, his Carter has
This
been
is-
proccing on 80% against this comp.
This is interesting. I really wonder how this is going to work out. I mean, Snuts is going to be able to play defense for Wealthy Man. Maybe they go after the Warrior. They just tunnel down Smexen and get crowd control on Tiki, and then becomes difficult because Specs is not going to have a target that he can actually intervene. But I'm not even convinced that that will work. I feel like Space Station Gaming, they have a fair shot in this one. And if this somehow beats the Warrior Mage, like if this beats the Warrior Mage Paladin, I feel like that's a lot of intel for other teams potentially. Because this is kind of a question mark for me. Can this win? It seems like on paper it has a shot.
What other teams could play this?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think anyone else can play this.
Cowana can in EU. There's some teams that can run this.
I'm sure someone can run
In the
it.
top 4?
We'll see. Well, it may be interesting for the might be interesting for the latter at least, Sid. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what? Chun picked up BM. There's no reason somebody else can't if this is a solid answer.
Yeah.
Beast Mastery
Maybe we
Hunter
see-
is a
Paven.
Maybe we see Peekaboo play Warrior. Maybe we see Peekaboo play Warrior, and then we see
Yeah.
Jelly Beans and Peekaboo play it. Okay, it's possible.
I believe. We could see. I believe. I think we'll see it at least once. Okay, Vin, I'm on your side.
I think we're not going to see Warrior Hunter Paladin in the top 4.
Oh, goodness. All right. Well, we are seeing it here, so let's see if this is the composition that will keep them in the series on Hook Point as well. We're on a pretty small map. Cloud9 no longer on MLD either, Zico, so is this game going to be pretty quick, do we think, or is this going to be another damp game?
It could be quick and it could be damp here. It just depends on how much uptime these people are getting. These warriors, Smexen, I would imagine he's just going to go after Wealthy Man. They're going to have some purges there. They're going to have just overwhelming pressure onto Wealthy Man and try to crowd control Cubsy. And for Snuts, I honestly want to see him just go after Chun with Wealthy Man going for crowd control. I think if Wealthy Man just runs the whole game and Chun-Li just runs the whole game, I think Chun-Li wins. But I think Wealthy Man's advantage is that he can push for crowd control a little bit more, which is hard to do with a warrior chasing you the whole game. But I feel like that's the way C9 wins. They just get a lot of crowd control on Tiki and kind of power down Chun-Li. So it just depends on how they play. If the mage just runs and never pushes for CC, and the hunter, if the hunter wins, I think it's going to be a little bit of a longer game. But if the mage is going to win, I think he kind of has to push in a lot, so it should be a little bit faster.
All right. Well, it also sounds like we do have a delay going on behind the scenes. Cloud9 has set that delay, so you can infer from that they're probably a little bit. There's a lot of question marks going into this matchup. I mean, you can see Chan definitely looks like there's a lot of going on right there. Maybe swatting on a fly. I'm not really sure what's going on, but yeah, definitely a high stress situation to be in. You're discussing this new composition. Yeah, you're finding yourself on match point for your last series of the day. You've got that fly bothering you all the while, so definitely high stakes right now for Chanimals. But
First place on the line, right?
Sorry? Yeah.
First place, first seed on the line for them. So I mean, definitely, it's an important one to win. And Space Station Gaming, I think they want to win it equally, equally so. They definitely want to win at least one in this round robin, I would say.
Yep, I think we can definitely infer that. I mean, this is basically their last chance on the side of Space Station Gaming. They've had a very rough go at it so far. We know, I mean, somebody said it earlier, we know as individuals, every single player on this team is extremely well respected in this North American region. They're tournament veterans. We've seen them time and time again. They've been together as a roster for quite some time, minus Tiki, of course, their newest member. So it's not where they want to be, but they are going to try and end this season strong, stay in this tournament, stay in this series here against Cloud9 right now on Hook Point.
All right, the gates are open here. We're going to see if they decide to go after Snuts or if they do a mage race or what's the plan here. Chan is going to be the target of choice and Wealthman is going to be the target of choice. And right now, both of them are just trying to survive here. Snuts still getting good pressure here onto Chan. There's a blinding light now onto Cubsy here. And Wealthy Man has somehow gained full HP during that attempt. So Wealthy Man now got to go for the Ring of Frost. Should be able to find it. No, he actually gets stun locked on it. The War Banner gets dropped though as well. And now they kill off the War Banner and they land the sheep. Disastrous coordination there between Chan and Smexin. But I do believe Chan is going to be able to survive here without having to trade out anything important. He's just going to feign death right there, right before Stormball connects Tiki and a triple DR sheep. And Chan is going to have to trade out his human racial, I believe, as well as his exhilaration heal there. So nice push so far from Cloud9.
All right, let's see if they can keep up the momentum. They're on match point, but Wealthy Man's falling behind with that intimidating shot on Cubsy's big heels. Not enough crowd control to close it out. Wealthy Man recovers. Chun-Li now has Snuts on his heels, tearing into him with Condemn. He's going to try and retreat back with Tiki, but Sharpened Blade at low health could be dangerous. Tiki's going to have to heal through a lot of healing reduction here. Stun onto Chun-Li, big damage. They overlap. Seeing a protection here.
Oh,
Wealthy Man in trouble. He's popping Combust, he's trying to go for the win, but he dips very low. They trap Snuts behind the pillar. Chun-Li is just trying to avoid the Warrior at all costs, do as much damage as possible, and it is putting them in a decent spot.
Yeah, this is not looking too bad whatsoever. Wealthy Man, this could be as cauterized, and Intervene comes in from Snuts, but he gets out of range. Big damage on Wealthy Man. Chun-Li at the same time gets incredibly low. He's going to be getting the sacrifice from Tiki in order to hold on, and it looks like we'll be able to trap on Wealthy Man. He gets interrupted once again. Blusty protection trades from Cubsy. This is very back and forth and uncomfortable for Cloud9 in game number 4.
Yeah, but they did get Tiki's Trinket and Sacrifice right there. Now Chan in a lot of trouble. They got the Polymorph here. Wealthy Man going for another Polymorph here potentially. They're going to get the War Banner, and Chan again overlapping that War Banner with more cooldowns. Aspect of the turtle going to be traded out there for Chan. No exhilaration here for another 30 seconds for him. And so the next push, potentially Bubble plus Blessing of Protection. But Smexin here with good uptime, with good pressure here onto Wealthy Man, taking him down to about 20% HP or so. Now Wealthy Man blinking away from danger, but Smexin still with good uptime. They got a full trap onto Cubsy. The Dragon's Breath defensively into a sheep. Nice reflected on the other sheep. Full fear here onto Cubsy. Wealthy Man still kiting around here with the Ninth Phase Soul Shape, with that triangular barrier, but the pets are connecting. They're getting good pressure. Just a Hammer of Justice onto Cubsy. Cubsy now finally out of crowd control. Should be able to keep Wealthy Man alive. Wealthy Man trinketing offensively. Cauterize might trigger here, and it will not trigger. The sacrifice comes out here, but Cubsy now taking massive damage, and that's going to be the bubble here from Tiki as well. And now Chun-Li in a Stormbolt here taking a lot of damage as well, and he is going to be able to survive that one with that last couple of seconds from Tiki's bubble. Tiki actually dodging the blind there, I believe, and Wealthy Man still just never outside of execute range, always just so low on HP, always taking so much damage here from these pets and this Warrior set.
Yeah, the kill shot procs into Condemn range. Good synergy between the Hunter and the Warrior here when attacking a Mage, and Cubsy has 0 mana. He's actually zeroed out. Space Station Gaming are in a position where they can take this to a game number 5. If they can survive a little bit longer and max out their damage. Smexin's rooted up. He's going to Avatar out. He's got Sharpened Blade. He's going to be a terror for Wealthy Man. Cubsy is trying to drink, but I don't think he's confident in drinking right now. His team wants to get aggressive.
Oh,
Tiki
trap!
takes out of the throw. Chun-Li is still stunned up. They're going to bop Chun-Li. They klepto the bop off now. Wealthy Man's got a bop. Tiki into a full polymorph. Chun-Li's in trouble. He's popping Bestial Wrath. He's trying to go for the kill despite his healer being in crowd control. Is it going to be the right move here? He's getting decent pressure. Cubsy now in a blinding light. They're pushing for the Cauterize to get the block. Where's the Shatter? Shattering throw onto the Ice Block. Full freezing trap. Cubsy, you need a Divine Shield. There's no way. Divine Shield comes up, but they proc the Cauterize. He's burning down. He's got 0 mana. He can't heal anymore at this point. One more Divine Toll. They have to kill Chun-Li. Tiki just sacrifice, I think, on the Stormbolt to sacrifice the next incoming CC. I think their team will win if Tiki can do this here. Just avoiding this polymorph is all that matters. If he can stop it, the damage
That's
is
it.
too high.
That's
Cubs is
it.
feared
That's
up,
it.
and I
It's
think
over.
that's it. He's going to proc a seed. Are they going to proc the seed? They're not getting it. A full freezing trap. Store built onto Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man blinks in the
way.
midfield, but they're going to proc the wild seed. And I think they are going to be able to smack it out and go to a game 5. They will.
tie it up.
Space Station Gaming 2-2.
There it is. Unbelievable. Space Station Gaming with Chun-Li. Oh, let's see. Let's not call it too soon. I think this one is over, but we have seen quite a few cross kills this weekend. So definitely can't call it before it ends. Matiki, he's got no mana. Are they going to do it? Is Nuts going to be able to take that Chun-Li? Big Divine Toll. Everyone is topped off, and now Chun-Li's going to be running and just kiting away from Snuts. I think Snuts is going to get dropped. Good push there by Cloud9 at the end. But honestly, I mean, Space Station Gaming so impressive with their roster. Chun-Li on the BM Hunter. Cloud9 is scratching their heads right now. What do we do? And I feel like for Space Station Gaming, I suppose the fact that Cloud9 won the blind pick is going to pay them some favors in this series, but Space Station Gaming not making it easy, and quite an impressive performance from them, quite honestly.
Oh, most certainly. I mean, even no matter what happens next game, this is a huge win for Space Station Gaming. This would be monumental, really, for them. We don't see a lot of teams giving Cloud9 a run for their money quite like Space Station Gaming is doing right here.
Yeah, I mean, this was so nice to get the fear out of this as well a little bit later, but they got that freezing trap there onto Cubsy. Chun-Li was just kiting here, turning that situation around. Smex in here with the interrupt as well as the spell effect on the sheep, getting himself some nice uptime. And I mean, at this point, Cubsy has nothing left. He can't recover. There's a full fear. There is, the damage coming in. Chun trinketing out there, trying to get the trap. He gets it, and there's the Storm Bolt. And that's going to be Wealthy Trinket, and Condemn is going to allow Smexon to reconnect. And I mean, look at this, guys. Finger licking good, guys. KFC is back. I told you they should look this in. I knew it. I could feel it.
It feels good. It seemed good against the Warrior Mage. Honestly, like it's really difficult for Wealthy Man to really get anything going. I mean, you have to go after a Hunter. Basically, what happens when you play against the Hunter is every single time he's in trouble, first of all, he's going to get an intervene. He's going to get a spell reflect from Smexon, but also the Feigned Death is just so strong. It gets a massive shield. He's constantly kiting Snuts in the matchup. I feel like it's actually easier. Well, at least in that matchup, it seemed like Chun-Li was actually getting away easier from Snuts than we were seeing Wealthy Man get away from Smexon. So it's just about uptime. Pets are constantly attacking. It just seemed like a decent matchup for sure.
Wealthy Man almost did the same damage as the healers there. Just getting pressured the whole game. He's forced to run. His combustion is getting sacked and purged. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, this is crazy. Space Station Gaming taking Cloud9 to match point. We know Cloud9 is feeling very nervous right now. We know that they took a delay even before that very last game, and it still wasn't enough. We still saw Space Station Gaming taking that game number 4 victory. Now we're going to head to a game 5. It's going to be Cloud9's map choice, though, and that means Space Station Gaming is going to have to blind lock in their composition. And Ven, I mean, you already said it. That's going to really matter that Cloud9 won that blind pick.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I mean, Cloud9, they have a lot of different options now. They have a good answer for, I would say, both compositions. I think for Space Station Gaming, there's almost no way. I think they're going to lock in the Ellie Mage, I feel like. Or not the Ellie Mage, they're going to lock in the Ellie BM Hunter. I would almost guarantee Space Station Gaming goes with the Elemental Shaman, BM Hunter, Holy Priest. Imperial Domain is quite a large map, but it does give them an opportunity to kind of run away. The one thing that's unfortunate is we've talked about Imperial Domain, we've talked about how thin and skinny the pillars are, and it makes it really, really difficult because the matchups we see Space Station Gaming do really well with the BM Hunter Elemental Shaman, they have a big pillar they're maneuvering around, or they have a room they can kind of sneak into and get away, but on this map it's going to be a bit of a different story.
Yeah, Cloud9 locking in a large map, something that we see them do most of the time, and now Space Station Gaming, even though they've gotten this far, they've taken it to game number 5, something very, very difficult. Now this is really the final step. This is going to be the most difficult game of all. This is where they have to turn it around because we've seen it go back and forth throughout this series, and if that pattern continues, it's Cloud9's victory. But Space Station Gaming need to win 2 games in a row if they want to secure the win in this series, and they are locking in Ellie, BM Hunter, once again with that Holy Priest. Super Tease, how do we like that?
It's their only choice. And now it's Cloud9. What is their solution to this puzzle? Is it going to be Warrior Mage? Is it going to be, what's it going to be? I mean, Cubsy ran out of mana. Maybe that's why they opted for Druid. They were worried Paladin might run out of mana. So they have a lot to think about, and they only have 2 minutes to think about it. And I don't think they were even probably considering that they could lose this series. I mean, to be fair, because Space Station Gaming went into this with a very terrible record in terms of overall wins, getting none. But now in this final stage, they've found a couple of compositions that are actually allowing them to have some success in the meta, specifically here against Cloud9's compositions as well. So Cloud9 has got a real puzzle to solve right before securing their first place spot.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Supatees. They used their delay timer in that last game, so they really don't have a lot of time to figure this out. They're game number 5, very close to losing this series, the last series of the circuit, and that wouldn't really give them. They certainly don't want to lose here. But we're gonna find out. Game number 5 coming up short. Lee, we've got 30 seconds left for Cloud9 to pick their comp. Very curious as to what they're thinking. I mean, it's possible that they know their comp and they're just using that full delay timers to sort of discuss things as we do head into game number 5. But I mean, they are really taking every last second that they can to figure out what exactly they want to do as we head into this last game for them. And you know they're feeling the pressure.
Well, their options are either Warrior Mage or Rogue Mage Druid. The Rogue Mage Druid looked really sketch.
Oh. Wow.
I mean, that's also an option. I feel like this is a good option for Space Station, though. Yeah, I mean, the key difference here is that they're going to not have Blackroot hold with the room being annoying, but I don't know. I think this is still a pretty good matchup for... I think, actually, I'm worried for Cloud9.
You think this isn't a good choice for them? They had better comps?
Well, if you look, it depends on how you look at the game. But if you look at the game like this, if C9 just stay back the whole game, and Space Station Gaming stays back the whole game, it feels like Space Station Gaming wins. So if C9 have realized that, and they're pushing in for crowd control, because I swear, there's no way they've played a lot of games into BM Hunter, Ellie, Holy Priest. I feel like the first time they played it, they tried to stay back and do their standard C9 strategy, and that didn't work. But I think in this game, if they play Mage Lock and they actually push in for crowd control and try to take down Sean, they can win that game. Or even Smexin as well. I think they can win that way. But if they just stay back and try to do the same thing, I don't know. It's going to be a little risky.
This has to be such like... just speaking about like Chun-Li, I mean, we've seen so many matchups with Chun-Li against Cloud9 where he's on his Windwalker Monk, his images just get Nova'd, his Wen Nova'd, he's Feared, he's Poly'd, he's Coiled, he's Rooted, he's Ice Nova'd on his Flying Serpent Kick, and it just looks like such it's a difficult matchup for him, to say the least. So he must be so happy on his BM Hunter just sending in pets across the map, pillaring Cloud9. It's his revenge.
Taste of their own medicine.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, game number 5 starting. Cloud9 very close to losing this series. Space Station Gaming, the team that has yet to win a single series this entire circuit, finishing this season extremely strong. It's almost like they have nothing to lose, and they're bringing it all out right here in their very last game of the circuit.
All right, let's see what they decide to do here. We got Wealthy Man kind of pushing in right now for some crowd control, and this is what we want to see. I want to see them isolate a target and go for crowd control. Play on the same pillar as Tiki here. Maxim taking decent damage, but Tiki's just in the background free healing. He gets counterspelled, and that could initiate the Shane here. They're going for the Cyclones. Obviously not able to find it. Maxim taking decent amount of damage. The Infernals have already been called in here for Channel Mode. He's got a Immortal Call as well to work with here if he wants to. Shadow Fury coming out onto Smexin. Still no crowd control though onto Tiki. Tiki now actually going for the Mind Games. Full trap secured. Big damage here onto Channel Mode. There's the Immortal Call defensively. Cubsy's sitting that trap, and it looks like Channel Mode is going to be able to survive, but he's been pushed off of the pillar here. And this is kind of what we were talking about. if C9 aren't pushing in on top of Tiki and going for crowd control, it feels like they're just going to be pushed away from the pillar because of the damage. It's just much harder hitting on the side of Space Station Gaming, and not to mention most of it is instant cast, whereas C9, they have to cast a lot of their, or most of their hard hitting abilities.
Tiki uses Door of Shadows to escape, but they left Smexen behind. He drops his grounding totem, but now he's stunned without its protection. Let's see if they can blast him away here. Tiki Greater fading some crowd controls. Fears onto Smexen with Chaos Bolts to follow suit. Spam Fears from Chanimal, pinning Smexen out in midfield for Wealthy Man and Chanimal to cast. And yeah, this map is looking way better than Blackrock Hold. Blackrock Hold, they just couldn't get any damage out. But here with the open field and the toothpick pillars, we notice that Chanimal and Wealthy Man are able to cast a lot more damage. Let's see what Space Station Gaming can do with this strategy. Wealthy Man just escapes the fight while Cubsy's in a freezing trap, taking 0 damage. Good awareness there. But now he's out of crowd control. They're just all stacked together. Lightning Lasso on Chanimal. Chanimal gets a nice spell lock to interrupt it, prevent that fully channeled stun. Now trying to get some Chaos Bolts. Cubsy is drinking just to make sure that if this game goes late, which is likely is, he's going to have resources to deal with that. It's still unbelievable. Space Station Gaming, it was looking like they were going to go 0 for 7 in the circuit, but in these final weekends, they've come up with some unique compositions that nobody else plays. The Hunter Warrior, the Elemental Shaman Hunter, Holy Priest are really putting up a fight for Cloud9, and they were able to beat their Mage Lock Druid on Blackrock Hold, although it was very dicey. It came down to the final seconds in a cross kill. Can they repeat that? Can they beat godlike Cloud9's Mage Lock?
I mean, we're definitely going to have to wait and see right now. Smexen taking a bunch of damage. Tiki having a much more difficult time actually running. The Shadow Furies coming in from Chanimal. They are getting absolutely swarmed. Cloud9 does not want to get dampened. I mean, they know in the early game they have the advantage. Maybe Wealthy Man getting incredibly low, forced to run away. That was the Iron Bar. What a close call that was. Definitely feeling the pain. Good job by Space Station Gaming, forcing Cloud9 a little bit defensive there, but I like what Cloud9's doing in this match. They're playing a lot more aggressive. Same time, Chanimal taking damage. Really, Space Station Gaming's offense all over the place, just kind of going after who they can, and there's a lot of pressure out right now.
Yeah, and anytime C9 runs away, Tiki is just sitting down for some drinking takes, and he's able to recover a decent amount of mana so far. If he doesn't have to spend too much mana before they hit dampening, at some point Cubsy's no longer going to go for drinks because the damage is going to be too high here. Dance's low there, taking massive damage. Cubsy's still using NS. I mean, the unbelievable amount of greed from this team, and it always works for them. You know, it's never like, oh, that was too greedy. It's always just the perfect amount of greed coming out of these guys, and I mean, that's why they're so good at that Mage Warlock. That's why they have such a high win rate with this comp. And now, once again here, pushing in, looking for some crowd control onto Smexen. Tiki doing what he can here, trying to avoid the situation. He has no Fade, he has no Shadow Word Death, and he has no Trinket. If he gets crowd control, it's going to be bad for Space Station Gaming, so repositioning, definitely a smart move here. Cubsy looking for a restealth potentially here. Still not able to find it. Tiki still another 15 seconds to go on that Trinket. Looks like he could be fine though for now. No, he gets polymorphed right there. They've snuck it in, and now the assault has started. Chanimal with Dark Soul. Where's the Mortal Coil? Where's the stuns? Where's the stuff? Cubsy actually just sitting down drinking with this push here. C9 playing for the long game here instead of trying to force a cooldown here. Maybe they can still get it though. Chanimal though gets interrupted. Getting purged as well here. Smexen now cycled on super low HP. Trinkets out, but Tiki gets feared. They can get something more onto Tiki there. Could be very big, but they trade out the Guardian Angel and they get a big heal onto Smexen. And now Chanimal on the back foot instead here gets the Iron Bark. And it looks like both of these DPS players are going to be fine here after those trades from their healers.
All right, let's see if Tiki can keep this going. Smexen's getting blasted on match point and absolutely shattered. Cloud9, look at that. Chanimal is just so thankful to be able to pull that off. You could tell Cloud9 were stressed. Space Station Gaming really put up a challenge, but Cloud9 are North America's #1.
What crazy series that is. I mean, I feel like maybe there's some information to be gathered from some of these different compositions that we did see Space Station Gaming implement. I mean, they didn't have the greatest round robin, but they definitely went out with a bang. However, Cloud9 was able to overcome, claiming that basically they're reclaiming their throne, and I think it's going to be really interesting. There's so many solid teams in North America, but it's just so many of these teams are also so evenly matched, so I feel like it's going to be really interesting to see it play out.
Yeah, and I think one thing to learn now, if you qualified, if you don't have a BM Hunter on your team, it's time to get one. We've seen BM Hunter Warrior, BM Hunter Red, BM Hunter Shadow Priest, BM Hunter LA, and it's just, I'm telling you, it's the BM Hunter meta. We're going to see BM Hunter with basically any other DPS and whatever the best healer is for the scenario. So you may as well start practicing that, because the BM Hunters are here to stay. But look at those 2 Chaos Bolts right there. Massive damage from Channel right there. Not even the Dark Soul. Actually, it's just surprising how big those Chaos Bolts were there. And you can tell Smaxon was probably a little bit surprised by that as well. Wealthy Man here on his Frost Mage, able to be a lot more effective as well. And what a story for C9, you know. They were really close there to going down, but they're able to hold on to it. And I'm pretty sure that means they're going to finish as the number 1 seed in the region as well. So definitely big for them. And it's Space Station Gaming, you know. I'm pretty sure this has got to be their closest series that they had. So going out like that against C9, definitely something they can be proud over.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I mean, we know that we've seen these guys struggle throughout the circuit, so that I feel like is an incredible way to end it despite that loss. I mean, that would have been the biggest upset of the season, probably even of the first 4 cups before we went into the circuit. That was an incredible series despite the score. I mean, you're definitely right, Space Station Gaming. They need to be proud of themselves, because in my mind, that was also a victory for Space Station. But on paper, Cloud9 is going to win that series. And next up, we have our very last series of the day. It's also our last series of the entire circuit. It's Charlotte Phoenix versus Unitas.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a really interesting series. I mean, Charlotte Phoenix, they've been struggling a little bit. They've had to overcome some obstacles. And honestly, they've had a rough couple of series, but I'd be curious to see if they are going to be playing their Rogue Mage Paladin. We could just see Rogue Mage Paladin versus Rogue Mage Priest Mirrors, or we could just see Rogue Mage Priest Mirrors the entire way, because Unitas, they've been known with that composition for a long time. For a while, Charlotte Phoenix as well was kind of known as the best RMP in North America, so I would love to see it. The final series in the round robin, just Rogue Mage Priest Mirrors all the way, Charlotte Phoenix versus Unitas. I hope that's what happens.
Yeah, I hope that is what happens as well. But either way, you definitely want to stick around for this one. It's going to be our very last series of the circuit. It's been a very long 4 weeks, and we are about to see the very last series. It's Charlotte Phoenix versus Unitas up next.
on Looney. Then Method Black will close out this game.
Hamsters gonna fall.
Hamsters gonna fall.
Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadow Stone, the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Hey guys, and welcome back. It is our very last series of the day. It has been such a long road of circuits. This is our 4th cup of the circuit and our last day of cup number 4 and our last series of cup number 4. And we are going to be ending it here with Charlotte Phoenix versus Unitas. We discussed this series a little bit before we went to the break. Zico wants to see a mirror. If we do see a mirror, Zico, who do you think wins?
Well, we're going to see, if we do see what I think we're going to see, then we're going to see a mirror, but it's going to be a mirror with a twist. It's going to be a Holy Paladin versus a Holy Priest, potentially. And that's going to be no mirrors.
Never mind.
A super twist.
Ripperino.
It's a big twist where instead of a rogue, it's a warrior.
Not what.
And instead of a priest, it's a paladin. Charlotte Phoenix going to be locking in the warrior mage paladin. Unitas with the rogue mage priest. We got the subtlety rogue as well, and that's unfortunate for Aiden. I mean, subtlety rogue known to be kind of a difficult matchup into a warrior, but these mind controls, beautiful. Oxygen, if he can mind control Nick, then there's going to be no intervene on Aang. It's a really heads-up play, and exactly what Unitas needs to do if they want to win this series.
Yeah, but they don't get anything there with the blind. And now Korlik pushing in for crowd control. There's the Hammer of Justice, Oxygen with no fade. Now potentially here for CMD to get crowd control, or for Aang to get crowd control. He's pushing in. He's going for the Ring of Frost with the Aura Mastery. Gets it off. Now CMD in a lot of trouble here. He gets interrupted. There's the Alter Time. He gets kicked on it potentially there into more crowd control into Oxygen. Oxygen triggers out, but here comes the Smoke Bomb onto Nick. He's going to block that safety net from that Kyrian and now get back onto his target with that Saved by the Light as well. Korlik in a full sheep shot here onto Aang. Big damage onto Aang. Nice defensive fear by Nick here, breaking up the CC chain. Korlik though in a sap still. Aang on 20% HP catches a massive heal right there, and now should be okay. Oh, nice Kyrian spear there on the grip. Nick is not done yet. One execute connects there. Big damage onto CMD. And CMD is going to survive there with some nice hits from Oxygen, but they forced out basically everything from Oxygen. They could also swap the Oxygen on the side of Charlotte Phoenix the next time they have Combustion.
All right, let's see if they can set it up here. Nick and a polymorph. Unitas trying to find a footing here and get aggressive, but it's quite difficult. Korlik's charging in. This could be it. Are they ready for the hit? CMD's going to Blazing Barrier, but he's caught into a Storm Bolt. Is the shield going to last long enough here? Nick is breaking through it. Now stunned up by Aiden. Aiden looks to turn it around. Has Shadowy Duel available, but caught into a polymorph, unable to connect. CMD is still low on health. The sustained pressure from Charlotte Phoenix is really sinking in here. They're trying to go for the Cauterize. Battle stance Nick. They trigger the Cauterize. CMD's burning down and has to block as well. Shattering throw from Nick from downtown. Is going to remove that ice block, looking to reconnect and really tear in. Warbreaker, this is a lot of damage from an Arms Warrior. CMD is going to blink away with mirror images, but caught into a Storm Bolt. Oxygen repositioning in the far back line, but this is Spear of Bastion. So much damage, pinning CMD in the midfield, pummeling his shifting power, preventing his reset whatsoever. Aiden's got maybe one more shot left here. Goes for the kidney shot. Can they take Nick down? Korlik trinkets out. I think that's going to be enough to stop the kill from happening. CMD, Blazing Barriers, runs around the pillar with Oxygen, desperate to stay alive in game one.
He's looking for a breath of fresh air, but unfortunately Nick is still chasing him down. Big, intimidating shout, a double. Aang going forward as well, looking for a Ring of Frost. This is his Combustion. CMD barely holding on, but the Kleptomania Spellsteal does cancel the Combustion and avoid a lot of that incoming damage. Kidney shot now on Korlik. They're looking to make a setup. CMD looking for a little bit of damage as well. Can they go after Korlik? Can they get the Divine Shield? It would be massive, but unfortunately, no. The Gladiator's Emblem going to be more than enough defense for Korlik to survive. And now Charlotte Phoenix looking to get aggressive. There is no trinket on Oxygen. CMD has not a single cooldown left. If Aang can get his Combustion reset, and even if he can't, I still feel like Charlotte Phoenix, they're just one setup away from closing it out.
The next time they land some crowd control on the auction, next time they land a Kyrian Spear, it could be good night for CMD. Right now, they're trying to set it up. They got a sheep onto Corlic. Nick trades out die with a sword. Overwatch Reflect comes out, and now they're making their push here. Full sheep on the auction. There's a Kyrian Spear. Here comes the damage. What are they going to do? CMD has nothing. Meteor connects. He has combustion, but he can't pop it here. He's going to actually survive here potentially with a defensive kidney shot onto Corlic, shutting down that blinding light that Corlic wanted to go for right there. And they have been able to stall for one more setup, but that next setup, potentially if Ang can reset his combustion, it could be even more deadly. Hammer of Justice comes out, Ang going for the Ring of Frost, lands it, but it's on DR. They should have went for the Blinding Light and then the Ring of Frost, and now it doesn't matter, they get the kill anyway. There is the Seed as well, proc Ang and Cheap Shot. Maybe they can keep the Seed alive here, but no, a big hit of damage is going to come in there, and that is going to be game number 1 going in favor of Charlotte Phoenix.
All right, Charlotte Phoenix up 1-0. Currently in this best of 5 series, Unitas, another one of those teams that really haven't been able to find their stride just yet in the circuit. Hopefully they can squeeze out a win in this very last one, but Charlotte Phoenix taking that game number 1 victory with their firearms composition that we see them on so often, and we can break down how that all happened in game number 1 right here, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, they honestly did a really good job in the blind pick. They kind of anticipated. There's 2 options that you can fight here. You can fight either the sub-rogue or the assassination rogue from Unitas. This time around was the sub-rogue. They had the warrior, of course, to answer it. And the warrior just makes the mage race super hard to win if you are Unitas because of that intervene. But here, they've forced out so many cooldowns. They've gotten the CC chain there on the Oxygen, and Oxygen now trying to reposition after that CC chain ended. And now Corlic actually running in, gets the Hodge into the Ring of Frost, into the Blinding Light right there. And it's kind of interesting to see that this is the ending of the game. And that's because earlier on, Aiden kidney shot Corlic during the setup, and Corlic wasn't able to use his crowd control right there that he still had now during the kill. So Corlic kind of just initiated that by himself, and his team followed up, and it was a good idea.
All right, good game number 1 victory for Charlotte Phoenix. Currently 1-5 in the circuit for match record. If you compare that to Unitas, they are 1-5 as well. They're actually completely tied, if I'm looking at this right, in game score as well. They're both 6-15, which is interesting. So these guys currently have the same exact match record if you don't include this current series. So would be interesting to see where this one ends up. But Unitas, we know them for this composition, especially with that Holy Priest as well, but they weren't able to squeeze out a victory for that first game. What's it going to take, Supatees, if they want to tie this up?
I mean, if they're going to play the subtlety version, getting the trinket of the warrior is very important. That's like the main objective. And then you go for a shadowy duel and a one-shot, and that's basically your entire game plan. Get warrior trinket, and then shadowy duel, shadowy blades, and
Whoa, yes!
But they're completely flipping it around here, bringing Yaskin off the bench. They're going to make
who
sure
else can
everybody
run it,
gets to
Sid?
play. Okay, in the top 4. They're not in the top 4.
Hey,
I said nobody in the
they
top
can run
4.
it.
I said
What if
nobody
they
in the
win?
top 4
I feel
will
like
run it.
Okay, well,
could.
technicality, okay? We're seeing Unitas implement exactly what we saw in the last series, as predicted. Teams already, there's a bit of a meta shift here.
Okay.
But yeah, Yoski on the BM Hunter. What?
Do you
I mean,
think
this
they
is
knew?
awesome to see.
Do you think they wanted to play this one, or they saw that last series and they were like, "Hey, why not? Let's try it."
They definitely just saw the last series and were like, let's
Yeah.
try it.
100%.
There's no way
yeah.
Aiden Warrior? When has Aiden played Warrior?
He has.
Has he played it ever in competitive tournament?
I don't know about that, but I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen Yoski a single time yet.
He played one game.
How?
They
No,
played
he played one game.
One game.
They played
They
the
lost.
Was in the round robin or was it in the cups?
I think round
He was in
robin.
the cups.
Round robin.
Really?
Sure, it was in the
I
round
was
robin.
like, I thought we saw him early on in the cups playing like Prop
Okay, okay.
Paladin or something. Okay. Anyway, sorry.
He played Prop
Go ahead,
Paladin
Ben.
too, yeah. I think in one
Okay.
game. He's played like 2 games, but I think he lost both of them.
He's like the jelly
I-
beans of this team.
I think they could,
He has
I
the
think they could
scoreline
win.
for it too.
I mean that in a nice way, by the way. I mean that as a complimentary
Sure.
to both players.
Sure, I am sure.
Come on, I just mean he doesn't get to play that much, and it's always awesome when he's. You know what, man? All right, fine. You know what, Yoski, if you're listening, I didn't mean that in a mean way. Charlotte Phoenix 1-0 right now. Game number 2 on Ashen Mains.
This will be an interesting one for sure. I mean, Unitas trying to implement what we just saw in that last series, bringing in the Beast Mastery Hunter, Arms Warrior, but they're bringing in the Restoration Druid. This could work out better. It could work out worse. Unfortunately, Kleptomania is super effective against the Restoration Druid. A Blinding Light out of a Hammer of Justice. Great crowd control initiated on Oxygen. Yoski trying to survive, but it's actually Aang on the back foot. Warbender gets dropped down, trying to just slow down some of that crowd control. Big healing needs to come in, and it does. That's the Exhilaration and the Ironbark and the Trinket. So not a bad start for Charlotte Phoenix, but we're seeing Unitas kind of strike back a little bit.
Yeah, big pressure here onto Aang. Can he get some crowd control into Core Lake? Why did they pick the Druid? You got Counterspell right now. Yoski might just die in this because of the Counterspell. Beautiful Feign Death right there on the Meteor. Oxygen gets sheeped.
Oh, Polly!
That is disastrous. Aang here gets the best protection, looking to get even more aggressive, but I actually do believe Yoski is going to survive here without even using his aspect of the turtle.
I don't know about that.
This guy has been on the bench the whole time. Why?
Oh!
Okay, fine. He's gonna have to use the aspect of the turtle, but still,
Okay,
the fact that he's even alive after his Druid tanked like 20 seconds of CC right there is quite remarkable. So Yoski, great job right there. He gets Klepted now. Oxygen needs to get some new healing over time effects there. Nice Spell Reflect and eat on the trap right there. Oxygen, if you can get some healing over time effects now onto Yoski, Yoski finally is gonna have some breathing room where he can get some pressure onto Aang. Finally, he can breathe here for a little bit until Portic pushes in for that next Hammer of Justice. He has it off cooldown. He's talking to Aang right now. They're trying to coordinate it and set it up, and it could very well mean the game if they have a long stun lock. But right now, Aang taking massive damage there. Second Blessing of Protection, and I do believe that they're going to go offensive with this one, Sid.
All right, they cracked the Blessing of Protection, but they're trying to push forward. Korlik is charging in. Stormbolt on Yosk. Hammers are down. Yosk Feign Death. He needs to get out of here if he wants to stay alive here in game number 2. He's down to 50%. A full Polymorph has been landed. They're just trying to tear into Yosk. They're counter-pressuring Aang, actually, while Oxygen's in a poly. Will he go down? Doesn't look like it. He's stable, and that's it. Yosk gets absolutely KO'd and chopped up. If they could stabilize, maybe there's potential here, just looking purely at the fact that Korlik is actually almost out of mana. But other than that, it seems like the Hunter was pretty fragile without the Paladin, with the immunities backing him up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need the Paladin.
I think it's a bit more convincing with the Paladin. That's for sure. The problem is, if your Druid goes in crowd control, the Mage just presses Kleptomania. And then, yeah, it's not too good after that, unfortunately. You just have no healing, and you have to self-sustain, and there was a lot of crowd control that went out. The Hammer of Justice into the Blinding Light, into a Ring of Frost, into a Counterspell, into a full Polymorph. Yoski, I don't know how he lived for so long, but Charlotte Phoenix definitely punishing Oxygen in this one.
Yeah, Oxygen.
Yeah.
I don't know. Felt too far behind here in the in this match, and can really recover. But if you have a Paladin, just Blessing of Protection, Sacrifice, all those instant answers are much more important.
Also, according to our stats, that is the first time we've ever seen him, Oxygen, on Resto Druid in Shadowlands.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we needed a stat to tell us that. It was kind of... I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
the last time
gosh.
we see it. I was going to say maybe the last time.
Yeah, I want to see him on this Paladin, though, for sure. Or on his Holy
With
Priest.
this-
Actually, with a Holy Priest as well, in the same matchup, I could totally see it working. Just don't
With
don't
the
pick
same,
the Druid.
with Arms and BM still?
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Very cool. Well, they've got one chance left to do it here in game number 3. Neither of these teams have faced each other on broadcast in Shadowlands so far. That includes those cups before the circuit. So we're seeing them finally face each other right now. Charlotte Phoenix currently up 2-0, and they are on match point. Unitas only has one chance left to get a win here in this series, and that is the question. Do they stick with that composition to keep Yoski out on that BM Hunter, or are they going to revert to what we did see in game number 1? And there it is.
Spoiler. Spoiler, it's right there. Yeah, Unitas, they're going to be bringing in Assassination, and this is kind of, I guess if the Warrior BM's not going to work, you bring in the Assassination Rogue, because, yeah, the Subtlety Rogue is kind of, you only have that one win condition, like Supi said. You basically have to get the Warrior's Trinket and then kill him 100-0 in a Shadowy Duel, which it's a long shot. So not the most reliable strategy. Bringing in the assassination rogue gives you a little bit more flexibility, but I still think this is a really uphill battle for Unitas.
I agree with everything you just said, Van, but the Warrior BM doesn't work. The Druid doesn't work. The Warrior BM works.
I'm winning Venruki over Zika. He's coming over to the anti-KFC
There's
side.
no chance.
No, I'm not. No, you're not. I like the Warrior BM Hunter. It looks good, but if you don't play a Paladin, I'm not convinced.
Or a
But
Shaman.
you don't play the Paladin. I don't know. Yeah, maybe Shaman could work too.
What?
I
How's
could
the Shaman
actually
going to
see-
heal that?
The rest of
What do you
Shaman,
mean?
I
You
could
just
heal. With
Shaman's are
the-
carried
you just
hard
press
right now by
Purge.
hybrids.
You heal with Purge, bro. What do you mean heal?
you heal by keeping the mage on the back foot. Purge off pyro procs. Yeah. All right, well, here we go. Charlotte Phoenix one away from closing out this series. This is potentially our final game of the round robin. Unitas, they want to put a point on the board. They want to come back in the series. We'll see if they can do it with the Rogue Mage Priest. We've seen them pull off some incredible series before, but Charlotte Phoenix is looking incredibly good today with this Warrior Mage Paladin.
Yeah, absolutely. Charlotte Phoenix on a tear so far, and they've got the matchup in their pocket, but Unitas here bringing in their holy assassination, and this is a comp that they've been doing extremely well with, honestly, in the circuit. They've gotten, I think, the majority of their wins with this comp, so I really like this coming out from Unitas. Alter time from CMD here. He's soaking up a lot of damage, goes back in time, then gets gripped back by Oxygen. Nice timing right there between these two, and they get a nice sheep there onto Oxygen. CMD gets counterspell. That's going to be big trouble here. He gets healed up there. Oxygen trinkets out, trying to save him there with that Guardian, but that is a trinket that's going to be out of sync there with the Nick Sphere a little bit later on, so it's going to be a dangerous situation ahead. You get a sap here onto Korlik, into the Garroth here, onto Ang. Nice damage. Korlik's going to trinket sacrifice. Now, when Nick pushes in for the Fear, that's going to potentially be CMD's Ice Block. He's going to need to do a great job kiting here, especially if he's low when Nick gets that Fear. He just needs to go in and push on it. There it is, full Fear onto Oxygen, and now CMD on extremely low HP here already before that Fear even lands. That's going to be the Ice Block, Shattering Throw, trinkets out. He's going for it. He gets it.
Match
that
point.
could potentially just be the game. The match point. They get the seed. They get the Stormbolt there. Nice chain here for Charlotte Phoenix, and that's going to be it. 3-0 Unitas. Charlotte Phoenix takes the final win here of the circuit.
They are finishing strong with a 3-0. Well done to both of those teams. They have fought long and hard for the last 4 weeks, and they just ended it right there. Charlotte Phoenix taking that 3-0 victory, and they're going to walk away on a good foot.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Charlotte Phoenix looking good in this one. Unitas, unfortunately, not able to get it done. Charlotte Phoenix, I feel like they just had the answer. They're very experienced in these matchups, and that's one of the problems. If you're Unitas and you only really have one composition, all these teams know exactly how they can kind of deal with you. You can see there's actually a nice setup here from Unitas. They get the pressure on Aang. They get the sacrifice from Korlek, and this is kind of the last push that they had. Then Charlotte Phoenix, they just decided to kind of go all in with no trinket on Oxygen. They managed to get a lot of cooldowns very quickly. CMD's on the run, a full intimidating shout, sets it up into a full polymorph, and without that crowd control break, they get the ice block, and I believe they actually do get the shattering throw as well. CMD forced to run away with the cauterize, and then it's a quick seed after that with the Stormbolt on Oxygen. So Nick really setting up his team nicely in this one. They get basically all the cooldowns in one nice push, and they close out the series 3-0.
Man, I was hoping Unitas would get a win there in that series, at least one. I mean, we look at the two teams and their standings, they're neck and neck. They had the same match results. So, but Charlotte Phoenix, that was a pretty dominating performance from there. So they've got to be very happy with themselves, very pleased with themselves for getting that last series of the day in as a 3-0. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our very last series of the Season 1 circuit. Are
Wow.
we... How are we? Wow. How are we feeling?
It's been a lot.
Tired?
Yeah.
It's been a lot. Yeah.
No, it's been fun. It's been really fun. Yeah. I feel like the thing that excites me the most about this is just there's just, I guess in Europe there's a clear kind of winner, but I mean they had some close series as well. But I just feel like when you look at the top four for both regions, I really feel like it's still a toss-up at who's going to win the whole thing. So it's really exciting for me.
Yeah, I'm excited as well, especially when you look at the top 4 teams from each region for Europe and North America, the ones that we will be competing in the finals for North America and Europe. I feel like we're going to have some really, really insane competitions. I feel like Zico, Supatis, is there a region that you guys are most excited for?
I think North America
and
he's Zico's converted. He's on the side of the NA.
I'm
It
just
seems like
NA
the
now.
compositions are more diverse than in Europe. Europe seems to be kind of just Fire Mage Paladin only, whereas in North America there's teams really testing whether or not that is the established meta. So I like seeing the flexibility. You got the Sea-Doo, OTK Cleave, Golden Guardians with their Shadow Priest Rogue and their Hunter Ret comps. To me, there's just a more unique range of strategy in North America that I like watching, whereas in Europe, it's just all about polished, perfect. This is what is the best, and we're going to be the best at what we think is the best.
Valet has something else to say about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So let's look at it. We got Shadow Priest Warrior. We got a Shadow Priest Warlock only team. We got the only jungle team.
No,
Okay,
but in
there's
top 4. I'm talking about top 4.
In top 4,
We have Valet holding it down.
We have Valet holding it down.
We still have Valet,
One dude.
But yeah, no, it's true. There's a lot of Shadow Priest teams in Europe in general. Like a lot of Shadow Priest Mage, 2 Shadow Priest Mage main teams, and then 1 Shadow Priest Warrior main team as well. So I don't know. I'm more excited for NA because you're right. There is more variety in NA meta.
It also feels like they're a little bit more evenly matched over in NA as well compared to Europe. I mean, there's definitely a lot of strong teams in Europe, but Skill Capped is like literally never lost a single game in the circuit. Whereas with NA, we've discussed it quite a bit. Basically, every team has beaten every team that's in the top 4 right now. So we have no idea of where North America could end up and where.
Nerf Skill Capped.
We got Creed as well, Sid. Hello, we got like Mage.
Yeah,
Demon
Creed has some
Hunter.
interesting
but now even
composition.
they are
what?
becoming the meta. Like they're slowly just evolving into the meta. They're just gonna play LEV.
How dare you?
When like it's useful though, but I feel like in times when they want to bring out like the Demon Hunter, just the Creed compositions, they do.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like Tren, he went out of his way to put out a very exciting composition specifically for Supatis to get excited about. He brings it in, they get a win, and now Supatis is just saying that they're just another
Just
flavor
meta
of the month team.
Yeah.
Now they're just a meta
unbelievable.
team.
How many compositions did they play? We saw Drainer on a protection paladin, okay? There's
That's
some
how they made
spice
it
in
into
Europe,
the circuit,
okay?
arguably,
Yeah.
with those
We're not
first
going
games.
to see that again. I'm talking about what's going to happen, not what has happened.
Well, we saw Method NA, okay, for a long time, or Method EU for a long time too. They were running the Shadow Priest Mage, but they're spicing it up. They brought in Zuniaki on the Retribution Paladin, Waz on the Warrior, Chaz on the Shaman. So I feel like there is some interesting things going on in Europe as well. I am really excited to see if anyone can kind of dethrone Skill Capped in that region.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. We are getting those final standings tallied up for you guys. As you know, there's a lot of math going on behind the scenes, so we're going to get those for you guys and see where exactly the North American teams as well as the European teams did end up for those top 4 teams for both regions in terms of standings and where we'll see them lined up in the bracket. We're getting those built for you guys as well. Here's that first one. We've got the North American Circuit standings, and in order is Cloud9, Method NA, OTK, and Golden Guardians. And I mean, look at how close this is. Look at this, 6-1 for the first 2 teams and 5-2 for the second 2 teams. That's what I'm saying. Just how close North America is, Finn.
Yeah, definitely some front runners, and the thing is, within that top 4, all those teams have beaten one of the other teams. So seeding is going to matter, as well as who shows up. Even you just look at the series today between OTK and Golden Guardians.
Yeah, look at that.
Golden Guardians could have won. So
yeah.
I mean, they literally have an identical record, and it just came down to the head-to-head. But it's interesting because I really do think in this region, depending on the day, any of these teams in the top 4 could win it all.
I think that's an accurate statement. we really have no idea, no way of knowing. I feel like maybe in the beginning of the year, Method NA, Cloud9, they were kind of dominating the entire region. Even Method NA was probably doing a little bit better than Cloud9 in the first couple of cups, but the way we ended it was just very, very close. And we can see that bracket and where we're going to see those teams face off against each other for those first couple of games in the North American finals. Method NA versus OTK and Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians. These are some big games.
Yeah, and that just shows you exactly how much that win for OTK meant today as well.
Yep.
Avoiding Cloud9 there, and how
Yeah.
much it shakes things up. I feel like Cloud9, the only team they ever lost to was Golden Guardians yesterday, and that was probably the closest series that you could imagine. They went to a 2v2. It was game 5, with cross kill. It was just an insane game. So I feel like things are definitely going to be heating up here in NA, especially now with the teams being getting some time to actually practice here for the finals. So yeah, it's going to be crazy.
Most definitely, and that is not the only region we're seeing compete as well. We can take a look at the European standings where those top 4 teams ended up as well. We've got Skill Capped, Reload Esports, Creed, and Method EU, and I honestly really happy with Reload Esports performance. They made a complete 180, honestly, as well as Method EU. They were down there only just above Blastwave Bros not a couple of cups ago, and we've got these two teams just kind of coming in at the last minute in that top 4.
It was a tight race in Europe.
Esports.
I mean, Integrity Dams started the circuit 3-0, and I was like, what? Integrity Dams is going to qualify as Shadowbreeze Lock? And then, oh no, everything fell apart. Walrus just dying every game, and it all shattered for them. But it was a very interesting way to start in Europe. And now here, moving into the finals, this best of 5, starting in the quarterfinals. Double elimination. Skill Cap faces Method EU right off the bat. So this is Method EU's real shot again. It's saying, we're here. We're a real contender again. We had a tough start in the circuit, going down 0-3, but we got back in it. We qualified. We're ready to go. We're going to take you on, Skill Capped. And then Reload Esports and Creed will go head-to-head. And I'm interested to see what compositions Creed brings to the table. Reload Esports seems like they're pretty sold on their Shadow Priest Warrior and just kind of riding that train to victory at the moment.
I'm sold on it. I mean, that's actually, I believe that's the series we saw today between Reload Esports and Creed as well. So, I mean, Reload Esports was looking good in that one. However, Creed is going to have a little bit of data that they can go back to. So I think for these teams, it's going to be all about preparation. In the round robin, they know who they're playing against as well, but they can kind of theoretically go through, how is the bracket going to play out, prepare for all these different teams, and I think they're going to be bringing, some of the best WoW we've seen all year.
I think so as well. I mean, you guys thought the circuit games were some of the best we've seen. Definitely stick around for the standings. It's going to be the finals. It's going to be absolutely incredible. It's going to return in 2 weeks. Next weekend, we do have the MDI finals, and then the weekend after that, it's going to be AWC finals. So mark this on your calendars, guys. Also, heads up, Relegation Cup is coming as well. Sign-ups open for that on April 20th. And the open bracket will be on 5/13. So definitely sign up for that if you feel like you can take some of these teams that we're going to be seeing from the circuit compete in that. It's Unitas, Ad Hoc Gaming, Space Station Gaming, and Blastwave Bros. So for sure, stick around. You can have a chance to make it into the Season 2 circuits if you perform well enough. And then you can see up at the top there, Season 1 finals for AWC are May 1st and May 2nd for EU and NA. And then, like I already said, we've got the MDI finals next weekend. That does start on Friday, April 23rd, 24th, and 25th. So if you're a fan of M+, definitely want to tune in for that. You can subscribe to us here, hit that notification bell. You'll be notified when we do go live. And you can also follow us on Twitter at WoW Esports, and we will give you all of the updates right there. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely going to be watching that MDI. I'm excited for some of the teams over there. That's their finals. So you guys, are even you guys going to watch that, or are you going to take a weekend off?
I'm definitely going to watch it.
Yeah.
I'm horrible at Mythic. I'm horrible at Mythic Plus, but
I need to support my boy Mode.
Yeah, you gotta go support, and then later on, like, I need my key. I need to get my ring. Can you help me out?
Exactly. No. We're gonna play TBC
good
together,
strat.
so yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yeah.
I'm already, laying the foundation.
All right, well, keep an eye out for Zico in the chat, taking some notes from Mode or any of those other teams. But anyways, huge shout out to everybody in chat that has been around for all 4 of these cups. It has been such an amazing journey here for the circuit. I can't wait for more. Also, a huge shout out to everyone working behind the scenes. It's not just us 4 that is running the show. There's so many amazing people working behind the scenes. There's mods, there's observers, everybody in production. A huge group of amazing people came together to make this show possible for you guys, and there's going to be even more in just a couple of weeks. So thank you guys so much. Make sure you're following us on WoW Esports. Twitter will give you guys so many updates there as well, and we will see you next Friday for MDI, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CET. Thank you so much, and have an amazing night.